This is Earreads.
Earreads Production presents Perfect Doctor, written by Ion Esimai, performed by Ava Vale and Ace Roberts.
Chapter 1. Sophia. The man who had destroyed my childhood was dying in my ER, and for one long breath, the Hippocratic oath balanced against the part of me that wanted him dead. The air in the corridor hung heavy with antiseptic and copper. The scent clung to the fabric of my scrubs, clean, but never truly washed of death. The overhead speaker crackled. Code blue, ER Bay 4. My pager vibrated at my hip. I gripped the side rail of the gurney and matched the paramedic's pace. Cold night air pushed through the bay doors as they swung open. The monitors already attached to the patient's chest threw numbers I didn't like. His face came into focus under the fluorescent bar. The air left my lungs, older, gray at the temples, the gut thicker, the skin of his jaw looser, but the face was the same, the one I had spent 20 years outrunning. My heart stopped, then slammed back at triple speed. The corridor noise went thick and muffled. Monitors, boot shuffles, a ringing phone somewhere down the hall. His open shirt confirmed it. The tattoo. A snake burrowed beneath his navel and resurfaced above it. It looked smaller now, a piece of black string on a wrung-out towel. William Sykes. I locked my jaw. My fingernails drove into my palms through the latex. The pain was clean and sharp, and I held it until my vision steadied. A loose strand of hair had escaped my ponytail. I didn't touch it. I forced air into my chest. The curtain rings shrieked as I yanked them shut around Bay 4. The tall paramedic rattled off vitals without looking up. Middle-aged male, severe chest pain, onset 45 minutes, BP dropping. On 3, they shifted him from the gurney to the hospital bed. Clean transfer. Sykes didn't make a sound. The paramedic unclipped his equipment, collapsed the gurney rails, and wheeled it toward the exit without looking back. Patterson, 3 weeks on the floor, hooked the leads to the bedside monitor. The rhythm strip showed what his ashen color already said, tachycardic. ST changes visible even on the single lead. My hands shook. I pressed them flat against the mattress edge. One wrong medication. So easy. I pulled in a breath through my nose, held it for one full beat, put him on a nasal cannula at 2 liters. Get a 12-lead EKG right now. Call the cath lab. Tell them to prep for a STEMI. The curtain parted. Dodd, the new senior attending, still learning which rooms to enter confidently, stepped through with his careful expression. What's the situation? Suspected STEMI, initiating protocol. His eyes moved to the monitor, back to my face. We should wait for EKG before... I kept my eyes on the chart. His symptoms are textbook. Every second counts. Silence stretched in the small bay. Carry on. The curtain swung shut behind him. The EKG machine spat out its printout. I tore the paper free. 3 seconds. ST segment elevation, V1 through V4, left anterior descending artery blockage, the Widowmaker. So was my next move. 325 milligrams aspirin, 4,000 units heparin, nitroglycerin drip, 10 micrograms per minute. Patterson fumbled a vial between her fingers. Sykes's hand came up. His thick, calloused fingers caught the fabric of my white coat. His lips parted. I leaned down. His breath smelled of stale coffee and decay. His voice scraped out, barely words. He didn't recognize me. He was simply afraid. The same naked, pathetic fear every patient showed when their body announced it was losing the war. I straightened. We're getting you to the cath lab. I kept my voice soft and even. You're in good hands. He went still. Dr. Benson arrived with the cardiology team 2 minutes later. I handed over the chart. Benson scanned the notes. Good call on the drip, Dr. Higgins. He's stable enough for transport. They moved around the bed with practiced efficiency. The gurney wheels unlocked. The curtain snapped open. William Sykes, alive monitored in capable hands, was rolled away down the corridor. I stripped my gloves. Drop them in the biohazard bin. Patterson stood at the station charting the interventions. She glanced up, eyes wide. Go take your break. She hesitated. I'll finish the notes. She nodded and practically ran for the doors. I sat at the station. The plastic chair creaked under my weight. My engagement ring caught the fluorescent light, the diamond sharp and cold against the sterile counter. Edgewater, the engagement party, Liam. 14 years of avoiding the Tuckers, and tomorrow I was walking straight back into their estate. And now this. I opened Sykes's chart. My hands moved over the keyboard. Orders confirmed. Interventions logged. Timing recorded. Every entry accurate. Every timestamp exact. I closed the chart. The break room smelled of burnt coffee in the bottom of a long shift. Dodd sat in the corner chair, a paper cup going cold beside him, his eyes on the wall-mounted television. He turned when I walked in. Cath lab, get him. I fed coins into the vending machine. The metal clinked loud in the quiet room. Widowmaker. Heard you're going on vacation. I stopped. My hand hovered over the soda button. I turned around. How did you know? Dodd's cheeks went red. His mouth opened. Nothing followed. I forced a small pull at the corner of my mouth. Edgewater, my fiancé's family home, engagement party. Who's the lucky guy? Noah Tucker, investment banker. I offered it before he could dig. Tucker. He turned the name over. Long Island, related to Liam Tucker, the hockey player? A sharp nod. Liam is Noah's younger brother. The redness spread down his neck. How did you two meet? We grew up in the same town. Close enough to the truth. He came in 2 years ago, traffic accident, whiplash. We recognized each other. Dodd nodded with the nothing surprises me face all doctors practiced. Congratulations, safe travels. Thank you. I pulled my bag onto my shoulder. Enjoy the rest of your shift. The parking garage smelled of exhaust and damp concrete. My sneakers echoed on the spiral ramp. My phone buzzed. Cindy. I fished the key fob from my coat. Sin. On my way to help you pack, bringing dinner. You're the best. Yeah, what happened? You sound wrong. I unlocked the car and stood in the freezing air, the city humming beyond the concrete walls, indifferent to everything happening on this deck. Guess who my last patient was? A long pause, then a heavy exhale. Cindy had always understood the silences I didn't fill. Just tell me. William Sykes. A beat of silence so flat it had its own weight. I hope you sliced his balls off. Her voice climbed from ember to open flame in 6 words. The knot in my chest loosened. Just a fraction. She launched into a brutal assessment of William Sykes's character, ancestry, and exactly what she would have done in my position. I pulled the car door open and sat in the driver's seat. I let her voice fill the cold air around me. What time hadn't healed, I had learned to carry. Sykes was out of my ER. Tomorrow I was going back to Edgewater. The past was already waiting. Chapter 2. Sophia. The drive home was quiet in the way that follows something unresolved. Tires against wet pavement, headlights bouncing off cracked asphalt. I had spent 14 years perfecting the ability to set traumatic things in a row and simply not knock them over. Tonight, the shelf bowed. The dashboard clock read 9:14 when I pulled into my apartment complex. The converted brick warehouse rose against the night sky. The lot was nearly empty. I sat in the car for a moment before getting out. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat. Cindy, I answered before the second ring. Sin. Wait for me, I just pulled in. Headlights swept across the lot. Her SUV swung into the space beside my Beetle. She climbed out, balancing a pizza box in one hand, purse slung over the opposite shoulder, her 6-month belly leading the way with the confidence of someone who had made peace with taking up space. She looked me over once. You need this more than I do. I looked down at my stained scrubs. You have no idea. The hot water did nothing useful. It stripped the hospital from my skin. Psyche stayed anchored somewhere deeper. I changed into sweatpants and a faded t-shirt and walked into the living room. The smell of melted cheese and grease hung in the air. Cindy had her legs tucked under her on the couch, a slice of pepperoni already in her hand. She pointed the crust at me. "How are you really doing?" I dropped onto the cushion beside her and pulled a slice from the box. I treated him, Sin. I had to. Cindy set her pizza down on a napkin, her expression going sharp and dark. "Tell me he suffered." "Heart attack. Widowmaker." She shook her head slowly. "The world would be a better place." I stared at the grease pooling on my slice. I put it back in the box. "And that's not even the worst of it." My voice was unsteady. I didn't try to hide it. "Liam's coming to the engagement party." Cindy's eyebrows shot up. "Noah's brother? Liam Tucker? 14 years, and he shows up this weekend." She leaned back into the cushions, one hand resting on her belly. "You never told me what actually happened between you two." I shrugged. "Puppy love, but with me engaged to his brother, it's going to be a complicated few days." "You handle complicated." She picked up her water glass. "You put yourself through med school, Soph. Holiday shifts in Martha's Vineyard, 60 hours a week, every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, just so you wouldn't have to set foot in Edgewater. You built everything from nothing." She traced the rim of her glass. "You can handle one weekend." I nodded. A silence settled over the couch. Cindy picked at the edge of her crust, eyes on the coffee table. "The past doesn't stay buried forever," she said. "We all have to face the truth eventually." Something in her voice shifted, lower, private. "You love Ken," I said. She blinked at the change of direction. "Of course. And he doesn't know." The air in the room changed. "God, no." A long pause. She picked at the pizza crust until it crumbled. "I love him. Charlotte was... It was a mistake, an error in judgment." She finally looked up. "When it comes to truth or love, I'll take love. Some things are better left buried." I stayed completely quiet. I looked at her face. The steady, uncomplicated warmth of it. The silence stretched. "It won't happen again," she whispered. I nodded once. Cindy stayed another hour. The conversation moved to baby names and registry lists. We let the heavy things settle where they'd fallen. She stood with a groan, one hand at the small of her back. "I wish I could come with you." She slung her purse over her shoulder. "But this one doesn't travel well." I walked her to the door. She paused at the threshold. "Whatever happens with Liam, keep it simple. Focus on Noah." "I will." The door clicked shut. I carried the empty pizza box to the kitchen. Noah had called while Cindy and I ate, quick, warm, distracted. He had reports to finish before the trip. He'd pick me up at 9. He'd see me tomorrow. I told him to get some sleep. I was already in bed when the knock came. I sat up. The room was dark. The clock read 11:48. I hadn't heard the security buzzer downstairs. I pulled on a robe and pressed my eye to the peephole. Noah. I unlocked the deadbolt. He stood in the hallway in his overcoat, tie loosened, a massive bouquet of white stargazer lilies in one hand. He looked at my face and smiled, slow, unhurried, like a man who already knew the answer to a question he hadn't asked yet. I couldn't resist. He held out the lilies. "Wanted to see you before tomorrow." I took the flowers. Their scent hit immediately, sweet, heavy, cloying. He leaned in and kissed my forehead. His overcoat smelled of cold air and cedar. "Get some sleep." His thumb traced my cheek once. "I'll be here at 9. Then he was gone. I stood in the open doorway. The hallway was already empty. His footsteps faded toward the elevator. I closed the door. I carried the lilies to the kitchen counter and stood there in the dark. He had crossed the city at midnight. He had stayed 40 seconds. The lilies smelled like a funeral.
Chapter 3. Davis. The Higgins file covered half of Davis's kitchen table, 16 years of it. Photocopied witness statements, faded incident reports, a coroner's summary clipped to a manila sleeve. She had requested the physical archive 3 weeks ago. It arrived in a box that smelled of mildew and neglect. She stood over it now in yesterday's clothes, a mug of cold coffee in her hand. The apartment was cluttered in the specific way of someone who lived alone and worked too much. Stacked files on the radiator, a cork board above the television pinned with photographs, a pair of running shoes she hadn't used in a month kicked under the chair. The overhead light buzzed faintly. She had been meaning to change the bulb for weeks. Her phone rang. Bishop. She answered without moving her eyes from the table. "Tell me you're not calling to talk me out of it again." "I'm calling," Bishop said, "because the captain asked me to." She set the mug down. "The captain can call me himself." "Tasha." A pause. The sound of traffic behind him. He was outside, away from the precinct. That meant he was being careful. The Tuckers have 3 attorneys on retainer and a congressman's legacy to protect. Going after that family is career suicide. You know that? The congressman is dead. The money isn't. She pulled a chair out and sat. The table creaked under her forearms. There's a discrepancy in the original file bill. A witness they never followed up on. A boy on a bicycle. Silence on the line. 16 years old at the time. He gave a statement to the responding officers the night of the accident. It was logged, initialed, and then it disappeared. Never made it into the official summary. Never referenced in the inquest. She tapped the paper in front of her. The file was closed 6 weeks later. Accidental death, pedestrian fatality, no suspects. Witnesses get missed. Not like this. She spread the statements across the table. This wasn't missed, Bill. It was moved. The statement is in the archive, misfiled under a property report from a different incident, different month. Someone put it there. Another silence, longer this time. "I'm reopening it," she said. Bishop exhaled. "At least tell me you're being quiet about it." She didn't answer that. After she hung up, she sat for a moment with the apartment's faint hum around her. The radiator ticked. The bulb buzzed. Outside, a car moved slowly down the wet street, its headlights sliding across her ceiling. She had grown up in New Jersey. One December when Davis turned 5, her mother had been driving her north to meet her father for the first time. Christmas. A 2-lane highway in Sussex County. A flat tire in the dark. Her mother pulled over and left the heat on, told her to stay in the car. Davis fell back asleep under her coat. She woke up when the cold came in. She called out. No answer. Across a field, light burned in a farmhouse window. She walked toward it through the snow, certain her mother had gone for help. The door was unlocked. The fire was warm. She curled up on the floor beside it and slept. The farmer found her there. His wife called the police. He went out to the road alone first, and when he came back inside, his face had changed in the way faces do when they have seen something they cannot unsee. Her mother lay in the snowbank, almost completely covered. The investigation was short. The detective assigned to the case knocked on doors along that stretch of county road and found, each time, that nobody had seen anything. Nobody remembered anything. A rural corridor of farmhouses and long driveways, and people who had learned that cooperation carried a cost nobody had quoted them yet. The case went cold in 30 days. Davis had stayed in Massachusetts after college. She joined the force because of that, made detective because of it, worked in the city of Worcester for 7 years, homicide, then major crimes. Restless, she moved to New York. She pulled a reference to the Higgins case while working a separate hit and run and recognized the shape of it immediately. She put in a formal transfer request to Edgewater the same afternoon. Different victim, different state, different names, the same shape exactly. She pulled the incident report toward her and turned to page 4. The responding officers were listed at the bottom. 2 names, Hartley, R, and, she ran her finger along the line, Mercer, D. She turned to the witness summary. The signature at the bottom of the misfiled statement was different from Hartley's. She had looked at it a dozen times without placing it. Tonight, she placed it. Mercer, Det. Captain Dennis Mercer. She sat back in her chair. His name on the responding officer log meant he was at the scene. His signature on the misfiled statement meant he had handled the witness document personally. The statement ended up buried under a property report from a different month. She picked up her phone, held it over the document. The flash was bright in the quiet kitchen. She photographed both pages, checked the images were clear, and set the phone face down on the table. She closed the folder. Tomorrow she would drive to Franklin. She would find the boy on the bicycle, a man now, carrying whatever that night had left him with. She would sit across from him and listen to what a 16-year-old had seen on a dark road 16 years ago, that someone had decided the world didn't need to know. She pushed back from the table and carried her mug to the sink. On the corkboard above the television, between a gas station receipt and a blurred photograph of the Higgins accident site, she had pinned a single index card, 4 words in her own handwriting, pressed hard enough that the pen had nearly torn through. Who protected the driver?
Chapter 4. Sophia. Noah picked me up at 9. The white BMW idled at the curb, engine running with the quiet confidence of something expensive and maintained. I threw my bag in the back and got in. The Boston skyline shrank in the side mirror. The suburbs thinned. I-95 South opened ahead of us. Providence first, then the long, flat stretch through New Haven and Bridgeport, the Connecticut coastline gray and patient alongside the highway. Noah drove without filling the silence. 4 hours, give or take. I watched the mile markers and let the distance accumulate. That had always been one of his qualities, the ease with which he occupied space without demanding you occupy it alongside him. I had told myself for 2 years that this was comfort, that it was rare. We crossed into New York somewhere past Bridgeport. The expressway widened. The island opened. Pale sky, flatter light, the salt threading through the air that the body registers before the mind does. My brother Sammy had loved car rides. He'd press his nose against the window glass and narrate everything. Cows, water towers, billboards for personal injury attorneys, with faces too large for roadside display. His voice had that breathless, bright quality of a child who believed the world was performing exclusively for him. In the foster homes, I learned to watch the adults before Sammy noticed them, to steer him toward the kitchen, toward the yard, toward anywhere else when the air in a room shifted in a direction I recognized. Yellow rubber ducky, T-Rex, Aquaman, every night in that order, lined up on the tub's edge. The one time I moved the T-Rex, not deliberately, just without thinking, he stood in the bathroom doorway and looked at the disruption with an expression of such complete betrayal that I never touched them again. The Sykes house had a deep tub, claw-footed. The enamel was stained rust at the drain. My thumbnail found my palm. I pressed it in and held. When my parents died, an overdose in the back bedroom of a rental on a street whose name I stopped saying aloud by the time I was 10, my grandfather had come immediately. He drove through the night to be there. He was a butler, 30 years pressing the congressman's suits, serving the congressman's table, moving through the Tucker estate with the precision of a man whose survival depended on his invisibility. He already had the cottage. There was a room for Sammy and me. He had wanted us from the start. He told the social worker to hold the paperwork. His new wife said no. She said 2 children was too much disruption. She said the cottage was too small. She said my grandfather had no business taking on a burden like that at his age, as if we were a debt he was considering, and not the only family he had left. She said these things clearly and without hesitation, the way people do when they have decided something and want to save everyone the energy of arguing. So Sammy and I went into the system. I was 8, Sammy was 4. The years between that apartment and my grandfather's custody order had a particular texture. Rooms that smelled of cigarettes and industrial cleaner. Rules that changed without notice. The sound of a door locking from the outside at night. By the time my grandfather put his foot down, Sammy was gone. The tub, the silence, the door I pushed open in the few seconds before I understood what I was looking at, and the few seconds after. He was 3 weeks from his 8th birthday. My grandfather arrived with 2 suitcases and a custody order signed by a judge. He'd saved every dollar he had to afford. He stood in the social worker's office and kept his hat in his hands the whole time, the way men of his generation did in official rooms, and he looked at me across the table and his eyes were the most broken thing I had ever seen. He did not apologize. There were no words wide enough for what had happened. He simply held out his hand. I took it. He brought me to the cottage on the Tucker estate, a small, clean space the congressman had provided as part of his arrangement, an offer that looked like generosity and functioned like a collar. My grandfather received it with the quiet dignity of a man who understood exactly what it was. He had made it into something that felt, over time, like the closest thing I had ever had to safe. My thumbnail drove deeper. The sharp bloom of pain spread up my wrist. "You okay?" Noah's eyes moved briefly to my hand. I released it, smoothed my palm flat against my thigh. "Fine, just thinking." He nodded and turned back to the road. We turned off the highway. The town came in pieces. The old library first, red brick worn pale by salt air and years of indifferent weather. Then the corner store where I'd stocked shelves 2 summers running, the hand-painted sign still crooked above the door. The streets were the same streets, narrower than memory made them, quieter. My pulse moved into my throat. Noah's hand found my knee. Almost there. I kept my eyes on the window. The corner store disappeared behind us. The library shrank in the mirror, and into the space they left, without permission, without warning. Liam. Chapter 5. Sophia. The road curved. Edgewater opened up. The white church steeple caught the last of the autumn light. The streets sat quiet, unhurried, and completely unchanged. 14 years had passed. The town had simply continued without me. Noah pulled into the lot beside Peachbee's. The local staple had been feeding Edgewater residents and Hampton's overflow since before either of us was born. The neon sign needed repainting. The luxury cars flanking the BMW did not. "Bathroom stop." He killed the engine. "We can stretch before heading to the house." Inside, the smell hit first. Fried food, charred steak, the heavy warmth of a kitchen running the same menu for 30 years. Flat screens above the bar broadcast muted sports. Booths lined the front windows, packed with the early dinner crowd. I found the restroom, ran the cold tap and pressed both wrists under it until my pulse slowed. When I stepped back into the corridor, Noah stood third in line for the men's room. Noah Tucker, third in line. For anything. I tilted my head toward the empty ladies' door. No line in there. His expression landed somewhere between amused and categorically opposed. "I'll wait." "Suit yourself." I found an empty booth by the window. The vinyl cushions were cracked, but comfortable. At the adjacent table, 2 couples leaned over a basket of fries, deep into a trivia game. Their laughter came easy and unguarded. The questions from the tabletop screen arrived in my head seconds before the couples guessed them. Noah slid in across from me 10 minutes later. He checked his watch. "You look pleased with yourself." I didn't want to rub it in. I nodded toward the trivia table. "We could win." His jaw set. "We don't have time. We're already in Edgewater. Time for what?" "Sophia." He covered my hand with his, a gentle, immovable weight. "You just worked a brutal shift followed by a 4-hour drive. I want to get you to the house so you can rest." I pulled a smile. "But there's a t-shirt." A short laugh escaped him. He reached into his jacket, produced his money clip, and flagged down the nearest server. The waiter was wiry, mid-30s, a mohawk grown out slightly on one side, a small black anchor tattoo on his left wrist. His name tag read, Danny. Help you? Noah extended a crisp 50 toward the display rack in the corner. We'd like one of those trivia t-shirts for my fiancée. Danny's expression stayed pleasant. Professionally, completely pleasant. Sorry, sir. They're not for sale. You have to win them. Noah moved the bill an inch closer. I'm sure we can make an exception. Noah. I kept my eyes forward. It's fine. House rules. Danny wiped his hands on his apron. You gotta play to win. The bill stayed extended for one beat too long. Then Noah folded it back into the clip. The polite smile held on his mouth. The warmth left his eyes completely. A light switched off behind glass. The muscles in his jaw moved. One small, controlled tick. Heat crawled up my throat. I reached for my coffee cup and wrapped both hands around it. 2 coffees to go. We waited in silence. The air at the table went brittle. Danny returned with 2 paper cups. Noah paid without looking at him. He was already reaching for his phone before Danny turned away. Noah got up and headed for the exit. I counted 3 seconds. Then I slid out of the booth. Danny was resetting a nearby table, wiping down the laminate. I stopped beside him. I'm sorry about that. He straightened. His eyes moved briefly toward Noah's back, then back to me. A half smile, genuine and careful. Long drive? He asked. From outside Boston. We just pulled in. He leaned against the chair back, unhurried. You know why they call it Beantown? I shook my head. Historical association with baked beans. He tapped his temple. One of our trivia questions. A laugh came out of me. Real, short, surprised. I'll remember that. Noah appeared at my shoulder. His hand settled at the small of my back, fingers spread wide, a pressure that steered without gripping. We need to go. I gave Danny a quick wave. He held my eyes for exactly 1 second longer than a waiter needed to. Not rude, not curious. Something filed away. Outside, the evening had softened into early dusk. Next door, the neon lights of Madame Zaza's palmistry shop blinked their slow invitation. Pink, green, pink, green. I stopped on the concrete. What about that? Noah followed my gaze. No. It's just for fun. It's a waste of time. He looked up. Thick, bruised clouds gathered at the horizon, the specific heavy gray that preceded September rain on the island. We need to go. The lights blinked. The urge hit without warning. Walk inside alone. Sit down across from a stranger. Let someone tell me something I hadn't already been told. I stood on the sidewalk and let it move through me. I followed him to the car. 2 miles from the estate, the road narrowed. Ancient oaks pressed in from both sides. The canopy swallowed the last of the light. Then the trees broke, opening onto a flat stretch of asphalt. My breath stopped. My mouth went dry. Hands went cold in my lap, fingers numbing from the tips inward. The edges of my vision sharpened to a narrow point. Just the road, just the gravel shoulder widening on the right side, just the long black gap between the streetlights. I knew this stretch, the exact curve, the specific place where a man with a flat tire would have pulled over in the dark, where the gap between lights ran long enough that you wouldn't see a car until it had already done what it came to do. My nails drove into my palms. I pressed until the sting cut through the cold. 16 years. The asphalt looked like every other road on the island. Noah's voice rolled through the quiet car. Easy, warm, already looking forward. Almost there. My lungs expanded. My vision widened. I pulled my hands apart and pressed them flat against my thighs. Almost there, I said. My voice didn't shake. The white mansion rose against the darkening sky, floodlit, immaculate gravel crunching under the tires. Noah threw the car into park. Chapter 6. Sophia. The Tucker estate rose at the end of the private drive, its white Greek revival columns lit from below the way old money lit things, not for welcome, but for effect. The lawn ran wide and flat on both sides. September had begun pulling the color from the hydrangeas along the front border, leaving them pale and slightly translucent, like things that didn't know yet they were dying. I got out of the car. The air hit first, salt and cut grass and the particular coolness of the island's north shore in early autumn. It moved through me like a key in a lock. At the far edge of the property, half hidden behind a line of oaks, the roofline of the cottage caught the last of the light. My grandfather had drunk his coffee on that porch every morning. Rain, cold, didn't matter. The same chipped blue mug, the same hour. He said it was the one part of the day that belonged entirely to him. I kept my eyes forward. The front door opened before we reached the top step. Susan appeared with her arms already open. Petite, silver-haired, lavender cashmere, and pearls. Behind her, a golden retriever moved carefully into the evening air. Gray muzzle, stiff hips. She navigated the stone step with the slow deliberateness of a dog that had learned to be careful with herself. I dropped to one knee. She reached me and pressed her nose to my hand, stood there. Her tail moved, not the frantic full-body wag of a young dog, but something slower and more certain. She breathed me in. Her clouded eyes found my face. 14 years. She remembered. Heat burned behind my eyes. I pressed my palm flat against the side of her head and held it there until I could breathe again. When I stood, Susan pulled me into a hug that smelled of apples and something floral. The same shampoo. 14 years and the same shampoo. My body recognized it before my mind did. A lurch of something that was not quite comfort and not quite grief, but lived in the narrow space between them. Sophia, her arms tightened. It's so good to have you back. I made my arms go around her. She stepped back and held me at arm's length. Her eyes moved over my face with warm, unguarded relief. You look wonderful. Thank you, Susan. You haven't aged a day. Susan pressed a hand to her chest. Oh, stop it. Hello, Mother. Noah bent and kissed her cheek. He towered over her, always had. She looked up at him, eyes shining, a slow shake of her head. I wish David were here. I said nothing. Come in, come in. I crossed the threshold, then stopped. Across the lawn, the cottage door opened. An old woman stood in the frame. She did not come forward. She did not wave. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes fixed on me with an expression that was not warm and not curious. It was the expression of a woman taking inventory. Susan chirped from the doorway behind me. That's Noah's grandmother, Paula. She summers in the cottage. Isn't that lovely? Paula said nothing for a moment. Then, across the distance, in a voice that carried without effort, So you're the girl. Not cruel enough to call out, not kind enough to answer. She held my gaze for 3 full seconds. Then she stepped back inside and closed the cottage door. My pulse sat thick in my throat. I swallowed it down. Noah's hand found my shoulder. He hadn't looked toward the cottage once. I walked inside. The door closed behind us. The house smelled of polished wood and something floral. 14 years, and the smell hadn't changed. Neither had the furniture nor the oil portraits of David Tucker watching from both walls. The authority of a man who had arranged to be watched after death. The study door stood closed at the far end of the hall. I wondered if the tank was still inside, if they'd replaced the Viper after what happened, or if the glass just sat there, empty and clean. Mia stood near the fireplace. She'd been angular and restless at 20. Now she was composed, dark hair pulled back, denim shirt, her mother's eyes carrying something her mother's never did, a private amusement that didn't need an audience. She crossed to me and pulled me into a hug. It's been too long. The lump arrived without warning. It's good to see you, Mia. She stepped back. Her eyes moved over my face with the frank assessment of someone who had earned the right to look. Dr. Sophia Higgins. She cocked her head. Impressed. Then, without missing a step, I still can't believe Noah convinced you to come back, let alone marry him. A laugh came out of me. Real, involuntary, the same one she'd always been able to produce. Yeah, well, your engagement party is going to be the event of the year in Edgewater. Noah's expression tightened. It's just family. Mia raised an eyebrow. Then you didn't get the memo. His phone buzzed. He glanced at it and pocketed it without a word. Mia's hands came together. I have to get to the airport. She pulled a suede jacket from the coat closet and lifted a key fob from the center table. Liam's flying in with some teammates. He said he won't miss it. My stomach dropped. One clean, involuntary lurch. I kept my hands loose at my sides. Noah's face opened into something genuine. He's actually coming? I figured he'd find an excuse. He's coming. Mia's eyes moved to me. One brief, unreadable beat. Then back to Noah. Be nice. The front door closed behind her. Soft. Final. The fire crackled. Susan reappeared from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron. Dinner in an hour. Let me show you both upstairs. I followed her to the staircase and set my hand on the banister. On the third step, I shifted my weight to the right without thinking. The creaking board maintained its silence beneath me. Old habits. Susan climbed ahead of me, one hand trailing the rail. The house isn't what it was when you were last here. She said it without self-pity. The mild, factual tone of a woman who had made her peace with something. I looked for something to say, but she continued. During your grandfather's time, during the congressman's time, we had a full household. Cook, groundskeeper, cleaners for the rooms. It ran itself. She paused at the landing. Now we have Mrs. Milford, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and whenever we need her for something specific. A small, genuine smile. For my birthday and your engagement party, we'll bring in extra help. It'll feel more like it used to. She touched my arm briefly and turned toward the corridor. The rest of the time, it's just us. Chapter 7. Sophia. Susan led us to the east wing. The guest room sat at the end of the corridor. A narrow window overlooked the back garden, white coverlet pulled tight across a queen bed. The evening light came through the curtains and fell across the floorboards in long, pale strips. The same light, the same angle. 14 years and nothing had shifted. Fresh lavender on the bedside table. The scent reached me before I crossed the threshold. Someone had already brought our bags up. Mine sat at the foot of the bed. I had it properly aired out. Susan stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame. Old houses accumulate so much over the years. We did a thorough cleaning, found a few of Noah's old things, college photographs mostly. A soft laugh. Noah is in his old room down the hall. See you downstairs for dinner. She lingered. Her hand stayed on the frame. Her mouth opened slightly as if a sentence had formed and then thought better of it. Then she smiled again, softer this time, and was gone. The door clicked shut. I had slept in this room before, more like lived in the room. After my step-grandmother passed, the Tuckers took me in because I didn't have any other relatives to go to. The room hadn't changed. The furniture was still heavy and dark, antique, bought once and never replaced. A writing desk against the far wall, an oval mirror above the dresser, its frame tarnished at the lower left corner. The ceiling was high. The walls had aged to a cream that wasn't dirty, just tired. I moved to the window and looked out. The back garden ran wide and flat, edged with boxwood that needed cutting. Beyond it, the tree line. Beyond that, darkness. I unzipped my bag and moved to the closet. Hung my things in the order I always used. Dresses first, everything else after. The rod was cedar. The smell came up sharp and clean. A small cluster of framed photographs sat on the dresser. Noah's, crew team, a formal dinner, a group of men in suits outside what looked like a campus building. I picked one up. Noah in his early 20s, handsome and confident. I set it back down. I opened the dresser drawers to check for space. The last time I slept in this room, I hadn't unpacked at all. lived out of my bag as if the arrangement was temporary. In a way it was. The top two were empty. The third stuck before giving, the wood swollen from years of island humidity. Inside, a clean shelf liner. I slid it aside to fit my folded clothes beneath and stopped. A newspaper clipping lay flat against the drawer lining, yellowed at the edges. The paper had gone soft from years of pressure and damp, soft enough that it had been there a long time and nobody had thought to move it. I lifted it carefully. The masthead read, Edgewater Chronicle. The date was 16 years ago, September. A 2-column article, below the fold. The headline read, Local man dies in late-night road accident. Police seek witnesses. My ribs felt tight. The article was 4 paragraphs. My grandfather's name appeared in the second sentence. Domestic worker, longtime Edgewater resident. Found by a passing motorist at approximately 1 a.m. on the stretch of Old Mill Road between the highway junction and the North Shore turn. No witnesses, no suspects. The investigation ongoing. The investigation ongoing. 16 years ago. My hands went cold. The paper trembled. Barely, just a brush of movement. And I pressed my palms together until my fingers steadied. It was the sort of thing old houses collected without intention. Tucked away, papered over, forgotten. Except what it said was that he had died in this town, that his name ran 4 paragraphs below the fold, and that nobody in this house thought they should have removed it before I came. Unsolved. I folded the clipping along its original crease, slid it back beneath the liner, replaced my clothes on top of it, closed the drawer. I stood at the dresser, both palms flat on the surface, and looked at my own face in the tarnished mirror. The room reflected behind me, high ceiling, pale walls, and the lavender on the nightstand. I pressed my palms harder against the wood until the cold of it moved up through my wrists and into my arms. A knock at the door. Noah stepped in without waiting. Fresh shirt, collar open, sleeves rolled to the elbow. He looked at me in the mirror. You all right? I lifted my hands from the dresser and turned around. Just tired. He crossed the room and pulled me in. His chin rested on the top of my head. He smelled of cedar and something expensive. His arms were steady and certain, the embrace of a man who had never had reason to be anything else. I let myself be held. Dinner's in 20 minutes. He pressed his lips to my hair. Come down when you're ready. The door clicked behind him. I turned back to the mirror. The lavender sat on the nightstand, small and purple and carefully arranged. Through the window, the garden had gone dark. The tree line had disappeared into the night. The clipping was still in the drawer. 16 years, and nobody had moved it. Chapter 8. Sophia. The mahogany table had been set with the care that communicated effort without announcing it. Polished silverware, cloth napkins folded into neat triangles, the good china that only appeared when Susan deemed the occasion worthy. The chandelier threw warm light across everything, softening the room into something that looked, from a distance, like a family at ease. Noah held my chair. I sat. Grandma Paula was already at the table. She occupied the chair at the far end with the stillness of someone who had been waiting long before anyone else arrived. Her hands rested flat on the cloth in front of her. She did not look up when I came in. When she did look up, her eyes moved to my face and stayed there for exactly 1 beat too long before moving to Noah. She said nothing. My eyes moved to the wall above the sideboard, a row of framed photographs, the congressmen at various podiums, family portraits, and there, the Harvard graduation. Noah at 22, his father's hand on his shoulder. I looked away. Susan came out of the kitchen carrying the roast beef on a wide platter. Mia a step behind her with the potatoes and beans. No caterer, no Mrs. Milford, just the two of them, the way they'd clearly always done it on ordinary nights. The smell hit the room before she set it down. Rich, warm, the smell of a house that had always had enough. I pushed my chair back to help. Sit, sit. Susan waved me off. Everything's ready. We passed the dishes around the table, silver against china, the sound of a formal dinner trying to feel casual. Susan filled her plate and looked at me with the warm, expectant expression of a woman who had been waiting 14 years to ask. "So tell us everything. After you left Edgewater, where did you go? How did you manage?" "College first." I reached for the potatoes. "Pre-med. I worked holidays in Martha's Vineyard to cover the gaps. Waitressing, mostly. Whatever was available." Susan's hand went to her chest. "On your own? Every holiday?" "It wasn't so bad." I kept my voice light. "The tips were good at Christmas." Mia nodded. "Wow, that's impressive." "Speaking of which," Noah topped up Susan's wine. "Mia, when are you going back to the city?" Mia reached for her glass. "Not soon." She took a sip. "Turns out bad relationships and Manhattan are an expensive combination. Edgewater is cheaper, and Mother doesn't charge rent." Susan made a sound of protest. Mia ignored it with the ease of long practice. "Medical school after college?" Susan turned back to me. "Then residency. Emergency medicine." I cut into the roast beef. 6 years total before I became an attending. 6 years. Susan shook her head slowly, equal parts admiration and something that looked almost like guilt. "All of that on your own." Noah's hand covered mine on the table, a brief, warm pressure. "She doesn't like to make a fuss about it." I smiled at him. From the end of the table, Paula's voice arrived quietly without announcement. "Your grandfather would be pleased." The table went still for half a second. Susan's smile widened, reflexive, filling the silence. Noah reached for his wine. His jaw moved once. I held Paula's gaze across the length of the table. "Thank you," I said. Paula looked back at her plate. The subject closed behind her like a door. Noah filled my glass without asking. Red wine, heavy pour. His hand moved back to his own glass, and he leaned into a story about a client in Dubai. Some deal that had taken 8 months and collapsed on a technicality and then reformed under different terms. He told it well. He always told things well. Mia asked a question at the right moment. Susan laughed at the right place. I ate. I said the right things. I passed the potatoes when asked. "Liam's at the Holiday Inn," Mia said, reaching for her water glass. Her eyes moved to me, brief, unreadable, then back to the table. "He came with a few teammates. They're heading into the city tonight. He'll be at the party tomorrow." "He hasn't changed." Susan shook her head, fond and slightly exasperated. "Always off doing something." Noah smiled. "As long as he shows up." Liam's name moved through the conversation the way weather moved through a room. I reached for my wine glass, held it without drinking. The candles on the sideboard burned low. Outside, the first distant roll of thunder moved in off the water. After dinner, I helped Susan clear the table. She waved me off. I kept going. It gave my hands something to do. Mia found me by the sink. She picked up a dish towel and stood beside me without being asked. A cock of her head, a slight smile. She dried a glass slowly. "Have you been in touch with Liam at all?" I shook my head. Last time I saw him was when he left for boarding school. Mia held my gaze for one beat. "It's going to be interesting tomorrow." Then she set the glass down and moved away. Chapter 9. Sophia. The dinner wound down the way Tucker dinners probably always had. Noah pushed back his chair first and excused himself to the study with the ease of a man returning to his natural habitat. Susan rose and carried the first stack of plates to the kitchen. Mia followed with the serving dishes. The two of them settled into the wordless rhythm of women who had cleaned up after the same table for years. I moved to help. "We've got it." Mia tilted her head toward the dining room. "Keep Paula company." I turned back. Paula had not moved. Her hands rested flat on the tablecloth, her posture unchanged from the moment she'd sat down. The candles had burned lower. The dining room held its own quiet around her, the kind that had nothing to do with the absence of noise. I pulled out the chair beside her and sat. The kitchen sounds continued. Dishes, the low run of the tap. Susan's voice rose briefly and dropped again. The candle between us trembled once in a draft and steadied. Paula looked at me. "Where did you learn to be still?" No preamble, no softening. She asked it the way a surgeon made an incision. Precise, deliberate, already certain of what she expected to find. I held her gaze. "My grandfather," I said. "He used to say that a quiet person in a loud room was the only one who actually knew what was happening in it." I kept my voice warm, unhurried. Paula didn't blink. "He'd take me out to the back porch in the evenings. We'd sit without talking for an hour sometimes. He said you couldn't hear anything worth hearing if you were busy making noise." Paula listened the way very few people listened, without preparing her next sentence, without signaling agreement, without filling the silence with the small affirmations people used to prove they were paying attention. She simply received it. When I finished, she looked at me for a long moment. "I thought you'd end up like your parents." The candle threw its warm, indifferent light between us. I was wrong. It was not a compliment. It was a verdict, revised. Paula Tucker did not offer praise. She corrected her own assumptions when the evidence demanded it, and she did so without ceremony. Something moved through my chest, old and complicated. I held it still. "The caterers Susan has chosen for the party are adequate," Paula said, though the ones she used for David's funeral were superior. The topic came from nowhere. I made a sound of agreement. I offered nothing further. I didn't ask for an explanation. The subject closed like a shut door. We sat for another minute in the guttering candlelight, two women in a room that had seen a great many things and kept all of them. Neither of us acknowledged what had passed. There was nothing to acknowledge. It was simply there, beneath the surface, the way cold water ran beneath warm and certain rivers, invisible, present, moving in its own direction. Mia appeared in the doorway. She glanced toward the window. The sky outside had darkened, the clouds pressed low and heavy, not yet raining. Close. "Paula," Mia said and put her jacket on. She crossed the room and touched the old woman's shoulder. "We should get you back before it breaks." Paula pushed her chair back. She rose with the careful deliberateness of a woman who had decided not to need help and had not yet been proven wrong. Mia offered her arm without production. At the threshold, Paula paused. She looked back, then passed through at her own pace. Then she was gone. I sat alone at the long table. One candle had guttered out. The other threw a thin, wavering light across the empty chairs. I carried the remaining glasses to the sideboard. Then I walked down the hall to the study. Noah sat behind his father's desk, phone to his ear, one finger raised when he saw me. I waited in the doorway. He wrapped the call in 30 seconds. Efficient, authoritative, the language of a man who ended conversations rather than concluded them. He set the phone down. "You look exhausted." "I'm heading up." He rose and crossed to me. His hands cupped my face. His thumb moved once across my cheekbone. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow's a big day." I pressed my hand briefly over his. "Good night." On the staircase, I shifted my weight to the right on the third step. The creaking board passed silently beneath me. The room was dark when I lay down. Thunder, closer now, the kind that preceded rain rather than announced it. The curtain shifted against the window. Down the hall, a door closed. I stared at the ceiling and let the dinner settle. It was a Tuesday in February 2 years ago, hour 11 of a 13-hour shift. I had not slept properly in 3 days. He came in with whiplash from a fender bender on Storrow Drive. Expensive coat, calm eyes, the unhurried manner of a man accustomed to being taken care of. When the nurse brought him to my bay, he looked at me across the room and said, "I know you." I had looked at him for a long moment. "Edgewater," I said. He smiled. "Edgewater." He had been 17 when I arrived at the Tucker estate, old enough to understand what my grandfather was, what I was. He had been decent to me, careful, the way people were when they didn't know what else to be, Standing in that ER bay, I looked at the man he'd become and felt something shift. He came back the next day with coffee. The day after that, with dinner reservations. 6 weeks later, I let him in. I pressed the back of my hand against my mouth in the dark. Tomorrow was Susan's birthday. Liam and I would be in the same room, all of it at once, in the house where my grandfather had spent 30 years. The thunder broke. Rain hit the window in a single decisive sheet. Liam was 20 minutes away.
Chapter 10. Davis. The Edgewater. PD ran out of a converted Victorian on Maple Street that smelled of mildew and burnt coffee and the staleness of a building that had housed too many people with nowhere better to be. Davis had been assigned the second-floor office at the end of the hall. Small, one window, a radiator that ticked through the night like a metronome. She had been here 8 months. The Higgins file covered her desk. Witness statements on the left, incident reports in the center. The coroner's summary clipped to the inside of the manila sleeve. The photograph of the accident site in the upper right corner, where she could see it without looking for it. Bishop appeared in the doorway at 7:45 with a paper bag from the bakery on Main and 2 coffees in a carrier. He set them on the edge of her desk and looked at the file the way he always looked at it, like a man who had accepted something he couldn't change. "We're going to the Tucker estate this morning," Davis said. He sat in the chair across from her. He did not reach for his coffee. "The engagement party is this weekend." "I know." Noah Tucker is 6 weeks from officially announcing a congressional run. The family has attorneys on retainer. They have relationships in this town going back 30 years. He paused. People here remember the congressman. They remember what it meant to have his goodwill. "We're not going after the family." Davis pulled the incident report from the center stack. "We're reopening a 16-year-old pedestrian fatality with an unresolved witness statement. That's the job." Bishop picked up his coffee. "The timing isn't great, Tasha. You're walking into a house that's preparing for an engagement celebration. These are real people." "They are." She set the report down. So was Henry Higgins. Bishop was quiet. "There's a witness statement in this file," she said. "A boy on a bicycle, 16 years old at the time. He gave a statement to the responding officers the night of the accident. It was logged, initialed, and misfiled under a property report from a different month. Never made it into the official summary. Never referenced in the inquest." She turned the page. The case closed 6 weeks later. Accidental death, no suspects. Witnesses get missed. They do. I'm not saying it was deliberate. I'm saying a family went 16 years without answers, and I have a witness statement nobody ever followed up on. She pulled her jacket from the chair back. "The engagement party is actually why we go now. Noah Tucker, Liam Tucker, and the victim's granddaughter are all in Edgewater for the first time in years. Possibly the only time. That's not an intrusion. That's an opportunity." Bishop turned his coffee cup in his hands. "You know what people in this town call that engagement?" She looked up. "The master marrying the help." He said it without judgment, just the flat delivery of a man passing along information. Higgins's grandfather was the congressman's butler for 30 years, lived in the cottage on the estate grounds. Now the granddaughter is marrying the son. He paused. "People have opinions about that around here." Davis absorbed this. "What kind of opinions?" "The usual kind. Half the town thinks it's romantic. The other half thinks the girl is reaching." He shrugged. "Either way, everyone's watching." "Good." Davis buttoned her jacket. "Then our visit won't seem unusual." Bishop looked at her with the careful patience of a man who had decided he could not prevent what was coming. "Who are we asking to speak to?" Dr. Sophia Higgins, the fiancée. Henry Higgins was her grandfather. She picked up the file. She grew up in this town. She was 16 when he died. I want to know if she remembers anything from that night. Anything she might not have realized was relevant at the time. People carry details for years without knowing what they mean. She's a doctor now, ER attending in Boston. I know what she is. Bishop opened the paper bag. He pulled out a Danish and looked at it. She's also about to marry into the family connected to the case. I know that too. He was quiet for a moment. All right. He stood. I'll drive. Outside, the rain had thinned to a gray mist that sat low over the street. The Victorian's front steps were slick. Davis took them without slowing. Bishop settled into the passenger seat with his coffee and his Danish, and the quiet resignation of a man who had decided that being present was the most he could offer. Davis started the engine. The Tucker estate was 4 miles east. She had one unresolved witness statement, one misfiled report, and a granddaughter who had spent 16 years not knowing the right questions to ask. It was enough to knock on a door.
Chapter 11. Sophia. The kitchen smelled of dark roast and something buttery. Morning light cut across the marble countertops in clean, flat lines. Mia stood at the coffee maker with her back to me. Black? She said without turning. Always. She poured 2 mugs and slid one across the counter. I wrapped both hands around it. Rich, bitter, grounding. Outside the window, the estate sat still under pale autumn light. The hydrangeas along the front border had gone papery and translucent, dying without knowing it yet. Mia leaned against the counter. She studied me over the rim of her mug, that look she'd had since we were teenagers, the one that meant she was deciding how much to say. She set her mug down. Are you sure about Noah? Her hand came up before I could answer. Not the party, not the planning. I mean, Liam landed last night. I just need to know you're sure. The mug was warm in my hands. I kept my eyes on it. I'm sure, I said. Mia nodded. The slow nod of someone who has decided not to push. She reached for her keys on the counter. I forgot bagels yesterday. I was going to go, but I'll go. I was on my feet before she finished the sentence. Rossetti's? She gave me a look. It hasn't changed. Noah's keys were where I expected them. The holder by the kitchen door. I slipped them into my pocket and stepped outside. The morning air moved through me. Cut grass, salt, the particular cleanness of the island before the day got into it. My sneakers crunched the gravel. A car came up the drive. I stopped at the top of the steps and waited. 2 figures stepped out. I knew before they reached me. The posture gave it away. I'd seen enough of them come through the ER. The particular set of the shoulders, the unhurried outward scan of people who had learned to make arriving somewhere look like already being there. The woman was tall, dark suit. The man behind her was quieter, a half step back, watching everything she wasn't watching. She reached me first. Dr. Higgins. Not a question. I hadn't moved, hadn't shifted. She already knew my face. Yes. A badge. Brief and clean. Detective Davis, Edgewater PD. A nod over her shoulder. Detective Bishop. Her expression warmed slightly. The practiced warmth of someone who understood that how you arrived at a door determined what happened next. I'm sorry to drop in on you like this. We know it's early, and we know the timing isn't ideal with the weekend ahead. My grip tightened on the keys in my pocket. The metal teeth found my palm. What is this about? Davis let a beat pass. We're reopening your grandfather's case, the hit and run. The morning went very quiet. The bird song in the oaks, the distant sound of a car on the main road somewhere, all of it still there, all of it irrelevant. I had carried this for 16 years as a shape I understood. A coward behind a wheel, a dark road, someone who kept driving. I had made my peace with that shape. Reopening, I said. New evidence came to light, evidence that wasn't included in the original report. Davis held my gaze. There was a second victim the same night, a boy on a bicycle on the same road, the stretch that runs through the north side before it changes names past the junction. The investigating officer never added it to the file. A nervous flutter started beneath my ribs. Not grief, not yet, something colder. Never added it to the file. You're saying someone left it out, I said. We're looking into the full picture. Davis's expression held. We'd like to ask you some questions, even small details from the days before the accident. Routine things that seemed unimportant at the time can clarify a timeline. Bishop spoke for the first time. Quieter, careful. Anything out of the ordinary, anything you remember from that week. I was 16. I was home. I had nothing that would help them, nothing I could say. I'll think about it. Davis reached into her jacket. Noah came through the door behind me in a gray Henley and weekend trousers, a coffee mug in one hand. He came to stand beside me. Morning. His eyes moved across both detectives with warm, mild attention. Everything all right? Detective Davis. She held up the badge again, patient. Detective Bishop. We were speaking with Dr. Higgins about her grandfather's case. Noah's brow shifted, a small, concerned pull. Her grandfather. He looked at me, then back. The accident? We're reopening the investigation. New evidence. Ah. He absorbed this, his coffee mug lowered slightly. Well, I hope you find what you're looking for. His free hand found the small of my back. Easy. Warm. Sophia's been through a lot. We both have, actually, being back here. A brief, rueful look between the two of them, man to man, woman to woman, the shared language of people who understood complicated things. I'm sure you'll be sensitive to that, Noah said. Mia appeared in the doorway. Sophia, I thought you were going to Rossetti's. We won't keep her. Davis extended the card toward me. I took it. We want to get answers for the Higgins family, Davis said. The words were for me. The eyes didn't move from mine. Closure for everyone this touched. Closure. Noah's hand stayed at my back while they walked down to their car and got in. They drove off. Noah turned to me. Come inside. He pressed his lips briefly to the top of my head. His voice was low and easy. Have some coffee. You look cold. I watched their car reach the end of the drive and turn onto the road. Noah's hand lifted from my back. We still need bagels, I said. That's right. He looked down the empty drive. Then, almost as an afterthought, actually, want company? Don't worry. I held up the keys. Enjoy your coffee. I'll be back. I walked to the BMW, got in, and placed the card on the passenger seat. Never added it to the file, I whispered. I started the engine and drove down the driveway. The case that had no shape was taking one. Chapter 12. Sophia. The road narrowed past the junction. Ancient oaks pressed in from both sides, their canopy pulled the light down into something filtered and pale. I knew this stretch. My hands knew it before my mind caught up. The slight curve left, the shoulder widening where the asphalt crumbled at the edge, the long gap between streetlights that would have left everything dark at that hour. I pulled onto the gravel and cut the engine. The silence arrived immediately. No traffic, no wind in the trees, just the tick of the cooling engine and the stillness of a place that had no reason to remember what happened here. I got out. The shoulder was overgrown. Tall grass had pushed up through the gravel, pale and dry at the tips. Where the ground dipped toward the tree line, the earth had cracked and pulled apart. A small pond had sat there once. People had left flowers at its edge. A jar candle in a glass holder with a wire handle. A laminated photograph curling at the corners. He had been gone 3 weeks before the rain took most of it. All of that was gone now. The pond, too. The earth had simply closed over it. I walked the shoulder, The report had called it an accident. Pedestrian fatality, dark road, no witnesses, no suspects. 6 weeks and it was filed. 16 years and it stayed filed. A man who had pressed the congressman's suits and served the congressman's table and made himself invisible for 30 years. Invisible enough that his death had required no further inquiry. I kept walking. The grass thinned near the tree line where the ground was harder. I moved along the edge of where the pond had been, boots pressing into the cracked earth. A rusted bolt half buried in the dirt, a tangle of old wire, the ordinary debris of a roadside that had been collecting small things for years without anyone clearing them. Something caught the light. I stopped. It sat at the base of a scrub oak, half covered by dead leaves, a flat piece of steel, palm-sized, its edges eaten down to rough lace by years of rust. I crouched and brushed the leaves aside. The surface was pitted and dark, but the markings were still there. 3 characters pressed into the metal, a fragment. The kind of thing that shears off a plate on impact and travels sideways into the grass while everything else keeps moving. My breath stopped. I turned it over. The back was clean rust. No paint, no backing adhesive, nothing that would tell me which car it had come from or when. It could have been here for 20 years. 40. A sound from the road. I was upright before I decided to be. My eyes went to the tree line, then the road, then back. A car passed without slowing. A station wagon, a woman at the wheel, eyes forward. Gone in 4 seconds. The fragment was still in my hand. I closed my fingers around it. The metal was cold and gritty against my palm. Then I set it back down. If it had mattered, the police would have taken it. 16 years of weather and runoff. Anything relevant would have been logged in the first week or buried past finding by now. This was roadside debris, a piece of scrap that had been sitting in the grass since before I left Edgewater, before I finished high school, before I learned to stop coming back, or perhaps after. I pressed it back into the dirt with my thumb and walked back to the car. I kept my pace even. I did not look back at the tree line. The bakery sign was different. Cleaner, updated. The parking lot had been repaved. I pulled in and sat for a moment. The Thursday morning rush swallowed the parking lot. Cars flowed in and out. People hurried past with coffee cups and paper bags, eyes fixed ahead. I stepped out. Inside, the space had been gutted and rebuilt. No checkered floors, no wooden booths, clean lines, a long counter, a menu board with too many options. The smell was the same. Butter, cinnamon, something yeasted and warm. The line moved. I scanned the board without reading it. Relieved I hadn't run into anyone from my past. I already knew what I wanted. My turn. The cashier was young, maybe 19, with a rehearsed smile and fast fingers. A dozen assorted. Bagels, 2 sesame, 2 whole wheat, 2 garlic, 4 plain. You forgot the Asiago. The voice came from directly behind me. Low, familiar in a way that arrived before I could prepare for it. I did not turn immediately. 1 breath, 2, then I turned. Liam Tucker stood close enough that I had to adjust my focus. Broader than I remembered, his jaw sharper, an orange and black Arctic Wolves jacket across his chest, with the team logo stretched wide. But his eyes were the same. That shade of green, alert and steady, that I had spent years not thinking about. He looked at me the way you look at something you weren't sure you'd ever see again. Sophia Higgins. Not a question, just the fact of me, stated plainly. My pulse jumped. Something in my chest listed sideways, a small, constant imbalance I had learned to stand at without noticing, until now when the floor was level and the tilt became obvious. Liam! My voice was even. I was grateful for that. The cashier's eyes moved between us. Her fingers hovered over the register. I turned back to the counter. Add 2 Asiago. He was still behind me. Chapter 13, Sophia. The cashier set the bags on the counter and looked between us. Do I ring them together? Together. I pulled out my card before Liam could reach for his jacket. He looked at me. Sophia, don't. I tapped the card against the reader. You can get the next one. Something shifted in his expression. He didn't argue, but he emptied his jacket pocket onto the counter. His phone, his keys, some foreign-looking coins, and something small and soft that landed among them without a sound. I stopped and stared. It was a rabbit's foot, small, gray, worn smooth at the edges. Liam spread out the coins. I don't have enough. He picked up the rabbit foot and turned it between his fingers. Figured you'd want it back one day. That was on my backpack, middle school. His mouth pulled to one side. You and Nicole ditched me after ice cream, ran off and left me with the bill. It fell off your backpack. I winced, glanced around in case anyone was paying attention. That was awful of us. Liam grinned, nodding. Very. He swept up his stuff from the counter. The next week, I scored the winning goal, had it in my pocket, decided it was responsible. Since then, my lucky charm. He stepped away from the register. I handed my card across the counter. My grandfather made that. We found a rabbit caught in a fence trap on the far edge of the estate. Liam went quiet. The ease stayed in his face, but something shifted beneath it. I remember him. His voice dropped half a register. He was a good man. The cashier slid my card back. I took the bags. We walked out together without deciding to. The morning air hit clean and cold. The lot was busy enough that we didn't draw attention. No one looked at us. We moved toward Noah's car, and the silence between us had too much in it to pass for unbreakable glass. Liam broke it anyway. I was the one who put the fake spider on your desk, 7th grade. I turned, a half smile on my face. I screamed, louder than expected. No apology, just the fact, delivered with that same sideways pull of his mouth. I pushed his arm once. He absorbed it without moving. His mouth straightened. I still can't believe you and Noah are getting married. The laugh that followed arrived a beat too late. How did he propose? Dinner, candlelight, right before dessert. Liam nodded once, slow. He never told me. I didn't know what to say. I'm sure it didn't come up. We reached the car. The rabbit's foot was still in his hand. I looked at it once, then away. He turned it over between his fingers. 16 years, junior leagues, trade deals, 12 cities. A pause. I carried it, through all of it. My breath locked. I pressed my palm flat against the car door and held it there. My grandfather had freed that rabbit with both hands, knelt in the wet grass, worked the wire loose with the patience of a man who understood that small things mattered. The animal limped away. He made the lucky charm from what was left behind. He soaked it in alcohol, cured it in a borax solution, and left it to dry. Then he capped the bone and skin, attached a small key ring, and pressed it into my palm. He muttered the words, "Keep it close." Liam had kept it closer. "You keep it. You've been a good custodian." Something moved across his face. He closed his hand around it. "I have to get back." A nod toward the bakery. "Friends inside. See you at the house tonight." "See you tonight." He jogged back. At the door, he turned once, looked at me, then went inside. I loaded the bags into the passenger seat and straightened up. The note was under the windshield wiper, folded once, flat against the glass. Not a flyer, not a receipt blown loose from another car. A single piece of paper, placed by a hand that had chosen this car and this moment. I crossed to the wiper and pulled it free. My hands were steady. I unfolded it along its crease. "The person who murdered your grandfather is still watching." I read it twice. Not a driver, not an accident, murdered. Someone who knew what it was. Someone had been carrying that word for longer than I had. Ice moved across my shoulders. My jaw locked. I pressed my back teeth together until the sensation passed. I looked up. The lot moved around me, cars pulling in and out, 2 men outside the bakery with coffees. No one was looking, no one who looked like they had just looked away. I pulled out my phone from my pocket. Noah's name sat at the top of my recent calls. I put the phone back. I read the note a third time. I had carried this for 16 years as something random, an accident, a coward who kept driving and was never found. That was the version I had made my peace with. This note had a different shape entirely. I folded it along its crease and slid it into my coat pocket. I got in the car and sat with both hands on the wheel. A dark sedan came up the main road, moving at the pace of a car whose driver was reading the road rather than traveling it. It slowed at the lot entrance. Davis was behind the wheel. Her eyes found mine and held for a second. I contemplated flagging her down and showing her the note. Then she pulled in. I drove off. Chapter 14. Sophia. Mia had the door open before I reached the top step. She took the bags with both hands and moved back toward the kitchen without waiting. I followed her inside. The kitchen smelled of fresh coffee and something Susan had left on the stove. Mia opened the first bag on the counter and went still. Donuts, cookies, croissants. She turned. I said bagels. I got bagels too. She laughed and pulled everything out, arranged them on a serving plate with the efficiency of someone who had grown up setting tables for guests. I stood at the counter and let her work. My mind was still on the road, the dried pond. The fragment sat in the dirt where I'd pressed it back down with my thumb. Noah and Susan were at the dining table when we carried everything through. Noah looked up and smiled. Warm, practiced, a half second before anything genuine could follow. There she is. He stood and kissed me. I was starting to wonder. I winked. Mia put me to work. Susan reached up and took my hand as I leaned to kiss her cheek. I hope you slept well. I did, thank you. I sat beside Noah and let the conversation move around me. Susan talked about party arrangements. Mia debated the croissants versus the donuts with the gravity of someone settling a legal dispute. Noah refilled his coffee. The morning performed itself. Susan finished her coffee, folded her napkin, and pushed back her chair. I'm going to look in on Grandma Paula at the cottage, back before noon. I glanced at the cottage, small and white against the tree line. For a moment, I was 16, walking that path in the early morning, the grass wet against my shoes, my grandfather 2 steps ahead. Mia and I cleared the table. She handed me plates and talked about a man from a conference in March who had not called when he said he would. I made the right sounds. The dishwasher hummed. I still can't believe Noah asked you. She handed me the last plate. He was always tongue-tied around you, since you were kids. I smiled and slid the plate into the rack. She caught my expression. She pressed once, released without drama. It was one of the things I had always valued about her. I found Noah in his father's study an hour later. He stood in front of the oil portrait above the fireplace, the congressman at perhaps 50, confidence on display. Noah had his hands in his pockets, his shoulders set at an angle that was trying and almost succeeding to look relaxed. I crossed the room and put my arm around his waist. He didn't turn. I wish he were here. His voice low in the way voices carry more than the words. To see what we've built, to give us his blessing. I moved my hand up and down his back. I did not imagine Congressman Tucker would have blessed this engagement. He would have looked at me, the butler's granddaughter, and found some gracious way to object. But this was not the moment for that. He's proud, I said. He's watching, and he's proud. Noah exhaled, long and slow. Then he clapped his hands once, and the mood broke cleanly, the way he had always been able to break moods. A switch thrown, a door shut. Right. What's the plan for this afternoon? Before that, I reached into my coat pocket and held the note out. He took it, read it. The concern moved across his face, eyes widening first, then his jaw tightening, the hardening around the mouth of a man absorbing a threat to someone he loves. Who the hell wrote this? Chapter 15. Sophia. Noah stared out the window, the note clutched in his fingers. I'd also told him about the fragment I found and that I left it there. The study held its quiet. The fire low in the grate, the clock on the mantel marked time nobody counted. He had the note in his hand. He had been standing there long enough that I had stopped waiting for him to speak and started watching the set of his shoulders instead. He turned. "I've been thinking." He set the note on the desk, not discarding it, placing it, deliberate. About what I said earlier about going to the detectives. I waited. I was wrong. He moved to the leather chair across from me and sat. He leaned forward, forearms on his knees. I overreacted. I didn't think it through. I raised a shoulder. "You said I shouldn't sit on it." I know what I said. His voice was patient, unhurried. But I've been thinking about what actually happens if you walk into that precinct with this note. He paused. They open it up. All of it. Your grandfather, yes, but also your parents. The overdose, the foster system, everything you've spent your entire adult life building distance from. His eyes held mine. They will put your history on a pedestal and call it justice. The fire shifted in the grate, a log settling. I lifted both palms. "But you saw Davis this morning. It's already been reopened." Davis came with questions. There's a difference between a detective asking questions and a detective holding physical evidence you handed her yourself. He reached across and covered my hands with his. "You don't have to be the one who does this. You are 16 years old. You've already given enough." I pressed my hands flat beneath his. The word sat in the room. You've already given enough. My jaw clenched so hard it hurt. I had not said it out loud since the social worker closed her file. I had not planned to say it now. "My younger brother," I said. "Sammy." Noah's hands stilled. We were in the same foster placement, the Sykes house. I kept my voice even. He was 4 years younger than me. My eyes went to the fire. I learned to watch the adults before Sammy noticed them, to steer him toward the kitchen, toward the yard, toward anywhere else when the air in a room shifted in a direction I recognized. Noah squeezed my hand. I couldn't always save him. I looked down at my hands. The Sykes had a deep tub. I closed my eyes. Claw-footed. The enamel was stained with rust in the drain. Sammy was in the bathtub playing with his toys. Yellow rubber ducky, T-Rex, Aquaman, always in that order, lined up on the tub's edge. That night, Mrs. Sykes was supposed to be with him. The clock on the mantel marked the silence. I don't know what happened. I was in my room. My voice didn't waver. 20 years of not saying it. My voice held anyway. By the time I got to him, I couldn't get him out in time. He was so small. A breath. He was 8 years old and he was so small. Noah's jaw had tightened. His hands pressed harder over mine. The social worker called my grandfather that same week. The placement was terminated. Negligence. Mr. and Mrs. Sykes lost their license. My eyes came back to his. My grandfather was already trying to bring us to Edgewater, both of us. He had the paperwork. I stopped. Sammy was supposed to come too. The fire had gone very low. Noah moved from his chair. He came to his knees in front of me and took both my hands fully in his. "Sophia, I'm telling you because you need to understand." My voice stayed calm. "When you say I've already given enough, you're right. I have. I can't walk back into the same system that failed Sammy, failed my grandfather, and hand over the only piece of evidence I have and trust it'll be different this time." I held his gaze. I can't do it again. His forehead came down to rest against our joined hands. He stayed there for a moment, long enough that I counted the seconds between each breath he took. Then he straightened. His eyes were wet at the corners. He did not try to hide it. That undid something in me. I had no idea. His voice was low, raw-edged. "I am so sorry." I nodded once. Noah stood, crossed to the bookshelf and ran one finger along the spines until he found what he wanted. A slim hardcover. He turned it in his hands without opening it. You know the Chappaquiddick story. I did. July 1969. Ted Kennedy drove off the Dyke Bridge on Chappaquiddick Island and left Mary Jo Kopechne in the water. She was 28, a campaign worker. He pleaded guilty to leaving the scene. He received a suspended sentence. He went on to serve in the United States Senate for another 40 years. In Massachusetts, people said his name the way they said the weather, as something large and permanent that you learn to live around. Mary Jo Kopechne's name, most people had to look up. Kennedy's career survived it, barely. But the family name took the hit for a generation. He set the book back. Powerful families have always had to make decisions about what serves the greater good, what gets buried so that something larger can survive. He turned to face me. I'm not saying what happened to your grandfather was right. I'm saying that the only people a public investigation hurts are the ones still living. The ones still living. He meant me. He meant us. The note sat folded on the desk's leather surface. My grandfather's name had not appeared in it, but it was there anyway, underneath every word. And the fragment, I said. Noah exhaled. The careful exhale of a man who chose his words. Leave it. He crossed back to me. His hands came to my face, thumbs at my jaw. He tilted it up, grief in his eyes or the shape of it. You have been carrying this town's worst moment since you were a teenager. I am asking you, please, to let me carry some of it now. Let us protect our peace. Our peace. The words settled somewhere beneath my sternum. I had not had peace in Edgewater. I'd had grief and the loneliness of being the only one still counting. His thumbs moved along my jaw. Okay, I said. He murmured against my hair. Thank you. I know how much that costs you. He straightened, picked up the note from the desk. I'll keep this somewhere safe, in case we need it later. He slid it into the inside pocket of his jacket and exhaled. He moved toward the door. I'll go and see where I can help out for Mom's party prep. Tonight is going to be great. The door clicked shut behind him. I sat in the leather chair across from the congressman's portrait. The fire had gone lower. The fragment was still in the dirt on Old Mill Road where I left it. Chapter 16, Sophia. I stood and walked to the window. The garden sat flat and still in the late morning light. Noah's footsteps had faded down the corridor, then the stairs, then nothing. The house absorbed him the way it absorbed everything, without acknowledgement, without record. I turned back to the room, taking it in. The study hadn't changed in 14 years. The same bookshelves, floor to ceiling, the same leather chairs flanking the fireplace. The congressman's portrait watched from above the mantel. My eyes moved along the far wall. The shelf was there, built into the paneling, recessed and glassed, running 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Custom carpentry, a specific reason. The glass was clean. The interior full of uniform hardcovers nobody read, more for display than pleasure. A heat lamp bracket hung at the rear corner, disconnected, its cord looped and zip-tied. Then my eyes drifted to it. The snake tank. I had not let myself look at it directly since we arrived. Now I did. The congressman had owned 3 snakes before the viper. The others outgrew their uses. The eyelash viper never did. Bright banana yellow scales, a triangular head, small and perfect and wrong. He had kept it in this arboreal tank, behind locked glass, and he had allowed no one near it except the handler who came on Tuesdays. Also, Liam, who had the handler's schedule and movements memorized. We were 12, maybe 13. The adults were somewhere else in the house. A dinner, a fundraiser, one of the congressman's long evenings that required staff and wait staff and cars on the drive. Liam came to find me at the cottage. He walked me to the study like he had the deed to it. He knew where the key was kept. He knew the feeding schedule. He had watched the handler enough times that his hands moved with a borrowed confidence that looked, to a 12-year-old girl who had grown up in houses where nothing was hers, like the most reckless and thrilling thing she'd ever seen. He fed the viper twice from that Tuesday forward. I fed it once because he dared me to. The frog had come from a small, pale green ventilated box, its throat moving in short, rapid beats. I had held it the way the handler did, first wetting my palm, then securing my fingers around its narrow waist to anchor its hind legs. Safe from crushing its chest, it couldn't twist. My hand had not shaken. Liam had looked at me differently after that, not with surprise, with recognition. A log shifted in the grate. The sound broke through. I moved away from the tank. The accident happened 15 years ago. 15 years, and the word still hadn't settled. Accident. The shape of it was wrong. Accident was the word the county coroner had used, the word the police report used, the word Susan had whispered into the phone to the congressman the morning they found my step-grandmother slumped in the cottage. One boot on, one boot not yet. The viper had somehow worked free of the enclosure. The latch was old, the seal imperfect. Somehow it had moved through the house, which was not something vipers did easily, not something any handler would have considered a realistic risk. Somehow it had become wedged in the mudroom window, the upper sash dropping while the snake crossed the sill, the weight of the glass crushing the body just behind the head. The severed head had a survival window of roughly 45 minutes. Enough venom, enough reflex, enough. My step-grandmother had reached for her gardening boot. The paramedics had found the head inside it. They had not found the rest of the snake for another 3 hours. The coroner called it a 1 in a million event. He said it with the particular exhaustion of a man who had written 1 in a million into enough reports to know probability had very little to do with reality. Some accidents waited years to happen. This one finally did. I took a deep breath, held it, then let it out. What I had was grief. What I had was the clear, vivid memory of a woman who had stood in a social worker's office and said 2 children were too much disruption, who had said these things clearly and without hesitation while my grandfather held his hat in his hands and Sammy was still alive. I had grief, that was all. My eyes moved across the study the way they always did in rooms I needed to understand. Left to right, high to low, corners last. The bookshelves, the fireplace, the congressman's desk, the credenza along the south wall with its brass hardware, and there, beside it, the globe, antique, 18 inches across, its surface painted in the deep blues and tawny golds of an era that believed in representing the world as something to be owned. It sat in a mahogany cradle, and when you lifted the northern hemisphere on its hinge, the interior held 8 crystal decanters on a velvet-lined tray. Old money men bought globes like that to feel like conquerors. Something pulled tight behind my ribs. Liam and I had stood in this room, the adults gone. Liam had crossed to the globe, set one hand on its surface, and spun it slowly. It had turned under his palm in a long, whispering arc. Then his finger came down. There. We'll go there one day. I had looked at the spot, a small archipelago, blue water around it on all sides. I had nodded as if it were a plan. It was not a plan. It was a child's wish, issued in a room that had never been meant for children. I had known that at 12, the way children know the things they are not supposed to name. I had never stopped thinking of it as both. I held my eyes on the globe for one moment longer than I should have. Then Noah's voice came through the corridor, warm, carrying, already performing. I looked away. The clock on the mantel marked the silence. The Viper's tank sat empty behind clean glass. Some things survived their enclosures.
Chapter 17. Davis. The captain's door was open. That was the first thing. Mercer never left his door open. He conducted difficult conversations behind it, with the blinds drawn and the AC running loud enough to swallow whatever was said inside. An open door meant he wanted witnesses. It meant whatever was about to happen had already been decided somewhere above his pay grade, and he needed the squad room to see him deliver it cleanly. Davis walked in anyway. He stood at the window with his back to her, broad shoulders, silver hair cut tight at the neck. 30 years behind a badge had done something particular to his shoulders. He turned when she came in, but did not sit. That was the second thing. Close it. She pulled the door shut behind her. Noah Tucker called this morning. He moved to his desk, but stayed standing. His hands went to the back of his chair. His attorney called first. Tucker called after. Davis said nothing. He says you showed up at the estate unannounced, that you questioned his fiancée about a 16-year-old cold case without counsel present, that she's traumatized. He paused on the word with the careful neutrality of a man quoting someone else's language. His word. She's not a witness, not a suspect. Counsel isn't required. I know what's required. His jaw tightened. I also know what a Tucker attorney sounds like at 7 in the morning, and I know what it means when one calls me directly instead of going through channels. He came around the desk, stopped 4 feet from her. What are you doing? Tasha. Reopening a case with an unresolved witness statement. A pedestrian fatality from 16 years ago, with a misfiled witness report, and a second victim nobody followed up on. His eyes held hers, not anger, something more careful than anger. The congressman is dead. The family is in a sensitive period. Noah Tucker is 6 weeks from a congressional announcement. He let that land. This is not the moment. Henry Higgins didn't get to choose his moment either. Mercer's jaw moved once. He walked back behind the desk and sat. The conversation was over. That was how he ended things, not with a dismissal, but with furniture. You will not return to that estate without cause and without running it through me first. He opened a folder on his desk. His eyes dropped to it. We clear? Davis took a deep breath, held it, then exhaled. Crystal. Bishop was at his desk with a sandwich he wasn't eating. He looked up when she came through. She pulled her chair out and sat, opened her laptop, closed it. He set the sandwich down. How bad? Tucker called him directly. Bishop was quiet for a moment. That's not nothing. No. She leaned back. A man 6 weeks from a congressional announcement doesn't call a precinct captain himself after his lawyer had already called. Bishop raised a shoulder. Perhaps he's protective of his fiancée. Maybe. She set the pen down. Unless we re-traumatized her. Opened old wounds. Bishop picked up his sandwich again. A concession. He ate when he listened, not when he argued. Mercer's name is on the original file, Davis said. Responding officer. His signature is on the misfiled witness statement. She kept her voice flat, factual. He just told me to stand down. Bishop stopped chewing. I'm not saying he buried it. I'm saying his name is there, and he just put himself between me and the investigation. She pulled the folder from her bag and opened it on the desk. I'm saying that's a fact. Bishop looked at the folder, looked at her. So, what do you do? She turned to the corkboard above her desk, the photograph of the accident site, the index card with 4 words pressed hard enough to nearly tear through. She unpinned the index card, turned it over, and wrote one name on the back in her own handwriting. Kevin Sinclair. She pinned it back. Tucker has money and a captain in his corner. Why is that? She sat back down. Sinclair was the person who discovered the accident. He's not protected the way Noah Tucker is protected. Bishop leaned over and looked at the screen. But he gave a statement when it happened. You think he's hiding something? I don't know. Bishop was quiet for a long moment. Mercer told you to stand down from the estate. He did. Bishop examined his sandwich, looking for a spot to sink his teeth into. He didn't say anything about Sinclair. Davis picked up her pen. No, he didn't. Outside, the squad room moved through its afternoon rhythm. Phones, a printer in the corner, someone's radio low in the corner. The ordinary sounds of a building full of people doing ordinary work. Davis opened a new file. At the top, she typed one line. Sinclair, Kevin J. Financial Review. Mercer closed one door. Sinclair was another.
Chapter 18. Sophia. The doorbell rang at 10:30. I was in the kitchen with Mia, working through the final details. Place cards, a centerpiece Susan had changed her mind about twice, a delivery of flowers that had arrived in the wrong color and needed arranging regardless. The party was tonight. Everything that could be confirmed had been. What remained was pretending it would all go smoothly. Noah crossed the entrance hall and opened the front door. Mr. Stanley. Morning, Noah. I hoped I'd catch you before the party. I set the seating chart down and walked toward the hall. An older man stood at the garden gate, a worn leather case hanging from one hand. His hair had gone completely white. His face had thinned since I'd last seen him, the skin loose around his jaw. I recognized him. Mr. Stanley. For years, he had cut the congressman's hair every Saturday morning. The congressman left for the barber shop and returned an hour later looking like himself again, pressed and certain, every strand restored to order. Mr. Stanley gave me a polite nod before looking back at Noah. I hope to offer my services, he said. It was your father's tradition before any important occasion. His eyes rested on Noah. Not hope exactly, the memory of hope. Then they found mine. One beat, then he looked away. Hello, Mr. Stanley, I said. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Cindy. I raised a hand toward Mr. Stanley. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have to take this. He gave a small nod. Go ahead, Miss Higgins. I stepped back into the hallway, phone against my ear. Cindy's voice came through warm and immediate. How was Edgewater? Was I surviving the Tucker household? Had the party planning driven me to drink yet? I laughed. For a moment, the house disappeared. The note, the fragment. Davis's card still in my coat pocket. Everything receded behind the comfort of a voice that knew me without requiring context. Then Noah answered. My father isn't here anymore. The warmth vanished. I cut Cindy off with an apology and ended the call. I came back through the door to find Mr. Stanley's shoulders drawn inward, his leather case held tight against his side. Noah stood a step too close. His jaw was set. Things have changed, Noah said. Noah. Both men turned. Mr. Stanley's eyes held the composure of someone whose dignity remained intact, but only barely. Noah's face flushed, caught and aware of it. He opened his mouth. I spoke first. Apologized to Mr. Stanley. Not a whisper, not a suggestion. He heard the difference. A beat of silence. I watched the calculation move across his face. The measuring. Then he turned. I apologize, Mr. Stanley. That was unnecessary. It was not warm. It carried no regret. But it was said in front of both of us, and Mr. Stanley received it with a single nod. Slow, deliberate. The nod of a man recording something rather than accepting it. It's all right. He glanced at me once more. That same brief look, something I could not name and did not try to, then lifted his case. I'll leave you to your preparations. He turned toward his car. Halfway down the drive, he paused and looked back. Not at me, at Noah. There was no hurt in his face, no anger, only a stillness that settled deeper than either. the expression of a man who had made a decision and no longer needed to rush. He climbed into the car and drove away. Susan appeared in the doorway. She took in the scene, Mr. Stanley's car passing through the gate, Noah with his hands in his pockets, me with my arms crossed. And her expression settled into something quiet and unhappy. "Did you upset him?" "He'll be fine." Noah turned back toward the house. "Noah," her voice dropped. "That man is dying. Terminal cancer. A few months at most. He's been coming to this house since your father was a young man." A pause. "You may have been the last member of this family he ever saw." Noah's face went still. I didn't know. "Go after him." We all looked toward the drive. The road beyond the gate was empty. Noah let out a long breath. "He'll be at the party tonight. I'll make it right then." Susan looked at him for a moment. Then she went back inside without answering. I stood at the top of the steps. I had expected hurt. The quiet wound of an older man refused. What I saw instead was different. I told myself it was dignity, pride holding its shape under pressure. I went back inside. The party streamers still waited in their boxes. I did not think about his eyes again. Chapter 19. Sophia. The boxes were stacked in the living room doorway. Streamers, fairy lights, a banner still rolled inside its packaging, 2 wreaths Susan had ordered from a florist in town, and second-guessed 3 times by text message. Mia handed me a box of streamers and picked up the banner. We worked. She talked while we did. About a man from a conference in March who still hadn't called when he promised. About Susan's inexplicable attachment to the color coral. She filled silence the way she always had, without asking anything from it. I let her voice drift into the background while I stretched a streamer across the door frame. Mr. Stanley's eyes when they found mine. I pressed the tape against the wood. The look had not belonged to a stranger. It carried the weight of recognition, of someone surprised to find the person he'd been wondering about standing in front of him. I smoothed the tape flat. I did not know what he knew. I filed it away and kept working. Mia stood on her toes, straightening the banner above the fireplace. She stepped back, frowned, nudged one corner a fraction higher, then smiled. "She deserves a good night." "She does." Mia looked at me with the same frank, unhurried assessment she'd been using since we were teenagers. "You okay?" I nodded. She handed me the fairy lights without another question. That had always been Mia, one push, then release. We carried the lights outside. The evening had gone amber at the edges. The air smelled of cut grass and the salt the island carried when the wind came off the water. I looped the first strand around the low branch of an oak, while Mia fed cable from the extension reel. Neither of us spoke. Lights moved across the upstairs windows. Susan getting ready. I pictured the earrings laid out on her dresser, the care she always gave her own birthday, even when the party belonged to her family in her own garden. The light still burned beneath the door of Noah's father's study. Liam was somewhere else entirely. I hadn't seen him since the bakery, since the rabbit's foot turned between his fingers and the easy way he'd said, "See you tonight," as though 14 years were a distance you could cross without looking down. "She invited half of Edgewater," Mia said beside me. "Family party." "Who's coming?" "The Aldersons, Patricia Holt, the Renners from the club, Coach Sinclair. Half the town, basically." She smiled. "Susan doesn't know how to throw a small party." The names meant nothing to me. I reached the end of the path and turned. The lights traced a warm line beneath the oak branches all the way back to the house. The garden had begun to disappear into the gathering dusk, while the bulbs grew brighter with every passing minute. A door opened somewhere inside. Susan's voice drifted through an open window, warm and indistinct. Mia stopped beside me, her arms folded across her chest. Not bad. Not bad at all. The amber at the tree line had narrowed to a thin strip of orange. In 2 hours, the guests would arrive. I would smile, circulate, pretend. Liam. I walked back inside. Chapter 20. Sophia. The house had been transformed. Fairy lights threaded through every doorway and along the garden path. The same ones Mia and I had strung in the fading afternoon, ordinary in daylight, something else entirely now. They held the dark at bay and cast everything in warm gold. Roasted meat and hothouse roses moved through the rooms in layers. Voices built on top of each other. Laughter, toasts, the pitch of people who had dressed for the occasion and intended to be seen doing it. Susan wore ivory, a wrap dress, simple and deliberate, pearl drops at her ears. She moved through the room the way she always moved, unhurried, inclusive, her warmth making everyone feel waited for. Her silver hair was pinned up at the back. She looked, in the candlelight, like the best version of a life well managed. Mia wore navy, a silk blouse she had clearly borrowed from a better version of her wardrobe. Paired with dark trousers and heels, she shifted her weight off every few minutes. She caught me looking and rolled her eyes in the direction of her own feet. I found Susan near the fireplace in the first half hour, away from the noise for a moment. I touched her arm. Mr. Stanley sent his regrets. Susan's expression softened. Her eyes went to the front door. I hoped he might rally. She paused. He's been cutting Tucker hair since David was a young man, before me even. Her eyes came back to mine. He knew this family before any of us did. She said it with the simple pride of a woman who valued continuity. I nodded and said something appropriate. She squeezed my hand and moved back toward her guests. I stood with my glass and let the room move around me. When Susan called for quiet, the room settled. She thanked everyone for coming. She said she wished David were here. She looked at me and said I had always felt like a daughter to her, that soon it would be official. And the room warmed in a way I did not entirely know how to receive. I pressed my thumb against the stem of my glass and kept my smile in place. Susan gestured toward the far end of the room. Liam stood near the drinks table with 2 teammates I didn't recognize. Tall, broad, the ease of men who move through the world in their bodies without effort. Liam had a champagne flute that looked too delicate for his hand. He wore a dark shirt open at the collar. He had not dressed up. He had not needed to. His eyes were already on mine when I got there. He raised his glass, barely an inch, and turned back to his teammates. Paula patted the arm of her chair. It's about time he stopped chasing a puck around the ice and settled down. None of us is getting any younger. Liam crossed to her and kissed her cheek. I can't give up hockey, Grandma. A grin. And I haven't found love yet. A collective groan moved around the room. Paula scoffed. Love? Nonsense. Find the one who makes you whole. Laughter. I looked at my glass. Noah tapped his champagne flute, and the room quieted again. He toasted me. Wonderful, beautiful, intelligent. Each word arriving in its correct order, well-practiced and sincere-sounding. I made my way to him through the applause, clinking glasses along the way. He kissed my cheek and whispered that he could not wait for me to be his wife. I can't either, I said. Then he announced the congressional seat. He spoke about his father first, the legacy, the responsibility, the gap that needed filling, and then said it plainly. He wanted to run for the congressman's former seat. It was time a Tucker represented Edgewater again. The room responded the way these rooms always responded. Glasses raised, voices lifted, the machinery of old money and older loyalty turning smoothly on its axis. I stood beside him and smiled. Liam came over when the dancing started. He stopped in front of Noah and unfolded what he carried over his arm. A jacket, orange and black, the Arctic Wolves logo stretched wide across the chest. A cap came with it. He held them both out. Team Jacket, thought you should have one. Noah took it and held it up by the shoulders, turning it once under the chandelier. The wolf on the chest caught the light. The room noticed. A few people laughed and raised their glasses. "I'll be the best-dressed man at the rink." Liam's eyes moved to me. A glance, nothing held, nothing named. Then back to Noah. "Wear it with pride." He turned. "I'm going to find a drink." He walked away. Noah draped the jacket over his arm, still grinning at it. He held it the way men held things they intended to keep. I turned back to my glass. Coach K arrived late, which surprised no one. The woman on his arm was not what I expected. She was 25, maybe 26, in a dress that required a specific kind of confidence to wear in a room full of people who had known Kevin Sinclair since before she was born. Dark hair, bare shoulders, a smile she deployed at a fixed radius from her own face. He guided her through the entry with his hand at the small of her back, and then, inside of 30 seconds, she was somewhere else. Not gone, just redistributed. I knew the name. Not from Noah, from before. From the week after my grandfather died, when people said it in the way they said the names of witnesses. The man who found him, the neighbor who called it in. I had filed it under grief 16 years ago and left it there. He worked the room the way he always seemed to, the space simply adjusting around him. Broad, thick mustache pressed wide by a smile deployed in many rooms before this one. He found Noah within minutes and clapped him on the back. "Congressman Noah Tucker. I like the sound of it." A laugh that suggested this outcome had always been inevitable. "You have my full support." Noah turned, his hand already out. "Coach K, good to see you." Kevin Sinclair shook my hand when Noah introduced me. A smile assembled from components, nothing genuine behind it. "Edgewater High," he said, "good school." "Kevin taught Liam everything he knows about hockey," Noah said, "before he left for Massachusetts." Sinclair's smile held without shifting. "Until he left for that fancy school, yes." He lifted his glass slightly. But the talent was always there. The back and forth, the handshakes, the easy laughter of men who understood each other and had priced it accordingly. There was something underneath it I could not locate. Not hostility, not quite warmth either. Sinclair raised his glass. "The new congressman from Edgewater. I'll be the first to put up a yard sign." More laughter. Noah pulled me closer. Liam was near the garden doors with two of Noah's friends from Harvard, both of whom, it turned out, followed hockey. Britt was at that group before I tracked how she got there. She laughed at something one of them said. Then she laughed at something Liam said. Her hand found the back of a chair near Liam's elbow and stayed there. Sinclair stood at the drinks table with a glass of scotch and watched. His expression did not change. His jaw sat level. His eyes moved to his wife and back to his drink at a precise, even interval, the way a man checks a wound he has decided not to treat. Mia appeared at my shoulder. She lifted her glass and looked across the room at the same tableau. Trophy wife. 3rd year of the marriage. I give it 8 more months. Who is she? Mia took a sip. Brittany. Something with a B. She teaches spin class in Hartford and has strong opinions about supplements. Across the room, Liam said something that made the group laugh. Britt touched his arm. It lasted a second. Maybe less. Sinclair set his scotch down. He moved through the room toward Noah, his face resettled into something expansive and commanding. He spoke about the congressman, about continuity, legacy, the family name holding. Noah smiled the full Tucker smile and said the right things back. But Sinclair's eyes moved once, twice, back across the room to the garden doors. Mia drifted away. I stayed where I was. He was a local institution, a name on the youth center plaques lining the hallway of the town rink. He had no weight in my life. But something about the interval of that gaze, the precision of it, the control required to keep it that short, I carried it anyway. He looked at his wife like an account he could no longer balance. Chapter 21. Sophia. The party had found its rhythm. Crystal clinked at the bar. Conversation broke and reformed in the easy, overlapping way of people who had known each other long enough not to need transitions. The caterers moved through the room like water finding channels. Trays lifted and dipped and gone. On the far side of the living room, Noah stood at the center of a loose ring of guests, his hand on someone's shoulder, his laugh landing at precisely the right volume. Not too loud, never too loud. I kept my eyes moving. Liam was at the bar. He saw me the moment I turned. His grin came up easy and unhurried, the way good news arrived without announcement. He set his glass down and crossed the room with the confidence of someone who had decided the outcome before the decision was made. "You look like you need a distraction." "Maybe I do." His hand came out, eyebrows lifting. "Dance with me." I took his hand. The music was slow. His hand settled at my waist, warm and certain, the weight of it landing before I had time to prepare. My palms dampened. I made my shoulders drop one at a time. Around us, the party continued, noise and light and the low press of perfume and candle wax. From inside the dance floor, it was different, muted. The guests, a soft blur at the edges of something that had contracted to this small square of floor and the two of us in it. I raised an eyebrow. Noah gets merch and I get a dance. Touché. He turned us once. His eyes stayed level with mine. There was something in them I recognized and did not reach for. "You're the best dance partner I've had in a long time," he said. "I'm sure you say that to all the girls." His jaw shifted, a small correction. "Not true." He leaned in slightly, not enough to mean something definitive, enough to mean something. A warmth moved up the back of my neck. My spine pulled straight of its own accord. I pulled back a half step. I should go keep Noah company. Liam didn't release me. His hand at my waist stayed exactly where it was, not gripping, just present, the way a fact can be present without being spoken. My pulse was doing something I could feel in my jaw. The room swelled with low laughter from somewhere behind us. The candle wax smell sharpened. Something passed between us that neither of us named. Then he let go. Of course. His voice was easy. His eyes, not so. I moved back through the party without looking at him. I picked up a glass from a passing tray and held it without drinking. Noah was still across the room. The Arctic Wolves jacket was folded over his forearm, orange and black against his dark sleeve. He looked up when I approached and made space for me without breaking his sentence. I stood beside him. I smiled at the right moments. The candle wax smell had thickened. Someone refilled the glasses. The party found its second hour. Noah was in his element. I was furniture.
Chapter 22. Davis. The Tucker estate glowed from the road. Davis pulled past the gateposts at 8:14, cut the headlights, and rolled to a stop on the gravel. Through the front windows, warm light moved behind gauze curtains. Voices carried through the glass, looser now, less effort in them. She sat with the engine off. Bishop had not come. She hadn't told him she was going. He would know by morning, and by then it would be done. She got out. The night air carried wood smoke and something sweet from the garden, late flowers rotting back into the ground. Her shoes found the front steps. Through the side lights, she saw the shapes of guests moving, the looseness of people who had refilled their glasses at least twice. She knocked. A young woman in a black catering uniform opened the door, tray balanced against her hip. Davis showed her badge. "Detective Davis, Edgewater PD. I need Dr. Sophia Higgins." The woman's eyes moved to the badge, then to the party. One moment. Davis stepped inside without being invited further. The hallway smelled of candle wax and cut flowers, white roses already browning at the edges. The party filled the main room to her left. She took the archway in. Women in silk, men in jackets, caterers threading trays through gaps. Davis spotted Sophia. She stood beside Noah Tucker at the far end of the room, posture correct, glass at the right height, face arranged into an expression that said nothing at all. 2 degrees away from him, not touching, not separate. Davis moved through the room along the edges. She kept Sophia in her peripheral vision and watched the moment she was spotted. Sophia's hand moved to her throat. She caught it, put it back. Good instinct. Wrong room for it. They met in the space between the hallway and the main room. Sophia stopped first. Davis came the last 4 feet and kept her expression flat. Dr. Higgins, I need a few minutes. Sophia's eyes moved briefly toward Noah, then back. All right. Sophia walked her to the study at the end of the hall. The door stood open. She pulled it nearly shut. The music dropped to a muffled pulse through the walls. A single lamp burned on the desk. The room smelled of old leather and cold ash from a fireplace. Sophia turned to face her. What's this all about? The second victim, or rather the first. Davis kept her voice low, even. His name is Bob Payton. He was 14 years old when it happened. Bicycle. Same road, same night. Approximately 20 minutes before your grandfather was struck. Something crossed Sophia's face. A shift. Small, involuntary. Bob Payton. Her voice dropped. The quiet kid from my chemistry class. He lived in Franklin, but he went to Edgewater High. He played hockey with Liam. Davis held her gaze. Yes. The color left Sophia's face in a single, clean recession. Her hand found the back of the desk chair. She didn't sit. She gripped it. He was hurt. Broken pelvis. Fractured collarbone, internal bleeding. 3 weeks in hospital. Davis let that sit. The responding officer took his statement the night of the accident. Logged it. Initialed it. She paused. Then it was misfiled under a property report from a different case, a different month. It never made it into the official summary. The inquest closed without it. Sophia's mouth pressed into a line. Someone moved it. The accident was filed as a completely separate, unrelated incident in the next township. No connection to your grandfather's case. No connection to that night. Davis watched her. Nobody in Edgewater ever linked them. Your grandfather, the boy from Franklin. 2 separate files. 2 separate detectives. 2 separate outcomes. Sophia's grip on the chair back whitened at the knuckles. I didn't know. Her voice was flat. When my grandfather died, I wasn't reading the local papers. I wasn't reading anything. I was 16 and he was gone and She stopped, exhaled. I remember seeing Bob in school with a cast. I had no reason to connect them. You had no way to connect them, Davis said. That was the point. The muffled party continued through the wall. A burst of laughter. Then the music again. Low and indifferent. Sophia looked up. Who filed it separately? Who made that call? Who are they protecting? Davis let a beat pass. That's part of what I'm building. It was enough. Sophia was sharp enough to understand what it meant. That the corruption ran closer than a filing error. That the design of it was deliberate and protected. That the person who made the call was still in Edgewater. Still in a position to make calls. Sophia's eyes steadied. She straightened away from the chair. I stopped at the site of my grandfather's accident. I found a fragment of a car plate number. Back then, a pond was there. I wasn't sure it meant anything. Davis's eyes lit up. The fragment. Where is it? I put it back. Davis kept her expression flat. The fragment had been sitting in that ground for 16 years. One piece of physical evidence connecting a vehicle to 2 victims on the same road on the same night. and Sophia had set it back in the dirt. Describe where. Half under dead leaves, 3 characters still pressed into the metal, at the root line, left side of the trunk, if you're facing the road. Davis pulled a card from her jacket and set it on the desk. I'll go out there tomorrow morning, but if you get there first, you call that number the moment your hand closes around it. Sophia looked at the card on the desk. She didn't pick it up. Bob Payton, she said, not a question. Not to Davis, to herself, or to the room, or to the 16 years that had passed while she believed the road that night had only one victim. He was involved the whole time. Yes. Sophia picked up the card. Davis moved to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. Behind her, the party carried on, warm, unconcerned, full of people with no idea what had just shifted in the room at the end of the hall. She walked back toward the entrance without looking into the main room. Bob Payton had given his statement at 16 years old. Someone had decided that was nobody's problem.
Chapter 23. Sophia. The party had thinned. Guests drifted toward the door in 2s and 3s, coats retrieved, goodbyes stretched into the hallway. The caterers moved through the emptying rooms, candles snuffed, trays consolidated, the quiet machinery of a party ending. Susan stood near the door, pressing both hands around each departing guest's in the way she had, warm and deliberate, as if the leaving itself required her blessing. I stood near the garden doors with a glass I hadn't touched since Davis left, the study at the end of the hall, the cold ash smell, Davis's voice flat and even. Bob Payton. His name is Bob Payton. The quiet kid from chemistry. The boy who played hockey with Liam. 16 years old on that road, on that night. And nobody had connected it. Nobody had been allowed to connect it. 2 files, 2 towns, 1 driver moving through the dark with nobody to answer to. I counted the remaining guests without meaning to. Got to 7. Stopped. Noah appeared at my elbow. Warm, unhurried, a hand at the small of my back. There you are. He pressed a kiss to my temple. I've been looking for you. Just getting some air. He stood beside me. Through the garden doors, the fire pit had burned down to a low orange pulse. Wood smoke came through the gap at the bottom. Faint, familiar, the smell of the estate in autumn. His phone buzzed against his ribs. He pulled it out, glanced at it. His expression shifted. A small recalibration. Not alarm, not quite. Something more managed than that. I need to take this. He squeezed my waist. Give me a minute. He moved through the garden doors and out onto the gravel. Through the glass, I watched him. One hand in his pocket, phone to his ear, his back half turned to the house. The last guest said their goodbyes behind me. Susan moved through the room with her warm, practiced efficiency. Liam was gone. I hadn't seen him leave. Noah ended the call. The phone disappeared into his jacket. He stood for a moment with his back to me, then turned and came inside, and whatever had been on his face was already replaced. Work, he said. Francis. Francis Bell, Noah's right-hand man, a man whose calls did not go to voicemail. He needs me to meet a client tomorrow, Manchester, New Hampshire. Another firm is trying to poach him. Noah's voice was steady. Just one day, I'll fly out in the morning and be back before the engagement party. I held my breath. 2 days. The fragment in the dirt. Davis's card in my coat pocket. I thought you weren't working while we were here. I wasn't. He reached for my hand. This one can't wait. Nothing in his voice, nothing in his posture, nothing in the warm, steady weight of his hand over mine. LaGuardia or MacArthur, I said. He looked at me, the look he had when something I did cost me nothing but registered anyway. He pulled me in, arms around me, chin at my temple. Thank you for understanding. I let myself be held. Then I stepped back and took his hand. "Walk with me." We moved through the garden doors and into the field behind the house, the grass long and wet against my ankles, the ground soft beneath our shoes. The moon was up. The fire pit smell thinned with distance until it was just the open night and the cold coming up through the earth. "Liam could go the distance," Noah said. "If he stays focused." I pressed one finger to his lips. "One more word about your brother and this ring goes back." He opened his mouth. "I mean it." He laughed, genuine, unguarded, the version of him I had chosen 2 years ago in a Boston hospital corridor when I was tired and hollowed out, and he had appeared with coffee and a smile that asked nothing back. I pulled my hand free and walked ahead into the grass. He caught up. His hand closed around my wrist. He turned me toward him. "Hey." His thumb moved along the inside of my wrist, slow. "You okay?" "Tired." True enough. He exhaled and drew me against him, hands settling at my waist. I gripped the front of his jacket. The field stretched around us, dark and open, the cold pressing in from the tree line. He kissed me. I kissed him back, harder than the moment asked for. His hands tightened at my hips. I pulled him closer, closer than comfort required. The grass was cold against my knees. His breath came against my neck, and I held on and kept holding. The alternative is freefall. Davis's card was in my coat pocket. Bob Payton had been in my chemistry class. The same road, the same night, the fragment still in the dirt at the base of a scrub oak. 3 characters pressed into rust. 16 years of weather, and nobody looked. Noah's arms tightened around me. I pressed my face against his collar and breathed in cedar and cold air and the faint wood smoke that had followed us out from the fire pit. His heartbeat was steady under my cheek. Unhurried, I kissed him harder and closed my eyes. Tomorrow, he would be gone. Chapter 24. Sophia. Noah walked through security without looking back. That was his way, not coldness, certainty. He moved through departure halls the way he moved through every room, as if the space had been arranged to receive him. I watched the back of his shoulders until the crowd closed around them and then they were gone, and I turned for the exit. The morning was bright and cold. My jacket still carried the faint smell of fire pit smoke from the night before. The parking kiosk stood at the end of the lot. I crossed to it, unzipped my bag, and reached for the ticket. It wasn't in the front pocket. I checked the side pocket, the inner zip. I pulled the bag open and went through it. Receipts, a pen, lip balm, the folded corner of a grocery list from 3 days ago. Everything except what I needed. The attendant watched me from behind the glass. "Take your time." His voice came through the speaker with the mild patience of a man who had said those words 1,000 times. "I gave it to you less than an hour ago." "I know, it wasn't there. Is there a way I can get my car without it?" "Happens all the time." He slid a clipboard through the slot. "Fill this out and bring 2 forms of ID." I checked my jacket pockets, then my jeans. Empty. Fine. I picked up the pen, filled out the form, and pushed it back through. Then I opened my bag for my wallet. The bag was wrong. The weight of it. The way the lining sat. I had switched bags before the party. The small black one. The party bag. Which meant my wallet was sitting on the dresser in the guest room at the Tucker estate, next to the bag I had been carrying all week, which I had set down to change and never picked back up. The attendant's eyebrow moved before his face did. No ID. No. He tilted his head toward the door in the practiced way of someone delivering bad news as gently as the job allowed. "You could Uber home, grab your ID, and come back." "Right." I gathered my things from the counter. "Thank you." I turned. Liam stood 2 feet away in jeans, a black t-shirt, a team jacket, a ticket in one hand. He watched me like I had an extra head. What are you doing here? Dropped off my teammates. He nodded back toward the terminal. They're flying back to Toronto. He licked his lips. You just put Noah on a plane? Yes. How is he? Fine. He had a work thing come up. The words came out clipped. I didn't have the energy to soften them. Francis Bell, client emergency in Manchester, New Hampshire. Something crossed Liam's face. Brief, unreadable. Then it was gone. He stepped to the counter, slid his ticket across, and collected his keys without rushing. Then he turned back to me with the stillness of someone who had heard every word through the speaker and was choosing how much to acknowledge. I heard everything, he said. I know. I can drive you back. I'll get an Uber. Sophia. I said I'll get an Uber. He didn't follow me. I pulled out my phone as I walked toward the lot entrance and pressed the button. The screen stayed dark. I pressed it again. I had meant to charge it last night, except last night there had been the party and the study at the end of the hall and the cold ash smell and Davis's voice, and then the field and Noah's arms and the fire pit going dark. I stood in the middle of the parking lane with a dead phone, no wallet, no ticket, and a bright cold morning going nowhere. Behind me, footsteps on the asphalt, and I didn't turn around. Don't. Liam stopped beside me. Don't what? His keys were in his hand. He wasn't smirking. He wasn't doing anything with his face at all. I'm parked over there. The cold pressed down from the sky and up from the ground, and the lot stretched in every direction. There was no version of this morning that didn't end with me getting in that car. Fine. I turned and walked toward him. Don't make it a thing. Already forgot about it. His car smelled of cold air and something faint beneath it. Pine. Maybe leather. I put my bag on my lap, my eyes on the windshield, and my hands flat on my thighs. A charging cable hung from the console. I plugged in my phone without asking. Liam adjusted the mirror, pulled out of the space, and said nothing. I had not wanted to be in an enclosed space with him since the dance, since the moment the song ended and he held on 2 beats past the point where holding on meant nothing. I had spent the rest of that night keeping 3 people between us in every room. Now there was a seatbelt across my chest, and the lot was already behind us. Straight to the house, I said. That's all. He nodded. Straight to the house. The highway opened ahead. The morning light lay flat and white across the road. I fixed my eyes on the passing lane markers and kept them there. I told myself this was 20 minutes, and then it would be over. Liam's hands rested easy on the wheel. 20 minutes. I kept counting. Chapter 25. Sophia. I did not look at him. The silence in the car was not the silence of 2 people with nothing to say. His hands were easy on the wheel. He drove the way he had always moved, unhurried, certain of the space around him. From the corner of my eye, I could see the line of his jaw, the faint scar along his cheekbone that hadn't been there when he was 16. I wondered what had caused it. I moved my eyes back to the road. They reopened my grandfather's case, I said. Detective Davis informed me. The words came out before I had decided to say them, testing their weight in the open air. Liam's fingers moved against the wheel, not quite a drum, a pulse. Yeah? There was a second victim, same night, same road, a boy on a bicycle. His jaw tightened once, a small, hard movement. Jesus. They think it was the same driver. I kept my voice level. Someone who didn't stop. Twice. He exhaled through his nose, long, controlled. He shook his head without turning. And Noah? His voice was careful. What does he think you should do? He wants me to let it go, that it would dredge up old hurts. I paused. He was measured about it, reasonable, every word exactly right. Liam nodded once, said nothing. His thumb moved against the wheel. And you? I turned to face him. "What do you think?" He glanced at me. His expression was unreadable in the way that his expressions were when something moved underneath, and he had decided not to let it reach the surface. "I think you should do whatever gives you peace." The words landed with a weight I hadn't expected. I turned back to the windshield. My palms dampened. I told myself it was the fire pit smoke still in my coat, the bad sleep, the dead phone, the lost wallet, and a morning that had already asked too much. We rode in silence. The road hummed under the tires. Outside, the highway thinned. Fewer cars, longer gaps, the emptiness of a weekday morning past the commuter hour. The heat from the vents was too much. I unzipped my coat and did not look at him. We pulled off the highway onto a quieter road. The suburban strip fell away. Gas stations, chain restaurants, and the landscape opened into fields, pale and flat in the autumn light. Then Liam slowed. The turn signal clicked. He took a right onto a road I didn't know. Narrower, the asphalt cracked at the edges. Trees pressed in from both sides. Definitely off the bitten part. "Where are we going?" "Bob's place." My spine straightened. "Bob Payton?" I turned to face him. Liam nodded, tapping a tune on the steering wheel. I looked down at my hands, then back to his face. "He's the boy on the bicycle." Liam's hand stopped on the wheel. His jaw worked. His eyes stayed on the road. "Jesus." He exhaled. "You mean it happened the same night your grandfather—" He stopped. His hand lifted off the wheel and came back down. I didn't put it together. His voice had lost its steadiness. What was left was quieter, rougher, and not composed at all. "Neither did I said. "We weren't supposed to." He said nothing to that. The road moved under us. Through the trees, pale light broke apart across the hood of the car. "He still lives out here," Franklin sighed. The boy on the bicycle, Davis's boy, 16 years old on that road, and Liam was taking me to his front door. Davis's voice came back, flat and unhurried. Broken pelvis, fractured collarbone, internal bleeding. My chest contracted. A cold pressure, low and still, nothing to do with the temperature of the car. "Why?" The word came out harder than I intended. Liam glanced at me. "Why what?" "Why are you seeing Bob?" He returned his eyes to the road. "I have some team merch for him. I figured he'd appreciate it." His tone was even. "It's on the way." "You planned this before you offered me a ride." The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smirk. "I knew his house was on the route. I didn't plan for." I faced forward. The broken asphalt passed beneath us. Davis had told me to retrieve the fragment. She had not told me to show up at Bob Payton's front door. She had not told me to do it in a car with Liam Tucker. I pressed my back teeth together until the pressure had somewhere to go. The road bent left. A house appeared through the tree line. Weathered clapboard, a porch that needed paint, a screen door that moved in the breeze, a light on inside, a truck in the drive that had seen better decades. Liam pulled off the road and cut the engine. He sat for a moment with both hands on the wheel, eyes on the house. Something moved across his face, a tightening, brief, and deep. He reached into the back seat and lifted a bag. Arctic Wolves branded, thick with what looked like a folded jacket and something else underneath. An envelope, its edge visible above the fabric, white, sealed. My eyes went to it and away. I opened my door before he could say anything. The gravel was uneven under my shoes. The cold hit immediately, sharper out here than it had been in town. Liam came around the front of the car and fell into step beside me without comment. We walked up the porch steps together. The screen door moved in the breeze. Behind it, a light was on inside, and somewhere in that weathered house, Bob Payton was home. Chapter 26. Sophia. Bob Payton filled the doorframe. Broader than I remembered, his hair clipped short now, but the same open face. Brown eyes that moved from Liam to me with a flicker I couldn't name. Sophia Higgins. He smiled wide and instant. I'll be damned. He pulled Liam into a hug. Both men clapped each other's backs twice. Let go. Then Bob turned to me with his arms out and I stepped in. He smelled of toast and fresh soap and something warm underneath, like a house that had been lived in well. I heard about the engagement. Congratulations. He stood back and looked at me. You haven't changed. He stepped aside to let us through, and the movement traveled through his left hip before his right foot caught it. A half-second delay. Practiced. I looked away. The living room was dim and warm. A bookshelf ran along one wall, framed photographs, a dusty trophy, a beer glass with a puck mounted beside it. The television in the corner ran a sports retrospective on low volume. Footage from old arenas, old jerseys, old ice. A woman stood in the crack of the hallway door. She didn't move. She looked at me for a long moment. Then the door eased shut. I moved toward the shelf. A photograph, Bob in his hockey uniform, maybe 14, helmet tucked under one arm, grinning at whoever held the camera. Beside it, a smaller frame. Bob and Liam in matching jerseys, sticks raised mid-celebration. Beside that, a bicycle photograph. Bob about 5 or 6, both hands gripping the handlebars. A man standing beside him with a palm on his shoulder. My eyes went to the man's face. Stayed there. Something scraped the inside of my skull. I knew that face. The jaw, the set of the shoulders. The name wouldn't come. I counted the photographs on the shelf. 7, and looked back. The man's face, the jaw again, the way he held himself beside the boy. Nothing. Liam cleared his throat and set the bag on the coffee table. Bob unwrapped it, a cap and an Arctic Wolves jacket, the team logo stitched large across the back. He put the cap on first, then held the jacket out by the shoulders and turned it in the light. You didn't have to. I know, Liam said. Bob shrugged the jacket on. It fit like it was cut for him. He caught me looking and grinned. You were one of the best players on the team, I said. Liam said, the best. Bob's mouth twisted. Was. Until my body met a fast-moving car bumper. The words settled in the room and stayed there. On the television, a commentator's voice cut through. The final score came in just after the evening game ended, and Bob's head turned toward the screen. That's the night they finally showed us in the retrospective, he said. The state championship. Game ended, and half an hour later I was in surgery. His voice carried no bitterness. Pure fact. I counted the cracks in the ceiling above the bookshelf. 3. Then I looked back at the bicycle photograph. The man's face beside young Bob. The name pressed at the edge of everything and wouldn't break through. Liam stepped close to Bob and said something low. A few words, quiet enough that the television swallowed them. And the envelope moved from one hand to the other. Bob's fingers closed around it without looking down. My stomach tightened. You send a gift. You call on the anniversary. You show up with a jacket and a cap and hug a man who got unlucky while your light blazed. That is what guilt looks like. You don't hand over an envelope. Not unless you're paying for something. Not unless there's something to keep quiet. Heat climbed up the back of my neck. I kept my eyes on the shelf, on the bicycle photograph, on the face I almost recognized. Does Liam know what happened to Bob? Same night, same road, every year since, an envelope. Sophia, stop. You don't know. He couldn't have known. But the envelope had moved between them like it had done it before. Bob hadn't flinched, hadn't said thank you, hadn't looked down. That wasn't gratitude, that was a transaction. Bob turned to me. Miss Higgins, he grinned. Liam said, Dr. Higgins, Bob. Bob's eyebrows went up. Doctor? He shook his head, still smiling. You were really smart back then. Guess that tracks. I smiled. The skin around my eyes didn't move. Bob gave a deprecating shrug. I ended up in Walmart. Silence. We should get going, Liam said. Let you get ready for work. Bob walked us to the door, jacket still on. At the threshold he paused, one hand on the frame, and looked at me with an expression that had lived in his face a long time. Sophia, good to have you back. Don't be a stranger. I won't. Outside, the cold pressed flat against my face. I got to the car and glanced back at the house. The curtain at the front window shifted, fell still. A mile out, Liam signaled and pulled into a gas station. He left the engine running, went inside, and came back with a single bottle of water. He cracked the seal and drank half of it, standing at the car door before he got back in. He recapped it, set it in the cup holder between us. Neither of us spoke. I turned back toward the road. The game had ended. Half an hour later, Bob was in surgery. The man in the photograph had a face I recognized. Almost.
Chapter 27. Davis. Old Mill Road had no shoulder to speak of. Davis pulled off where the asphalt crumbled into packed dirt and killed the engine. Outside, the cold settled against her face. No wind, no traffic. The birch trees along the east side of the road stood white and still, their bark peeling in long strips. She walked the verge from the cedar post to the drainage ditch, scanning in strips the way she always did, left to right. The ground was soft from 2 days of rain and held impressions well. The fragment was gone. She stopped. At the base of the cedar post, the dirt was darker than the surrounding ground. Compressed, then raked back with something flat, a boot sole or a gloved hand moving in a single pass. Someone had crouched here and worked quickly and tried to make it look undisturbed. They hadn't tried hard enough. She pulled on a glove and pressed 2 fingers into the soil. Still soft underneath. Recent. She photographed the ground from 3 angles, tagged the location, stood up and looked at the road in both directions. Empty. No tire tracks on the verge except her own. Whoever came before her had parked on the asphalt and walked in. Smart or practiced. The municipal traffic system ran on a server the IT department had been threatening to replace for 3 years. Davis logged in at her desk and pulled the archive for the intersection at the bottom of Orchard Hill, the only junction that fed onto Old Mill Road from the main route through town. One fixed camera, telephone pole mount, angled down at 15 degrees. Resolution poor. Timestamp reliable. She typed in the date of Susan Tucker's birthday party. The footage loaded in segments. She poured cold coffee from the carafe on the windowsill and drank it standing. She set the playback to double speed and watched. The first vehicle through was a florist's van at 3:42 p.m., the Tucker estate name visible on the work order clipped to the dash. Then a catering truck at 4:15. Another at 4:50. Different company logo. Refrigerated unit on the back. A town car at 6:08. 2 more private vehicles between 6:30 and 7. Then a steady stream from 7:15 onward. Sedans, SUVs, a second town car, a hired bus at 8:40 that had to be for the caterer's staff. She let it run. The guests began leaving just after 11. Vehicles in clusters, the way parties always ended. A few early departures, then a surge, then stragglers. The catering trucks went out between midnight and 12:30. The last private car at 1:17 a.m. After that, nothing. She leaned forward and slowed the playback to normal speed. The timestamp ran 1:32, 2:45, empty intersection. The camera's frame held only the stop sign, the pale road surface, the dark tree line beyond. Davis moved the cursor to 3 a.m. and let it run forward. At 3:09 a.m., the footage degraded, not gradually. A single frame, then static. The white digital noise of a dropped signal. The timestamp continued in the lower corner, ticking forward with perfect indifference. 3:09, 3:10, 3:11. At 3:44 a.m., the picture returned. Empty intersection. The stop sign. The tree line. 35 minutes of nothing. Davis sat back. She pulled up the system log for that camera. The municipal network ran automatic diagnostics every 6 hours. The log showed a signal interruption at 3:09:47 a.m., restoration at 3:43:52 a.m., cause listed as atmospheric interference, auto-resolved. She read that twice. Atmospheric interference, in November, with no weather event logged for that night anywhere in the county system. She opened a new tab and checked the National Weather Service archive for Edgewater. Clear skies. Temperature 31 degrees. Wind 3 miles per hour from the northwest. No ice, no storm, no fog event dense enough to disrupt a hardwired municipal signal. Her pen moved against the desk in a slow tap. Once. Twice. The camera had been installed 4 years ago after the county road safety review. Whoever took the fragment knew it existed, knew its angle, knew the signal could be interrupted and that the log would call it atmospheric. That wasn't luck. She went back to the footage and scrubbed forward from the restoration point. Empty intersection. A deer at 4:22 a.m., crossing at a walk. Nothing else until the florist's van reappeared at 7:55 a.m., heading back toward town with an empty rack visible through the windshield. Davis closed the laptop. The fragment was gone. The window in the footage was gone. All she had was 35 minutes of white static and a log entry that explained nothing. Someone had been to that site before her. Someone who knew about the fragment, knew about the camera, and had the means and the composure to move in the dark and leave no recoverable trace. She pressed her thumb into the desk. Sophia had visited that site. Davis had sent her there herself. Maybe Sophia had taken it. Filed it somewhere safe, without telling her. That was possible. That was the charitable version. The other version sat heavier. If Sophia hadn't taken it, and she hadn't mentioned it, hadn't called, hadn't texted, then someone else had known to look. Someone close enough to Sophia to know what Davis had told her at the party. Someone who had moved on it fast, before Davis could get there first. Someone who was watching. She pulled the original case file from her drawer and opened it to the first page. Mercer's signature. Responding officer, 16 years ago. His name on the misfiled witness statement. His name on the order to stand down. Mercer knew about the fragment the moment Davis filed her site visit note. Standard procedure. She had followed it without thinking. She sat with that for a moment. If it was Mercer, he hadn't moved alone. The camera interruption wasn't a patrol officer with a flashlight and a gloved hand. That was someone who understood the municipal network, who knew which log entry would close the inquiry without opening another one. Someone with access to systems that Mercer, at his age and rank, would have needed help navigating. Her eyes moved to the empty desk across the room. Bishop had gone home at 6, said goodnight, taken his jacket from the back of his chair, and left without asking where she was on anything. Normal. He did that. She thought about what he knew. She had told him about the fragment before she told anyone else, shown him the misfiled report, walked him through the timeline, let him read Mercer's signature himself. Bishop was the only person in the building who had the full picture before Davis filed anything official. She did not let herself finish the thought. If Bishop was compromised, she had no case. No partner, no internal path forward, no one in the department she could hand this to without it disappearing the same way the fragment had. Everything she'd built in the last week dissolved the moment she put his name on it. She set the file down. She picked up her phone and opened a new message to Sophia Higgins. Don't wait. Call me. She hit send and set the phone face up on the desk. The static on the screen behind her held its shape. 35 minutes of white noise where an answer should have been.
Chapter 28, Sophia. My phone rang as Liam pulled into the bakery parking lot. Noah. I answered. Hey. His voice was clipped, efficient. Airport noise behind him, announcements, rolling luggage, the compressed hum of a terminal. Hey, how was the flight? Fine, just landed. I'm grabbing an Uber to the client. A pause. Everything okay there? Yes, I said. Fine. A gate announcement cut through the noise behind him. Manchester-Boston Regional, Gate C. I'll call tonight, he said, probably late. Okay. The line went dead. I held the phone in my lap. Liam said nothing. I had the whole day mapped before we reached the end of Bob's Street. The wallet was at the house. The car was at the airport. And somewhere between the two, I had a cake to confirm and a bridal appointment I hadn't canceled. I could ask Liam to take me straight home. I ran the calculation once and let it go. He found a spot close to the entrance. The bakery sat 3 blocks from Bob's house, on the corner where Elm met the main road. I still needed to confirm the cake for the engagement party. Pickup was scheduled for the morning of the dinner. Liam pulled in without being asked. Inside, the smell hit first. Cinnamon, vanilla, sugar browning on something in the back. Glass cases ran the length of the counter. A young woman with ink-stained fingers looked up from the register. Liam moved through the shop the way he moved everywhere, unhurried, taking up space without apology. I focused on the cases. A tiered cake near the center. White icing, piped borders, sugar flowers, clean, appropriate, exactly right for an engagement party. The baker tilted her head. What can I get you? That one, I pointed. Vanilla, no motifs. She wrote it down. Liam stopped beside a display of tarts. He didn't look at me. Plain vanilla. It's a cake. It's a choice. He moved around the display, hands in his pockets. Chocolate, ganache, salted caramel between the layers, red velvet, funfetti if you're feeling human. The baker's pen hovered. I folded my arms. Funfetti. It's a crowd pleaser. It's a children's birthday. His mouth curved. You're afraid of sprinkles, Higgins. I'm afraid of nothing. I turned back to the counter. Vanilla all the way. The baker wrote it down fast like she'd been watching a tennis match and wanted it over. Liam raised both hands. Your party. Thank you. I added croissants and a box of pastries to the order and didn't look at him. Outside, 2 men on the pavement stopped mid-stride. One grabbed the other's arm and pointed at the glass. They came in flushed, phones already out. Liam turned from the window with the ease of a man who had been turning toward cameras for years. 2 pictures, a signed napkin, a handshake. They left buzzing, still looking back over their shoulders. The baker watched them go, then looked at me. I thought you 2 looked familiar. A small shrug. Hockey fans come in here all the time. I signed the receipt. He's the celebrity. I'm only a doctor. That's harder, she said. We arranged pickup for the morning of the party. Outside, the cold came off the pavement in low waves. Liam fell into step beside me. Safest possible choice. It's a cake. He stopped at the car. It's a metaphor. He touched the handle. For how you approach everything. Careful. No surprises. Predictable. He looked at the roof rather than at me. You used to be a Dagama. Now you're a Vesalius. I looked at him over the car. Are you sure you know who Vesalius is? 16th century anatomist. Stayed indoors, took things apart, explained what was already there. He met my eyes. Dagama sailed into water nobody had charted. He touched the handle. I'm not a dumb puck chaser, Higgins. The cold moved across the back of my neck. You used to run toward things, he said. Now you explain them. I got in the car. He got in beside me. Neither of us spoke. There's a palm reader 2 blocks over, he said. I looked straight ahead through the windshield. Dagama, no consequences. I put on my seatbelt. Let's do it. He started the engine. Madame Zaza sat between a dry cleaner and a shuttered shoe repair shop, its window painted in gold cursive. Liam held the door. A bell chimed. Inside, sandalwood, patchouli, candles in brass holders along every surface, shelves floor to ceiling, crystal orbs, tarot decks, jars of herbs, labeled in spidery handwriting. A beaded curtain parted. Madame Zaza was small and unhurried, silver hair coiled in thick braids, dark eyes rimmed with kohl, bangles stacked to both wrists, catching the candlelight with every movement. Her gaze moved between us. Who goes first? Liam pointed at me without hesitation. I sat across from her. She took both my hands, her grip cool and dry, and traced the lines of my palm with one long, painted nail. Your name. Higgins. Her lips pressed together. Your grandfather was a great man. My shoulders pulled back. You knew him. Knew of him. Edgewater whispers. Her thumb traced the center line of my palm. But not all truths are kind. What does that mean? Her eyes came up. There were whispers. A woman. Hidden in the shadows of his story. Something cold settled behind my ribs. An affair. In my line of work, nothing is certain. Only suggestions. Her nail pressed lightly into my skin. If you want to uncover what happened, speak with the man who found him. The first at the scene often knows more than they let on. I held still. Liam's eyes were on me across the table. She released my hands. I sat back. My palms carried the faint impression of her grip. Liam took the chair. He offered his hand with the easy confidence of someone who expected good news. Madame Zaza studied his lines in silence, longer than she had studied mine. A deeply etched lifeline. She traced it slowly. Much already lived. He nodded. But here, her finger rested at a fork in the line. A significant decision looms, one that will require courage. The nodding stopped. I looked at the candles. Your fate intersects closely with another. She moved to a second line, a shared path. Together, strong. Her eyes lifted once, briefly toward me. But the choice is yours. Liam said nothing. He paid without looking at the amount. Outside, the street lamps had come on. Liam tucked his hands into his jacket pockets. The air was sharp after the warmth of the shop. How much of that do you believe? He asked. I don't know yet. The readings moved through my head. The affair, the fork in Liam's line. Something felt off. The affair? No. I shook my head. The man who found him. She said the first at the scene often knows more than they let on. Liam kicked a loose pebble across the pavement. The coach I know called for help and did exactly what anyone should do. A pause. Noah wants me to drop by and let him know he had to travel. Drop by, why not just call him? My phone buzzed. I looked down. Death is never far when the person who murdered your grandfather is still watching. The street sounds dropped away. My thumb went numb against the screen. I pressed my back teeth together and held them there. The cold moved across my shoulders. Not the weather. Something deliberate. Something with a source and a direction. Sophia. I turned the screen toward him. Liam's face went still, not shock. The stillness of a man rearranging something behind his eyes. Call Davis! The street stretched ahead, empty, lamp-lit, perfectly quiet. I scanned it anyway. A parked car, a lit window above the dry cleaner. A woman walked a dog at the far end of the block, then turned the corner. My hand tightened around the phone. I dialed. Chapter 29. Sophia. Davis arrived within minutes. The cruiser came fast, tires against the pavement, and she was out before it fully stopped. Bishop, a half step behind her, scanned the street in both directions before his eyes landed on Liam and stayed there. I held up my phone. I forwarded the text. Davis checked her screen. When did you get it? Before or after you left the shop? After. Right when we stepped outside. We were 2 blocks over. She said it without looking up. She shifted her gaze to Liam. I introduced them. Bishop extended his hand, the practiced smile of a man trying not to say he knew exactly who he was shaking hands with. Detective Bishop, he smiled. I'm a fan. Davis exhaled through her nose, fingers moving on her screen. We're tracking the number. If it's a burner, that limits us. I raised an eyebrow. So someone knows where I am. Bishop tucked his hands into his jacket. Could be a scare tactic, could be more. Either way, whoever sent it has been paying attention. I looked at Davis. There's something else. The palm reader mentioned my grandfather, said he may have had secrets, a woman, an affair. I paused. I don't put stock in any of that, but she also said I should speak with the man who found him. I held Davis's gaze. Kevin Sinclair. We're already on it. Davis's posture tightened a fraction. I've been through his report from 16 years ago. We'll see if his story holds, or if he has something new to add. Liam studied her. You think he's hiding something? I think we keep an open mind. She turned back to me. The piece of metal you found at the scene. My stomach dropped before she finished the sentence. I was going to go after dropping Noah, but... Davis shook her head. It's gone. The words landed flat and stayed there. I searched the area this morning. Nothing. Liam cursed under his breath. Someone took it. The words came out before I decided to say them. Davis nodded once. That's what we're thinking, but who? Her phone buzzed. She checked it, looked up. We have to move. Her eyes came back to mine. Watch yourself, both of you. We watched the cruiser pull away. The street settled back into its ordinary quiet, and the ordinary quiet was suddenly the wrong kind. Liam turned toward the car and stopped. Oh, shoot me now. I followed his gaze. The rear tire sat flat against the pavement, not slowly deflating. Already down, the sidewall folded against the asphalt. I stared at it. You're joking. He crouched, ran his palm along the sidewall, stood, said nothing. I exhaled through my nose. The missing fragment, the text, now this. My grandfather had a flat the night he... Don't. Liam's voice was a whisper. This is different. I held it there and breathed. He looked across the street. A mechanic stood outside the gas station on the corner, wiping his hands on a rag, watching us with the unhurried patience of a man who had seen this before. AAA, I said, or we walk over. We did. The mechanic took the keys. 40 minutes, he said. He took Liam's number and disappeared under the hood of another car. I stood on the pavement outside the gas station and looked back down the street. The dry cleaner, Madame Zaza's gold-painted window, the spot where Davis's cruiser had been. Empty now. A man sat in a parked sedan across the road. A woman at the far end of the block turned the corner with a dog on a short lead. Any one of them. None of them. My phone was in my hand. Noah's name sat at the top of my recent calls. I put the phone in my pocket. Liam stood beside me, hands in his jacket. He didn't try to fill the silence with something useful. I was grateful for that. Peachbees sat on the corner next door, its neon sign buzzing against the early dark. The same worn booths, visible through the glass. Noah and I had sat at the window table 2 days ago. That felt like someone else's memory now. Liam looked at it, then at me. He jerked his head toward the door. Food solves everything. It didn't. We both knew that. I followed him across the street anyway. Chapter 30. Sophia. Inside, the noise hit first. The bar 3 deep. Voices layered over music. Laughter spilling from the back booths. I moved toward the window corner. The The same booth Noah and I had taken, its high back a kind of refuge. Liam walked straight to a table in the middle of the room. He pulled out a chair and looked at me. I crossed to it and sat down. The waiter arrived before I could settle. Mohawk anchor tattoo on his left wrist. Danny. His eyes found me first. Welcome back. Liam raised a brow. The back of my neck went warm. I was here with Noah. Liam gave a slight nod. Oh. Danny's gaze moved to Liam, a slow, controlled double take, then back to me. What can I get you? Iced tea, I said. And you, sir? 2 Long Islands. We've earned it. When he left, Liam leaned his elbows on the table. What happened last time? I looked at my hands. Noah wanted to buy the t-shirt. Liam's forehead creased. Buy it? Instead of playing trivia for it, I glanced at the rack in the corner. Same shirts, same rules taped to the wall above them. Danny told him they weren't for sale. You had to win them. Liam exhaled through his nose. That tracks. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. He leaned back. Noah always had to be the most important person in the room, the one the rules bent for. I opened my mouth, closed it. The drinks arrived cold and strong. At the next table, a couple finished a trivia round, laughing as they tallied points on a paper napkin. Liam turned to them before I could stop him. Up for some competition? The man, graying at the temples, easy grin, looked at his wife. She adjusted her glasses and sized us up. Hope you're ready. The game master set the rules. 5 questions each side. Smallest country by land area. The other team answered Vatican City without hesitation. Which country has the longest coastline? Liam looked at me. Canada, I said. The round went back and forth. Both teams matched point for point. The Long Island was cold and I was halfway through it before I registered the warmth spreading from my center. The questions came faster. I stopped turning over the flat tire, the text, the missing fragment, the envelope that had moved between 2 hands without anyone looking down. There was only the next answer. Final question. The other team missed it. Team Sophia, you get it right, you win. What is the only metal that is liquid at room temperature? Liam looked at me. My mouth was already moving. Mercury. The game master clapped once. The couple groaned and laughed in the same breath. The t-shirt landed on the table, the same design Noah had tried to buy with a folded 50. I held it up, looked at it. See? Liam said. I laughed. It came out before I decided to let it. The noise of the restaurant settled around us, warm and ordinary. Liam's thumb traced the rim of his glass. I folded the shirt in my lap, then picked up my phone. Noah's earlier call was on the screen. I dialed. 4 rings, voicemail. His voice smooth and unhurried. Leave a message. I set the phone face down. Liam knocked on the table once. I looked up. He stood and extended a hand. Dance with me. No. Come on. Liam. He waited. His hand stayed out. The phone was face down on the table. 4 rings and a voicemail. I took his hand. The small dance floor near the bar was half full. Liam's hand settled at my waist, light and deliberate. I kept a careful distance between us. He didn't close it. We moved. The music was bluesy and slow. My shoulders came down without permission. The weight of the last 2 days. Bob's practiced limp. The disturbed dirt on Old Mill Road. The words on my phone screen. None of it disappeared. It just stopped pressing for one song. When the music finished, I stepped back. Liam let go without hesitation. We walked back to the table. I reached for my bag. My phone showed a missed call from Noah and below it a notification. I had been on the dance floor. Davis. My breath stopped. The warmth of the last hour drained out through the floor. Liam watched my face. His mouth went flat. What is it? He said quietly. I shook my head. He glanced at his phone. The car is ready. He lifted his eyes. Shall we? I picked up the t-shirt in my bag. He dropped some bills on the table without counting them. Outside, the night had turned cold. The street was empty. The gas station light across the road buzzed against the dark. Wait here, Liam said. I'll get the car. I pulled my jacket tighter. Noah had called while I was dancing. I hadn't picked up. Chapter 31. Sophia. Davis answered on the first ring. Sophia, we spoke to Kevin Sinclair. I pressed my palm flat against the car door. The metal was cold through my jacket. And? He insists there's nothing beyond his original statement. Pulled up, saw the body, called 911, waited. That's it. He shut it down. Told us to check the files if we've forgotten. He answered all the questions then. A pause. People don't get defensive for no reason. I said nothing. We're working on it, Davis said. If anything changes, you'll hear from me. The call ended. Liam had the engine running. I got in and kept my eyes on the gas station across the street. A fluorescent tube over the pump bays buzzed and flickered and held. Davis spoke to Coach K. Liam's hands settled on the wheel. Anything. He referred her back to his original statement. 16 years ago. Wouldn't go further. So he's either guilty or scared. Or both. I paused. Or neither. Defensive without cause was a specific pattern. I had seen it in the ER. Patients who answered too fast or not at all, who held still in exactly the wrong way. Liam tapped a finger against the wheel. Coach K has clout in Edgewater. Young men, families. If Noah is building toward our father's old seat, going through Coach K makes sense. He glanced at me. Did he mention that to you? No. Noah kept his political strategy close. He always had. I tried Noah. One ring. Voicemail, I tried again. Same. Liam's eyes moved to my phone, then back to the road. He said nothing. I set the phone on my knee. Even in meetings, even late, Noah sent something. I'm with a client. Call you after. Something. The one time he had called, I had been on a dance floor with his brother. I looked at the missed call on my screen. He said it was an important client. Liam shrugged, probably still in a meeting. I tried once more. Voicemail. I put the phone away. When you see Coach K, feel him out, see if he's hiding anything. Liam glanced over. You think there's something there? I don't know. I changed the subject. I still need to get to the bridal shop. Liam looked at me. Tonight? They close at 9. I checked the clock on the dashboard. We have time. He pulled onto the main road. I'll drop you off, then go see the coach, deliver Noah's message in person. You could just text him. I know. He tapped his phone on the dashboard. Personal touch. I think that's the point. I let it go. What time will you be done? I asked. 8 at the most. I'll text when I'm heading back. I held out my phone. Put your number. He typed it one-handed. I called it. His phone rang in the pocket of his team jacket. Now you have mine. The bridal shop smelled of lavender and new fabric. Gowns in white and champagne lined every wall. The assistant pulled 3 options based on what I described and walked me to the dressing room. I stood in the second dress. Satin, fitted, clean lines. It fit perfectly. I looked at myself for a long time. Something was not right. The dress was not the problem. Noah was somewhere in New Hampshire, phone going to voicemail, and I had no idea whether he would have come if I'd asked, whether he would have stood outside the dressing room with an opinion or pulled out his phone while I came out to show him. I already knew the answer. I had known it before I finished the question. I came out in the third. That's the one, the assistant said. She wasn't wrong. I'll come back tomorrow, I said. I want to bring someone. She wrote my name down and pressed a swatch card into my palm. Outside, it was 8:17. The cold that had been threatening all evening finally arrived, dry, thin, settling into the gap at my collar. Liam stood against the car, hands in his jacket pockets. He straightened when he saw me. "Sorry." He pressed his palms together. "Coach K, I got carried away." His hair was slightly off, a flush at the back of his neck. "Did you play hockey while you were there?" He laughed, bright, immediate. War stories, he wanted every detail. He shook his head. "You know how he is." "I don't know the man, but I didn't say so." "How many drinks?" "Not enough to count." He pulled the passenger door open. "I don't drink. Did you find something?" "Maybe. I want Mia to see it first." I got in. "I wish my friend Cindy were here. She'd tell me to wear a mini skirt." Liam shut his door and started the engine. "She wouldn't be wrong." I turned to look at him. "You have the legs for it." He said it plainly, eyes already on the road. I faced forward. The street lamps moved past at even intervals. The night had gone quiet. This felt almost ordinary. Almost. Liam slowed at a light. "One more stop." He glanced over. "Can we swing by the Holiday Inn? I need to pick up my things." The light turned green. He pulled forward. The Holiday Inn lot was nearly empty. Liam pulled in, picked up a card key sleeve from the console, and removed a key. "I'll be quick." He got out. I watched him cross the lot and disappear through the glass doors. 10 minutes, I told myself. I channel surfed the radio, checked my email. Time passed quickly. Nothing from Liam, nothing from Noah. I dialed Liam. It rang out. The card key sleeve sat on the console, a black marker number on the front, 410. I turned it over, a second key inside. I got out of the car. The lobby was cool, overlit, empty, except for a desk clerk who didn't look up. The elevator opened immediately. Inside, the mirrored panels showed me back to myself, the swatch card still in my coat pocket, a crease in my lapel from where I'd pressed against the car door. The floors climbed. Third, fourth. The doors opened. Bass thumped from somewhere down the corridor. Muffled, insistent. Someone else's night bleeding through the drywall. I followed the numbers. The music swelled and receded as I passed the room before his. I knocked. Nothing. I swiped the card and pushed the door open. Steam drifted from the gap of the bathroom door. His jeans and sweatshirt lay on the floor where he'd dropped them. Shoes kicked sideways. The television ran the 9 o'clock news on low, an anchor arranging papers at her desk. I opened the small refrigerator and found a Smirnoff. I twisted the cap and took a long pull. The vodka hit cold, then spread warm down my throat. I set the bottle down. The bathroom door swung open. His eyes went wide. "Oh, God," he stepped back. "What are you doing here?" Liam stood in the frame, naked, water running down his chest. I spun away, heat flooding my face. "Grab me a towel." "Where?" "To your left." I grabbed it from the chair, half turned toward him, spread it between both hands and held it out, arms extended, eyes averted. He stepped toward me. His fingers closed around the edge of the terry cloth. They grazed mine. I did not move. Neither did he. The towel stayed between us. His fingers did not pull it away. Mine did not let go. The news anchor whispered from the television. Bass thumped through the wall. I looked up. Chapter 32. Sophia. The towel stayed between us. Neither of us moved. His fingers didn't pull it away. Mine didn't let go. The news anchor murmured from the television. Bass pushed through the wall from next door. His chest rose and fell once, slow, and the lamplight caught the water still running down his collarbone. His expression had shifted, the embarrassment gone, something quieter underneath it, unresolved, careful. My pulse moved into my palms. I should have let go of the towel. I didn't. Sophia. His voice was low, not the voice he used on the ice, not the one he'd used across the table at Peachbee's, the one I recognized from before any of that, before boarding school, before Noah, before 15 years of silence I had spent 14 of them calling abandonment. Heat burned behind my eyes. "You should," I started. "I know." He didn't move. Neither did I. His thumb shifted once against the back of my hand, not reaching, not pressing, just there, the way a sentence waits before the period. "You abandoned me." The words came out before I finished deciding to say them. He held still. I didn't. He held my eyes. I was sent to boarding school. I didn't want to go. "You never wrote." My voice stayed flat, which was the only way I could keep it from doing something else. "You never called. I waited a year, and then I stopped waiting." He pulled in a slow breath through his nose. His grip on the towel tightened once. "I sent cards. Every few weeks for the first 2 years." His jaw moved. "I sent them through." He stopped. The name sat on his tongue and he couldn't get it out. He pressed his lips together and shook his head once, and when he spoke again, his voice had dropped so low I had to hold still to catch it. "I was sure he'd get them to you." The room went quiet around the word he. My sternum contracted. One hard pulse, then a second. My fingers went cold against the terry cloth. Noah. The name arrived without sound. I stood with it. Noah, who had appeared at my apartment door at midnight with stargazer lilies. Noah, who always knew exactly what to say and when to say it, and had the unhurried confidence of a man who had never once been surprised by an outcome. Noah, who had been 20 years old the summer Liam left. Old enough. Patient enough. My lungs pressed against my ribs. I had spent 14 years believing Liam walked away without a word. Liam's hand came up. His palm curved against my jaw. Slow, careful, the way you handle something you have been afraid to break for a very long time. "I never stopped thinking about you," he said. "Not once." Something behind my eyes burned. My hand released the towel. He caught it before it dropped. His free hand stayed on my face. I stood with my arms at my sides. My heart gave a hard thump. Anger moved through me in waves I had no name for yet. Not at Liam, not at myself. At the 15 years that had been folded and pocketed by someone I was supposed to marry in a few months. His thumb moved along my jaw. My eyes closed. His mouth found mine. The kiss was present tense and unresolved, and it asked a question I didn't have the will to refuse. I pulled back once. I looked at his face in the lamplight, the scar along his cheekbone, the faint lines at the corners of his eyes that hadn't been there when we were 16, and I did not say the word that would have ended it. Afterward, we lay in the dark with the television still murmuring and the bass gone quiet from next door. His arm was around me. My palm rested flat against his ribs, and I could feel his breathing. Slow, even, not yet settled. The lamp on the far table threw a thin stripe of amber across the foot of the bed. I stared at the ceiling. Noah had picked up every envelope. He had read every card Liam wrote. He had held them in his hands and put them somewhere I would never find them, and then driven across the city to stand in my doorway with flowers and a smile that already knew the answer to everything. The ring on my finger pressed against Liam's side. I didn't move it. Outside, a car passed. Its headlights swept the ceiling and were gone. Liam's hand moved through my hair once and stilled at my shoulder. "I never stopped," he said again. Quieter this time. Not for me. For the room, for the dark, for however many years it had been building pressure behind that sentence. I turned my face into his shoulder and held on. The amber light lay across the bed. The television murmured. Edgewater sat outside the window in its complete quiet. The white church steeple, the closed shops, the roads that had been there the whole time I was somewhere else becoming a person who could survive coming back to them. I was in a hotel room that smelled of soap and the cold of a place that belonged to no one. And Noah had not returned a single call in 6 hours. And the man I was holding had written to me for 2 years and been answered with nothing. A tear ran from the corner of my eye into the pillow. I didn't wipe it away. The guilt was there. The ring. The image of Noah's face at the airport on my mind. None of it made my arms let go. I pressed my palm flat against Liam's ribs and listened to him breathe. Chapter 33. Sophia. Liam pulled into the estate without a word. The drive back had been 12 minutes of silence. His hands settled on the wheel, mine in my lap, the dark road unspooling ahead of us. Neither of us tried to fill it. By the time the Tucker columns appeared in the headlights, the silence had become its own kind of agreement. He cut the engine. We sat for a moment in the dark. Your old room is probably still made up. He looked at me. Not long. Just enough. Yeah? He got out. I got out. He took his bag from the back seat and we walked to the front door without touching. He held it open. I went through first. In the foyer, he turned toward the stairs and I turned toward the kitchen. No goodbye, no negotiation, just two people moving in separate directions in a house that had seen everything and recorded nothing. I let the hallway swallow him. I'd taken an Uber to the airport, retrieved the car, and driven back on autopilot, hands at 10 and 2, speed checked, eyes on the road, everything functioning normally on the surface, everything wrong underneath. I let myself in with Noah's key. The foyer was quiet. A single lamp burned in the sitting room. Susan's doing. She left one on whenever the house wasn't full, the way some people left a radio on for a dog. I stood in the hall and listened. The old house settled around me. A tick from the radiator, the faint creak of a beam contracting in the cold. The kitchen was dark. I moved through it without turning on the light. The layout burned in my mind from years ago. I reached the cabinet above the sink. My fingers closed around a glass. I ran the cold tap. The water hit the back of my throat. I stood over the sink and drank the whole glass without stopping. I set it down. My hand released it a half-second too early. The glass caught the edge of the counter, tipped and hit the tile floor. The sound split through the dark kitchen. Clean, percussive, final. I stood completely still. Coco's nails ticked across the hardwood from somewhere down the hall. She appeared in the kitchen doorway, gray muzzle low, tail moving in the slow, particular way she had. Not urgent, just present. She nosed toward the glass. No. I moved in front of her. Stay back. I crouched and gathered the larger pieces by feel, cupping them into my palm. My hands were steadier than they had any right to be. One edge caught my thumb. A thin line of heat, not deep. I set the shards on the counter and straightened. Light flooded the kitchen. Susan stood in the doorway in her robe, one hand on the switch. Her silver hair was down. Without the pins and the pearls, she looked smaller. Still herself, but the version of herself that existed before the room needed her. Are you all right? Yes. I wiped the counter. Clumsy. I'm sorry about the glass. She crossed to the broom closet without a word and came back with the dustpan. She bent before I could stop her. I have it. I know you do. She swept the smaller pieces with the careful efficiency of a woman who had cleaned up after this house for 30 years. She did not look up. You look exhausted, Sophia. I leaned against the counter. The cold had followed me in from outside and not yet left my coat. It's been a long day. She straightened, tipped the glass into the bin, set the broom against the wall and turned to face me. Her eyes moved over my face the same way they had on the front step 2 days ago. The look that saw without naming, that filed things away behind warmth. Tomorrow is the party, she said. The caterers come at noon. Mia will be in a state from 10. Noah should be back by 6 at the latest. She said it all gently, one item at a time, as if the day's schedule could hold whatever was wrong with me upright. "I'll be ready." She studied me for one beat longer. Then she pressed her hand briefly to my arm and moved back toward the hall. "Sleep," she said. "Everything waits until morning." The kitchen light went out behind her. I stood in the dark. Coco pressed her warm weight against my leg. I put my hand on the top of her head and stayed there until her tail stopped moving and she simply leaned. The guest room was exactly as I had left it. White coverlet, dark furniture, the narrow window over the back garden, the lamp on the far bedside table burning low. Something I had started doing on the first night, some instinct against coming back to a fully dark room. I took off my coat, my boots. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the floor. The ring caught the lamplight. I turned it once around my finger. The stone moved with it, heavy, present, thoroughly itself. Noah had not called since the unanswered text. How are things going? No question mark, because Noah never needed one. He phrased questions as statements because he had already accounted for the answer. I set my phone face down on the nightstand. I lay back on the bed in my clothes and stared at the ceiling. The plaster had a crack above the window that ran in a slow diagonal toward the right. One of those cracks that had been there since the house was young, painted over once and still there. The cards, sent every few weeks for 2 years. I pressed the back of my hand against my mouth, a hand quietly closing every door, his voice on the porch at midnight, his thumb moving along my jaw in a dark hospital corridor, and the unhurried confidence of a man who knew exactly how the evening would end because he had designed it. 2 years ago, he had walked into my ER with whiplash and looked at me across a trauma bay with an expression I had interpreted as recognition, as fate maybe, or something close enough to it. I had been 29 years old and tired to the marrow, and he had appeared with coffee and an easy smile, and I had called it luck. My eyes burned. I let the tears run sideways into the pillow, one and then another, slow and quiet in the dark. My chest rose and fell. The lamp threw its pale stripe across the foot of the bed. Outside the window, the estate sat silent. The floodlights had gone off on their timer. The oaks along the property line were dark shapes against a darker sky. The cottage beyond them, my grandfather's cottage, his coffee mug and his quiet mornings, was completely dark. I turned onto my side, pulled my knees up, and pressed my face into the pillow. The room held its silence around me. I closed my eyes. I did not sleep. Chapter 34. Sophia. The ceiling crack above the window was still there when the light came gray. I lay on my back, arms at my sides, eyes open. The lamp on the far table had burned through the night, and my coat was still across the chair, and my boots were on the floor, and the ring pressed into my finger with the dull, reliable weight of a thing that would not let me forget it was there. I had not slept. My body carried the ache of hours half-braced against something it could not name. My phone lit up at 6:47 a.m., a Boston exchange, the hospital's main line. I was upright before I answered. Dr. Higgins. Sophia. Dodd's voice had the careful, slowed quality of a man delivering a sentence he had already composed. "I'm so sorry to call this early. I need you to hear this from me. William Sykes passed away the morning after he was admitted. Just after 4 a.m., it triggered a review." My free hand went flat against the coverlet. I stared at the floor, the dark wood, the strip of pale light from the window, the edge of my boot, and said nothing. I let 3 full seconds pass. "I don't understand." My voice came out rough. "He was stable when I left. He was taken to the cath lab. His numbers were..." A breath. I reviewed his chart before I signed off. Everything looked right. "I know." A pause. "No one is questioning your call. The STEMI protocol was correctly initiated. You got him to the lab. His presentation was textbook. I pressed my fist against my thigh. Then what happened? Not a question. The voice of a physician who cannot process anything until she has the sequence. That's what the review will determine. Dodd paused again. There's a documentation issue, a notation in Patterson's intake charting, a dosage entry that reads ambiguously, the decimal placement. It could mean two different things depending on how you read it. My eyes went to the window, the flat sky, the oaks, the dark shape of the cottage beyond the property line, completely still. Patterson. 3 weeks on the floor. I had sent her to break, sat at the station, opened the chart. My hands had moved over the keyboard, every entry accurate, every timestamp exact. When I stood up, the chart was clean. His pressure was stable. The nitroglycerin drip was running. He had been alive when I walked out. Sophia, Dodd's voice pulled me back. Are you with me? Yes. I pressed 2 fingers to my temple. I'm trying to go back through the shift. If there was an ambiguity in Patterson's intake notation, I should have caught it when I reviewed her charting. I didn't flag anything. My voice was uneven. I keep trying to remember if I missed something. You cannot be expected to audit every intake notation on a patient already in active protocol. He was my patient. Silence on the line. She's 26 years old. The words came out low and deliberate. 3 weeks on the floor. When she gets this call, will someone be with her? A pause that lasted exactly long enough. We'll make sure of it. Good. My throat tightened around the word. She shouldn't be alone. Sophia. Dodd's voice went careful again. As the attending of record, you'll be asked to walk through the full shift. Your decisions, your documentation, the state of the patient when you signed off. It will be thorough. The lamp threw its stripe across the foot of the bed. I'll give them everything I have. My voice was steady now, the voice of a physician who has done nothing wrong and knows exactly how to say so. I want to understand what happened to my patient, whatever the review finds. Good. A pause, and then his voice shifted. Softer, almost apologetic. I hope I haven't ruined your weekend entirely. How was the engagement party? My shoulders pulled tight. The engagement party, the estate. Detective Davis at the door with her careful eyes and her cold case file. Noah, whose name would be in the papers the moment anyone started pulling threads. Liam in the hotel with his hands in my hair and 2 years of letters between us. It's been complicated. The word came out thin, true in every direction. I'll be fine. Of course. His voice warmed with the comfortable sympathy of a man who believes the grief he is hearing is grief. Take the day. We'll be in touch Monday. I thanked him. I held the line steady until it went dead. The phone went face down on the nightstand. Outside, the oak stood dark against a pewter sky. A crow moved through the upper branches and was gone without a sound. I sat on the edge of the bed in yesterday's clothes and did not move. He had been stable. That was true. His rhythm had been converting when I handed off the chart. His pressure had been holding. I had reviewed every entry, confirmed every order, signed off on a patient who was, by every measurable indicator, alive and improving. I had done everything right. The review would look at Patterson's intake notation, the decimal, the ambiguity that had been there before I ever sat down at that station. They would look at the countersignature from the physician who came on after me. They would build a timeline of small failures that did not begin with anything I had done. I stood up. I went to the window. My reflection came back from the glass. Pale, hollow-eyed. Hair loose around my face. I had done everything right. I pressed 2 fingers to the cold glass and held them there until the morning steadied around me. Sykes was dead, I had no idea why. Chapter 35. Sophia. The kitchen was too quiet. I had been standing at the window for 20 minutes with a cold mug of coffee, watching the oaks at the property line and not seeing them. My phone sat face up on the counter. 3 missed calls from Noah, all from yesterday afternoon. A text at 9:47 p.m. Client dinner running long. Back tomorrow afternoon. Miss you. Afternoon. He had said afternoon. I set the mug down. The ceramic clicked against the counter, too loud in the empty kitchen. Dodd's call sat on top of everything else, like a stone on glass. Sykes, Patterson, the review, the decimal in the chart. I had showered and changed and come downstairs and made coffee I could not drink, and the morning had simply continued around me. Liam's hands in my hair, his mouth at my temple. The silence of a room after something breaks open that has been shut too long. I pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of my nose. The front door opened. Was that Mia, Susan, or Liam? I heard a duffel hit the floor of the entrance hall. The specific sound of a tailored bag set down with intention, not dropped, placed. Then footsteps, unhurried and certain, moving through the house toward me. Noah appeared in the kitchen doorway. His face opened when he saw me. There you are. Sweetheart. My hand flew to my chest. You're not due until the afternoon. I looked at him and then at the clock above the stove, as if one of them had to be wrong. He crossed the kitchen in 4 strides and pulled me into his chest. He looked rested. Jaw clean-shaven, dark hair pressed back, his charcoal crew neck without a crease. He had the gathered quality of a man returning from something that had gone well. He smelled of cedar, cold air, and clean soap. My body went rigid for half a second before I corrected it. I pressed my face against his shoulder. My arms came up around his back. God, I missed you. His hand moved once up my spine. Did you sleep okay? I exhaled slowly against his shoulder. Not really, it's been a strange morning. His eyes moved over my face, both hands on my shoulders. You look exhausted. What happened? I chose my words. I got a call from the hospital, a patient from my last shift. I kept my eyes steady on his. He passed. There's going to be a review. Noah's expression shifted, concern tightening his brow, a small furrow between his eyes. Sophia. His hands tightened on my shoulders. I'm sorry. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine. I put my hand over one of his. It's just the timing on top of everything else. Of course. He pulled me back in, one hand at the back of my head. We'll deal with it together. That's what we do. I closed my eyes. His heartbeat was steady under my ear, even, unhurried. He held me for another moment, then stepped back and reached for my coffee mug. He took a sip and raised an eyebrow. This is completely cold. I forgot about it. Sit down. He moved to the kettle. Tell me about yesterday. Did you get the errands done? I sat at the kitchen island. I ordered the cake, looked at wedding gowns. I smoothed a crease from my sleeve. How was New Hampshire? Productive. He set the kettle on. Client was difficult, but we got there. I caught an early flight. I wanted to get back to you. I'm glad you're back. He smiled. Warm, easy, the full Tucker smile that had once landed in a trauma bay and looked like fate. The kitchen door swung open. Mia came through with her suede jacket half on and the Edgewater Chronicle folded under one arm. Her eyes were wide, mouth open. She looked from Noah to me and back. I narrowed my eyes. Morning, Mia. Everything okay? She dropped the newspaper on the island between us. Someone shot Coach K. I glanced at the paper. What? The headline sat face up on the counter. Edgewater hockey coach found dead. Kevin Sinclair, 58, shot in home. Noah's hand came down on the paper. His face went still. eyes widening first, the jaw dropping a fraction. When? His voice was hollow. Last night. Mia pulled her jacket straight. Her eyes stayed on Noah. He was at Mom's birthday party with his wife. Noah straightened slowly. He kept reading. Coach K. He exhaled. My God. I watched him. He was shocked. He pressed his palm flat against the counter and did not move it. Mia looked at me across the island. Something moved in her eyes. Not grief, not shock, calculation. Maybe about how Coach K was going to help Noah politically, and now he's dead. Then I remembered that Liam had gone to see him last night, and a cold flutter started beneath my ribs.
Chapter 36. Davis. The neighbor's name was Elaine Marsh, 71 years old, retired postal worker. She stood on her porch in a house robe and rubber-soled slippers, both arms crossed over her chest, and she had not stopped talking since Davis held up her badge. I don't sleep well, Elaine said. Never have. I was up around 8:30, maybe 8:45. I looked out the front window. I do every night before I lock up. Davis kept her pen still. Let her go. Tall man. Dark jacket, bright orange on it, like a sports team. Elaine pressed 2 fingers to her collarbone. Big animal on the back. A wolf, I think. Black and orange. You couldn't miss it. Which direction was he moving? Away from the house, toward the corner. Elaine pointed east. He was in a hurry, not running, but walking like he didn't want to be seen, if that makes sense. A car? Elaine shook her head. The streetlight's been out since September. I've filed 3 complaints. I saw him from the chest up, mostly. How tall? She tilted her head. Measuring. 6 feet, maybe more. Athletic. Not heavy. The jacket fit him like it was his. Davis wrote, 6 foot plus. Athletic build. Distinct jacket, orange and black, team logo, wolf, no vehicle. Approximately 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Witness uncertain of time. Moving east. Bishop appeared behind her. He kept his voice low. ME puts time of death between 7:30 and 10. Neighbor's window is somewhere inside it. She wasn't precise. Davis nodded once. She thanked Elaine Marsh, handed her a card, crossed back through the yellow tape and stood in front of Kevin Sinclair's open door. The hallway smelled of cordite and stale air, like a house that had been closed up too long. Forensics moved room to room in disposable shoe covers. A lamp had been knocked over near the threshold. No sign of forced entry. He knew the man who shot him. He let him through the door. Davis pulled up the Bolo template on her phone. She typed, distinctive team jacket, orange and black, large wolf logo. Worn by suspect in connection with homicide. Coach Kevin Sinclair. All officers report sightings. She sent it at 9:47 a.m. By 10:03, her radio crackled. Detective Davis. A beat cop named Weller. Young, eager, always clocking something. Got your bolo. Man named Bob Payton. 403 Creston Road. He's sitting on his front porch right now, wearing a brand new Arctic Wolves jacket. Orange and black. Big logo on the back. Davis's pen stopped. Arctic Wolves. She pulled the name from 2 weeks ago, from a folder on her desk. Bob Payton, age 32. Hit by vehicle, age 16. Franklin Township. Same night as Higgins. The photographs of a ruined bicycle on a dark road. His mother's statement, handwritten on 3 pages. A broken pelvis. 3 weeks in hospital. A case misfiled under a property report and buried. She stood still in the hallway with forensics moving around her. Bob Payton. Her phone buzzed, Mercer. She let it ring twice, then answered. I just got your bolo, Mercer said. His voice was measured. Even. The register he used when he'd already made a decision and was delivering it as a question. How solid is your witness? Solid enough for the bolo. The Paytons are Franklin people. They're not. He paused. They don't have counsel. This could move fast and clean. Bring him in for questioning. Let's get in front of this. Davis looked at the open door, at the chalk outline of a man who had known his killer by name and had opened the door anyway. I want to verify the jacket first, she said. 1 second. 2. The witness is reliable and the officer confirmed the match. That's your probable cause. His tone didn't change. Bring Payton in, detective. Let's close this before it gets loud. She lowered the phone, her jaw held tight. Through the open door, she could see the lawn, the intact mailbox, the empty road where a car should have been parked and wasn't. A man who murdered someone didn't walk to the scene in a bright orange jacket. He either didn't care about being seen, or he wanted someone else to be. Davis's hand tightened on the phone. She had met Liam Tucker the other evening with Sophia outside the palm reading shop. 6'2", athletic. The Arctic Wolves jacket stretched across his shoulders like it was made for him. She needed to know where Bob Payton got his.
Chapter 37. Sophia. The house had gone still, not the quiet of coffee sounds and footsteps on a staircase. This was held breath, doors left closed, people moving through the same rooms without finding each other. Noah had retreated to the study. Mia and Susan were somewhere upstairs. Liam was probably asleep in his room. I needed to talk to him. He had seen Coach K alive last night, but I needed the air more. I grabbed the car keys off the hook by the kitchen door before anyone could ask where I was going. Our engagement party was tonight, Susan's closest friends. Getting the cake from the bakery was my excuse. The day was flat and gray, like it pressed down on everything. I drove with the radio off. Kevin Sinclair was dead. I kept turning that over. Coach K, who had run the same drills on the same ice for 30 years, who had been at the Tucker dinner 2 nights ago, cutting his steak, making the congressman's old jokes, ready to support Noah in his bid for office, shot in his own home. It had to connect to the reopened case. The timing was too precise for it not to, and Liam had been there last night. I pressed my tongue to the back of my teeth and made myself stop. I needed to talk to him, and I couldn't talk to him. Not after the hotel room, not after what I'd let happen. The bakery was on the far side of town. I stopped for gas on Millbrook Road, pulled up to the pump, and got out. The forecourt was empty except for a truck at the far pump and a car idling near the air machine. The wind off the street smelled of cut grass and something chemical from the detailing bay next door. I swiped my card, lifted the nozzle. Hey. I turned. Danny stood at the edge of the forecourt, a rag in one hand, the other tucked into the front pocket of a station jacket with the logo stitched above the breast. The mohawk had grown out on one side, the anchor tattoo on his left wrist. He looked exactly the same as he had at Peachbee's, both times. Small town, Danny said, apparently. He leaned against the pump island. Staying for the week? A few more days. The numbers climbed. Engagement party tonight. He raised a hand. Congratulations. Thank you. He looked at the pump, then back. Saw your guy last night, actually. For a second, I was confused. The one from the restaurant, the t-shirt guy. An easy shrug. Hard to forget someone who tries to buy his way out of trivia. I held the nozzle steady. Noah? Something inside me went still. He was in New Hampshire, flew back this morning. Danny's brow creased, not contradicting, processing. Huh. He turned the rag over in his hands. Could have sworn. Dark sedan. I was closing up, probably around 9:30. Pulled in for gas and a Red Bull. He nodded toward the pump. I noticed the plates, live free or die. The pump clicked off. Another shrug, easy, already moving on. Guess I got it wrong. Neither of us moved for a second. Could have been someone else, I said. My voice was even, practiced, without trying to be. Sure. He folded the rag, tucked it back in his pocket. Probably. He nodded toward the street. Tell him I said the t-shirt rule stands. A short laugh came out of me. He raised a hand and walked back toward the booth. I replaced the nozzle, screwed the gas cap on. My hands moved through each step. Cap, click, receipt. I got back in the car. The bakery was 4 minutes down. I pulled out of the station and drove. The cake was ready. White box, pale blue ribbon, the Tucker name written in the bakery's careful script across the top. The woman at the counter made a joke about hockey that didn't register. I smiled at the right moment. I signed the receipt. I carried the box out with both hands. The door swung shut behind me. The cold hit my face. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment. A couple passed with a stroller. A man in a down vest stopped to check his phone. The street moved around me at its ordinary Saturday pace, indifferent and unhurried, the way small towns move when nothing has happened yet, and the news hasn't reached the coffee shops. I put the cake in the car, got in, and sat. Kevin Sinclair was dead, shot. In his home. Last night. He was the one who found my grandfather. Davis had gone to him. He had stonewalled her completely, referred her back to a statement he gave when I was 16 years old, and my grandfather's body was still warm on the asphalt. Someone had gone to him after that. Someone had made sure he would never talk to anyone again. I breathed through my nose. Liam had been at his home last night. He dropped me off at the bridal shop and went to see him. He'd come back looking a little off. My phone was already in my hand. Davis's number sat in my recent calls, third from the top. I pulled up the contact and held my thumb over the call button. What was I going to say? That my fiancé's brother had visited a man the night he died? Was that enough? I put the phone down on the seat. The street settled into its ordinary morning, as if nothing had happened here, as if the man who had kept a 16-year secret was not dead in his house 3 miles away. I needed to know what Davis knew. I needed to know what time Coach K died and whether anyone had been seen, and whether the reopened case had anything to do with it. Whether I was connecting things that had no business being connected. I picked the phone back up. Chapter 38. Sophia. The cake sat on the kitchen counter in its white box and nobody touched it. Susan was upstairs dressing. Mia was on the phone in the garden, pacing the same 10 feet of flagstone she always used when she didn't want to be overheard. Noah was in his father's study with the door pulled to, the low murmur of a call leaking under it. And Liam's door had been closed since I got back. I stood in the hallway outside it once, just once. My hand didn't reach for the knock. I stood there long enough to hear nothing. No television, no movement, no sound at all. Then I walked back downstairs and told myself he was sleeping. He'd been sleeping almost all day, and I put the kettle on, watched it, turned it off before it boiled. Coach K was dead, shot in his home, and the last person I knew to have seen him alive was behind that door, sleeping through the afternoon of his brother's engagement party like a man with nothing on his mind, or like a man with too much. I didn't know which. That was the problem. I had been turning it over since the bakery, since the newspaper headline, since Mia had dropped it on the counter that morning like a stone into still water. Liam had gone to see him. He had come back looking off, hair slightly wrong, a flush at the back of his neck, laughing too quickly when I asked about the drinks. At the time, I had filed it under hockey nostalgia and too much whiskey. Now I've filed it somewhere else. But I couldn't knock on that door. Not after the hotel room. Not after sitting on the edge of a bed in amber light while he said nothing, and I said nothing, and the space between us said everything neither of us could. Walking into his room now, with this question, with this specific weight, was not something I could do without everything else coming with it. So I didn't. I went upstairs, put on the black dress, did my hair, came back down, put my smile on, waited for the party to begin. Chapter 39. Sophia. I stood at the foot of the stairs in a black dress, held my glass, and performed the expression that went with it. Kevin Sinclair had been shot in his home less than 18 hours ago. The estate smelled of hothouse roses and seared meat and candle wax. The overwarmth of a house sealed against an autumn night. Staff moved between the kitchen and the dining room without catching anyone's eye. Crystal caught the chandelier. The garden lights ran gold through the windows. Susan brought Paula over from the cottage at 7. Paula moved through the front door on her own, one hand on the doorframe, the other at her side. She did not take the arm Susan offered. Her dress was dark wool, cut simply. The jewelry at her throat a single strand, not showy. She had outlasted her son and intended to outlast the occasion as well. Her eyes found me across the room. I crossed to her. "Paula." I took her hand in both of mine. "You look wonderful." Her hand was dry and cool. She held mine for one beat, measuring. "Sophia." Her voice carried no warmth and no hostility, only attention. "You've settled in." "I'm trying." She looked at me for a moment longer. The same inventory she'd taken from the cottage doorway the first day. Close up now. Then she released my hand and turned to accept Susan's offered chair. I straightened, put my smile back in place. Noah appeared at my shoulder. His shoulder came against mine. "She likes you," he said low against my ear. I said nothing. Liam was already in the room when I arrived. He stood near the far end of the drinks table, a glass of something orange in one hand, talking to Mr. and Mrs. Lever. Dark shirt, open at the collar. He had not dressed up. His back was to me. I took a position near the fireplace and kept my eyes elsewhere. 15 minutes. I managed 15 minutes. He appeared on my left without announcement, extending a fresh glass. "You look like you could use this." Our fingers touched on the stem. My lungs emptied. I kept my face neutral, my posture open, my eyes moving to his with exactly the warmth appropriate for a future sister-in-law receiving a drink. "Thank you." His eyes stayed on mine 1 second past comfortable. Then he turned toward the room, shoulder alongside mine, both of us facing outward, as if we were two people watching the same thing. "You okay?" Low, not asking about the party. "I'm fine." He said nothing. He took a long pull of his orange juice. His jaw worked once. I moved away before either of us could say anything else. Noah called for quiet at 8:15. The room settled. Crystal stopped moving. Susan folded her hands near the mantel. Noah stood at the center of the room with his champagne raised. He squared his shoulders. The chandelier behind him put gold light across everything. "Before we celebrate tonight," he said, "I want to acknowledge something difficult." His voice dropped. Grief arranged itself across his features. The jaw, the brow, the small compression at the corners of his eyes. Most of you have heard. Coach Kevin Sinclair lost his life last night. A sound moved through the room. Hands found other hands. I glanced at Liam. His eyes were on Noah. No surprise in them. The stillness of a man who had already absorbed the news and was now watching someone else receive it. Kevin was part of this community for 30 years. He shaped this town. He shaped this family. A pause. Timed. He would want us to go forward. Noah raised his glass. To Kevin. The room echoed it back. He waited 3 full beats. Then he lifted his chin. Which is exactly why tonight I'm announcing what Kevin and I spoke about just a few days ago. His voice shifted. The grief moving aside with practiced seamlessness, making room. Edgewater needs leadership. Steady, committed leadership. He glanced around the room. I'm running for my father's congressional seat. The room erupted. Glasses raised. Voices overlapped. Susan's hands came together. Noah smiled. Warm, open, the full Tucker smile landing at the right moment in the right light. I put my glass to my lips and kept it there. Noah had stood across from Kevin Sinclair in this room 2 nights ago. He had shaken his hand. Kevin Sinclair was dead, and Noah had moved from eulogy to announcement in under a minute, the transition so clean it left no seam. His arm came around my waist. He drew me in against his side, turning me to face the room. And I could not do any of it without this woman. He pressed his lips to my temple. The wedding date will be announced very soon. Applause, smiling faces. Paula watching from her chair with her hands folded in her lap and her expression giving nothing at all. Across the room, Liam's glass was at his lips. His eyes were already somewhere else. I smiled. 3 exits. I had counted them all.
Chapter 40, Davis. The local Walmart ran 24 hours. Davis pulled into the lot at 10:47 and sat for a moment with the engine running. Bishop was already at the entrance, badge out. A woman in a blue vest with a manager's lanyard beside him. Davis got out. Patricia Helms, 40-something. She walked them to the security office behind the customer service desk. The monitors ran a 16-feed grid. She pulled up the previous evening's footage without being asked, keystrokes quick and practiced. What time window? 8 to 10 p.m., Davis said. The feed for the main entrance came up. Helms fast-forwarded in silence. At 8:14 p.m., a figure in an orange and black jacket walked through the sliding doors. She hit play. Bob Payton. Unmistakable. He crossed to the pharmacy, paid, and left. Timestamp on departure, 8:22 p.m. Davis looked at Bishop. 8:22. Kevin Sinclair's house was 40 minutes from here. The ME's window opened at 8. Bob Payton couldn't be in 2 places at once. Was he here all shift? Bishop asked. Helms turned the monitor toward them. 4 to 11. I was here until 7 myself. He didn't leave. Davis straightened. Thank you, Miss Helms. Outside, Bishop fell into step beside her across the lot. He's clean. Davis nodded and unlocked the car. Which means we need to talk to Bob Payton about the jacket. Bob Payton answered the door in a white undershirt and socked feet. His eyes moved to the badges and stayed there a beat too long. Not recognition, not alarm. The careful stillness of a man who had learned that police at the door meant something was being taken, not given. He didn't open the screen. Davis held up her badge. Detective Davis, Edgewater PD. This is Detective Bishop. We're following up on an Arctic Wolves jacket. Won't take long. He pushed the screen open and leaned against the frame, arms crossed. The limp was visible, even standing still. His left hip dropped a fraction. The weight carried unevenly, the permanent adjustment of a body that had rebuilt itself around damage. What about it? Where did you get it? His chin came up. I didn't buy it. Davis waited. He exhaled through his nose, looked at Bishop, then back. Liam Tucker brought it by when he got into town. Said he wanted me to have one. A flat shrug. We used to play together. Before. Davis wrote nothing. She didn't need to. Liam Tucker. When did he drop it off? Few days ago. What's this about? We're following up on a separate matter. Davis kept her tone neutral. The jacket was spotted near a crime scene last night. You're not a suspect. We needed to verify. He absorbed that. Said nothing. Davis cocked her head. Mr. Payton. While we're here, the accident. 16 years ago. Old Mill Road. Something shifted in his face, older than anything else in his expression. Something packed down a long time ago. I already gave a statement. I know. I read it. She paused. The car that hit you. Do you remember anything about it? A a short, hard breath. That was 16 years ago. He shifted his weight off the left hip. I was hit from behind. I never saw it coming. Anything at all? Bishop said. A flash of color, headlights. Nothing. His voice was flat, final. I was on the ground before I knew what happened. Davis held his gaze for one more second. Then she handed him her card. Thank you, Mr. Payton. If anything comes back to you, anything at all, please call me. He took the card, looked at it this time. The screen door swung shut between them. Bishop closed his door. Liam Tucker. He's in town for the engagement party. She pulled her phone. He flew in Wednesday, which means he rented a car. Back at her desk, Davis submitted the e-warrant through the court portal. The judge's electronic signature came back in 11 minutes. She forwarded the approval to the rental company's compliance desk with one line. GPS data. Entire rental period. Expedite. The data came back in 40 minutes. She ran her finger down the timestamp column. Wednesday, pickup, then south toward the city, the teammates, the drop-off at the terminal. Thursday morning, the drive back up to Edgewater, the estate, town, then Thursday evening. At 7:22 p.m., the vehicle left the bridal store. At 7:31 p.m., it stopped. She pulled up the map overlay, typed in Kevin Sinclair's address, and measured the distance. 2 blocks. The vehicle remained stationary until 8:09 p.m. At 8:11 p.m., it moved back toward the bridal store. Davis sat back. The ME's window, 8 to 10. Elaine Marsh's sighting, approximately 8:30 to 9. A tall, athletic figure in an orange and black Arctic Wolves jacket, moving east from Sinclair's front door. Liam Tucker was 6'2". Athletic. He'd worn a similar jacket since he arrived in Edgewater. He had gifted Bob Payton one just like it. It was his club's jacket. No forced entry. Kevin Sinclair had opened the door himself. She picked up her phone and dialed Mercer. It rang twice. I have a suspect, she said. Liam Tucker. GPS data puts his rental 2 blocks from the Sinclair residence at the time of death. The jacket witness matches his build. The jacket itself is his club's. He gave a similar one to Payton days ago. She paused. I'm bringing him in. Where is he now? Davis looked at the GPS overlay, still open on her screen. The rental car's last recorded position. The Tucker estate, stationary since late morning. He's at the estate, she said. The engagement party. She ended the call, grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair. Bishop was already at the door. You going to call ahead? Davis hit the lights on her way out. No.
Chapter 41. Sophia. The lights came through the front windows first. Blue and white strobing against the curtains, turning the warm gold of the party room cold for 1 pulse, 2, 3. Conversation snagged. Heads turned. A woman near the fireplace set down her glass. Noah was at the center of the room. His eyes went to the window and something moved behind them. Fast, controlled, gone before anyone was watching for it. He turned back to his guests and said something smooth about the neighborhood watch, and a few people laughed, and the music kept playing. I did not laugh. The front door opened. Davis stepped through in a dark jacket, badge at her hip, Bishop a half step behind her. She did not look at me. She looked at Liam. He was near the drinks table. Dark shirt, one hand in his pocket, his orange juice untouched on the tray behind him. He clocked her the moment she came through the door. I watched it happen. The way his posture shifted, weight redistributing, the body preparing before the mind caught up. Davis crossed the room without hurry. The music dropped. Someone had turned it down, or it had stopped. I couldn't tell which. The room went still. Every guest understood they were about to witness something they'd repeat tomorrow and the day after to everyone they knew. Mr. Tucker. Davis stopped in front of Liam. "We've already met. Detective Davis and my partner, Detective Bishop." Her voice was even and carried. "We need a few minutes." Liam glanced once toward Noah, then back. "Sure." She walked him to the far end of the hallway beyond the arch, just outside the spill of the chandelier's light. Not a private room, not out of earshot. Positioning that was deliberate, visible enough that the family couldn't object, removed enough for a formal exchange. I moved toward the arch without deciding to. Noah's hand closed around my arm. "Let her work," he said low. His grip was light, immovable. I stood beside him and watched through the arch. My glass was in my free hand. I did not drink from it. I held it as if my hand depended on it. Something I needed my hands doing to stop them from shaking. Davis had a small notebook open. Bishop stood 2 feet back, hands loose at his sides. "Your whereabouts yesterday evening, Mr. Tucker, specifically between 8 and 10 p.m. Liam's jaw moved once. "I was out, driving around." "Alone?" "Yes." "Where did you drive?" A pause. "Around town, no particular destination." Davis wrote something. "Your rental car's GPS places the vehicle 2 blocks from Kevin Sinclair's home at 7:31 p.m. It remained there until 8:09. Liam said nothing. Mr. Sinclair was killed during that window. The hallway held its silence. From the party room, the sound of someone setting a glass down too hard. Davis looked up from the notebook. "Is there anyone who can confirm your whereabouts?" The pause lasted 3 seconds. Liam's eyes moved down the hallway. They found mine. My lungs stopped. He held my gaze. His face gave nothing. Not a plea, not an accusation. Just the look of a man running a calculation in the space between one breath and the next, and arriving at a number he already knew. Room 410, the towel between us. His thumb moving once across the back of my hand. The amber lamp. The television's murmur while the bass from the next room pushed through the wall, and neither of us moved. 2 years of letters, written, sealed, sent. Never received. I had not known that until 3 days ago. If he said my name now, it was over. Not just the engagement. Not just this room, these people. The chandelier throwing gold across the guests who were pretending not to stare. The investigation, Noah. All of it would collapse inward, and Davis would pull every thread until there was nothing left to pull, and I would be standing at the center of it with no ground under my feet. My thumbnail pressed into my palm. I did not move. I did not look away. Liam held my eyes for 1 more second. Then he turned back to Davis. "No," he said. "There's no one." Davis closed the notebook. "Liam Tucker." Her voice was flat and formal. "I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Kevin Sinclair. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Bishop stepped forward with the cuffs. Susan made a sound from the doorway of the party room. Short, involuntary, the sound of something structural giving way. Noah's grip on my arm tightened once. Paula's voice came from her chair, low and even, saying something I couldn't hear over the blood in my ears. Liam put his hands behind his back. He did not look at me again. Bishop walked him toward the door. Davis followed. The room stood frozen. Guests arranged in place like a photograph of a party that had gone wrong. Glasses half raised, mouths partly open, the chandelier still burning gold over all of it, as if the evening had not just ended. The front door opened, then closed. The blue and white light swept once more across the windows. Then it was gone, and the room was only the room again. Warm, overlit, smelling of hothouse roses and cold meat, and the silence of people who don't know whether to stay or go. Susan made a sound, small, compressed. The sound of a woman holding something together by force of will. Noah's hand released my arm. He moved past me toward his mother, one hand at her back, already managing the room, already becoming the person this moment required. His voice dropped to something steady and low that I couldn't make out from where I stood. Paula hadn't moved from her chair. Her hands were folded in her lap. Her face was composed. Above the careful stillness of it, her eyes moved. Once to the door, once to Noah, once to me. They stayed on me for exactly 1 second. Then she looked away. I stood in the hallway alone with my glass and the cold running from my fingertips to my elbows, and one thought turning over and over in the silence where my pulse should have been. He lied for me. Chapter 42, Sophia. The scream came from Susan first. Not a word, not a name. A sound pulled from somewhere structural, the place a person buries everything they refuse to face for years. It rose into the chandelier light, then broke apart. The room broke apart. Guests moved, not toward the door, not yet. They clustered in small groups of 2 and 3, glasses still in hand, mouths open, bodies angled toward the windows, as if the answer was out there in the dark, where the blue and white light had been. I stood where I had been standing since the front door closed, my back to the hallway mirror, the cold in my hands now in my wrists, my elbows, the meat of my shoulders. Susan was at the window, her hands pressed flat against the glass. Mia was behind her, one palm on Susan's back. She said something low in practice that had no effect at all. Paula had not moved from her chair. I saw it before anyone else. Everyone watched Susan, the window, the door. But Paula, her hands sealed over her mouth. Her shoulders collapsed inward. For 3 full seconds, she looked ancient, like someone forced to carry a shock too heavy for the body holding it. Then the hands came down, not slowly, not gradually. They dropped, and her spine straightened. Her eyes moved across the room in a single clean sweep. The door, Noah, the cluster of guests near the bar, Mia at the window. They stopped on me. 4 seconds. 5. The trembling was still in her jaw, and her left hand gripped the arm of the chair, but her eyes were not trembling. They were doing arithmetic, adding columns of numbers in the middle of the disaster, arriving at sums she had arrived at before, in other rooms, in other years. She looked away. All right. Noah's voice cut through the noise. He was at the center of the room. He had not been there 10 seconds ago. I hadn't seen him move. We're going to give everyone some space. He moved toward the nearest cluster of guests, one hand raised, palm out. The family needs time. Thank you all for coming. No one argued. They retrieved coats and said the right things and filtered toward the door in groups of 2, and the room got smaller, and the chandelier kept burning gold over all of it, as if the evening had not just ended. Susan had turned from the window. Mia had her arm around her mother's shoulders now, steering her toward the hallway, and Susan was crying without sound, her hand over her mouth, her body doing the work that her mind had refused. Paula watched them go. Noah was beside me. His hand closed around my arm, not rough, not gentle, just present and directive. He steered me away from the mirror, away from the remaining guests, away from the sound of Susan's heels on the marble, toward the back hallway. Noah, study. His voice was low. Come on. The hallway was quieter. The sound of guests leaving came through the walls in compressed fragments. A door, a voice, the scrape of a chair. The chandelier light didn't reach here. The walls were dark wood and old photographs. The air smelled of beeswax, the cold particular to rooms that are never fully heated. Noah pushed open the door at the end. Dark paneling, heavy curtains already drawn. A desk the size of a small boat, clear except for a crystal decanter and 2 glasses. The congressman's portrait above the fireplace. Not smiling, not stern, simply watching. The door closed behind us. The noise was gone. Not muffled. Gone. Soundproof then. My legs carried me to the chair nearest the fireplace. I sat. My hands were in my lap. My spine was straight. The fire threw heat against my shins, and I could not feel it. Noah stood at the decanter. His back was to me. He poured 2 fingers of scotch into each glass with the steadiness of a man who had done this in this room before, in other crises, and the crystal caught the firelight, and the sound of the pour was the only sound in the world. He turned. He looked destroyed. His eyes were red at the edges. A muscle worked in his jaw, then locked still. He crossed the room and held out a glass. I took it. Our fingers never touched. He lowered himself into the chair across from me, elbows on his knees, his gaze fixed on the floor between us. The silence held for 7 seconds. 8. I counted. Noah lifted his head. "There are things," he said, "that I need to tell you." The scotch went down warm and did nothing at all. The fire crackled once against the silence. The congressman watched us from above the mantel with that portrait face, revealing nothing, promising less. The cold had moved from my hands inward. I held the glass. I waited. Chapter 43. Sophia. Noah had not drunk from his glass. He had poured it in the study, carried it across the room, and left it on the arm of the chair. It sat there untouched while he pressed his hands together and fixed his gaze on the floor between his feet. I held mine with both hands. The crystal was cold. The fire had dropped to a low burn, throwing more shadow than light, and the congressman watched us from above the mantel, and neither of us spoke. Noah's jaw worked once. "Kevin Sinclair," he said, "has been blackmailing this family for 16 years. The fire crackled. I did not move. He had evidence. Noah's voice was flat, measured. Evidence of what happened the night your grandfather died. The cold at my sternum spread upward. Noah, let me finish. He lifted his head. His eyes were red at the rims, and the muscle in his jaw worked again, and he looked like a man delivering a verdict he had rehearsed for years. You deserve to know. You should have been told before tonight, before any of this. I pressed my back teeth together. 16 years ago, Liam took my father's car. Noah picked up his glass, turned it once in his hand, set it down untouched. There'd been a party. He took the keys off the hook in the mudroom and drove. He had no business behind the wheel. The seams in the chair cushion. 1, 2, 3. He hit someone on Old Mill Road. Noah's voice did not break. He didn't stop. He left. 4, 5. He left your grandfather on the side of the road, Sophia. The fire threw one long shadow across the ceiling and held it there. I counted the seams until I ran out of seams. My hands stayed in my lap. The crystal pressed into both palms. Kevin was driving behind him. He saw everything. He kept quiet. Noah's thumb moved across the back of his own hand once. The payments started the following year. They never stopped. I heard every word of it. My body was still. I had watched Liam hand Bob Payton an envelope. I had been in that car on the drive back. I had watched him buy a bottle of water and nothing else. I had read every choice he made as discipline, standing in for something he could not put down. I had been right. I had been right about all of it. Noah. My voice came out level. Why didn't you tell me? He looked at me. Something crossed his face. Grief, or something that wore its expression. Because I loved my brother. His voice dropped. Because I kept telling myself it was an accident, that he was young, that he had lived with it. He pressed his hands together, and then Kevin Sinclair turned up dead. The hairs on my arms lifted. My back teeth came apart. My jaw ached. He killed him? My voice was someone else's. It came from somewhere below my collarbone. He killed Kevin Sinclair to keep him quiet? Noah said nothing. That was worse than if he had answered. He reached across the space between us and covered both my hands with one of his. His palm was warm. My hands were not. He held them anyway. I will handle this. His thumb moved across my knuckles. Whatever happens with the investigation, whatever Davis finds, I will make sure you are protected. I will make sure none of this touches you. I looked at his hands over mine. I looked at the fire. Liam had looked at me across the hallway and chosen silence over my name. He had lied to Davis. He had let them put the cuffs on, all of it to protect me. 16 years before that, he had left my grandfather dying on Old Mill Road and driven back in the dark and said nothing to anyone for the rest of his life. My chest locked on the inhale. I pressed my heel into the floor. 1, 2, 3. Noah's hand tightened over mine. "Look at me," he said. I looked at him. His eyes were steady, certain. The red at the rims had gone, or I had stopped registering it. He looked like the man who had stood in the party room with the chandelier behind him and raised a glass to Kevin Sinclair with a pulse that never moved. "I've got you," he said. "I've always had you." The fire popped once behind the grate. I held his gaze the way you grip something on the way down. "Okay," I said. He pulled me in, his arms locked around my shoulders. My face pressed against his jacket. Wool scratched my cheek. Cedar, dry cleaning chemicals, the cologne that had meant safety for 2 years. I did not cry. I held still, let him hold me, counted each heartbeat until the numbers blurred. The truth sat in my chest like something loaded. Chapter 44. Sophia. The first thing that broke was my breathing. Not loudly, not all at once. One fractured exhale at the end. A small structural sound a body makes when it stops holding itself together. Then another. Then the space between breaths turned ragged, uneven, impossible to predict. Noah's arms tightened. He didn't speak. He pressed his hand against the back of my head and held me to his chest. Cedar clung to his jacket. The fire behind us burned low. The room went quiet. The second exhale was worse than the first. My throat locked around it. My chest jerked once, involuntary, and then the tears came. These tore loose from somewhere deeper, the place where I kept my grandfather's face, his voice in the cottage at dawn, the patience of a man who treated small things like they mattered, his hand over mine when I was 16, and the world had already stripped me for parts. I pressed my face harder into Noah's shoulder. He said nothing. He held on. My fingers gripped his jacket at the lapels. I let the sound come. Hoarse, ugly, completely uncontrolled. Not the careful crying from the guest room the night before. This tore up from deeper down, from someplace buried. It came in waves. Each one broke over me before I could brace for it, and another already gathered behind it. I was crying for my grandfather. That part was true. It was the only part I let myself examine. Noah's hand moved in slow passes across my hair. His chin dropped to the top of my head. His voice came low against my temple. Not words at first, just sound. The low register of a man talking someone back from an edge. Then words. "I've got you." A pause. His hand in my hair. "I've got you. We're going to get through this." My grip on his lapels tightened. He kept saying we. The way he always said it, the closed, certain weight of that word in his mouth, the door it built around the two of us, the walls it put up around everything outside. His thumb moved along the back of my skull. "I know how much you loved him." His voice stayed low, measured. "I know what it cost you to come back here, to open all of this up again." The fire behind us crackled once. Shadow moved across the congressman's portrait. Liam is going to answer for what he did, to your grandfather, to Kevin, to you. His arms tightened on the last word. I will make sure of it. The crying didn't stop. My chest kept heaving in the long, ugly waves of someone who has lost the ability to regulate it. My face was wet against his jacket. The wool scratched my cheek, and I did not move away from it. I let him hold me. I let him say the words. Liam is going to answer for what he did. The room stayed warm. The fire burned low. Noah's hand moved in slow passes across my back, his voice fixed in that calm, practiced register. I counted the words without meaning to, the way I counted everything under pressure. Heartbeats, chair seams, heel presses into the floor. His voice never rushed. I let him believe the tears were his. Slowly, in increments, my breathing steadied. The heaving flattened to shudders. The shudders flattened to silence. I pressed my face once more into his shoulder and then lifted my head. My eyes burned. My stomach turned over. Noah's lapels held 2 wet prints where my hands had gripped them. He looked at my face. His expression did what it always did. The careful assembly of concern, the small furrow between his brows, the thumb that came up to trace the line of my jaw. Everything in the right place. There she is, he said. I held his gaze. His eyes were steady, patient. The red at the rims had gone entirely now or had never been there at all. I could no longer tell which version I had been looking at all evening. He turned my face slightly and pressed his lips to my temple. I stayed still under it. His exhale was slow and controlled, like he'd managed this kind of thing before. Other people's falling apart, the logistics of grief, the specific patience required to wait someone out. His arms closed around me again, and the fire gave its last low crackle against the quiet. The congressman watched from above the mantel. I stayed very still. My tears had dried against my cheeks. The burning in my eyes had settled to a flat, pressureless ache. My breathing came slow and even now, in and out against the wool of his jacket, in and out. He thought I had shattered. He had watched it happen. He had held the pieces, counted them, put his voice against my hair, and called it love. Somewhere across Edgewater in a precinct-holding cell, Liam Tucker sat in the dark. He had looked at me across the hallway and chosen silence. He had no idea what that silence had cost him. My palms were still flat against Noah's chest. His heart beat on, even and certain, completely undisturbed. I memorized the rhythm.
Chapter 45. Noah. The scotch was my father's, 30-year Macallan. 3 bottles left in the cabinet below the globe, untouched since the funeral. He would have objected to opening one tonight. He would have called it premature. He had opinions about when celebration was earned and when it was appetite dressed up as achievement. He was wrong about a great many things. I poured 2 fingers, sat in his chair. The study held its silence. The fire had gone dark, just coals now, throwing orange across the floorboards in long, uneven stripes. The guests were gone. The house had absorbed them without acknowledgement or record. Somewhere upstairs, Sophia slept. My glass caught the firelight. I leaned back, looked at the portrait. He stared down from above the mantel with that face. The one his donors received. The one the papers ran. The one that had hung in 3 different offices over 40 years and never told the truth about the man behind it. David Tucker, congressman, patron, patriarch, amateur. I raised my glass to him. The snake tank sat in the far wall, empty and clean. The enclosure had been built for the eyelash viper, the congressman's one indulgence, the one thing in this house he kept purely for himself. banana yellow scales, a head like a perfect small mistake. The tank was the reason Sophia came to us. Not the only reason. The step-grandmother had been a problem on multiple fronts. Problems in that house had a way of resolving themselves. The county coroner used the word accident. I had always appreciated the county coroner. 6 weeks later, Sophia moved into the East Wing guest room, 16 years old. She was quiet. She had always been quiet. The composure of someone much older. The eyes of someone who had already decided the world was a negotiation and had begun planning her opening position. I understood her immediately. Liam did not understand her at all. He wanted her. The uncomplicated, grasping wanting of a boy who had never been told no about anything that mattered. He orbited her the entire first year like a dog circling a fire. Exhausting to watch. There is a specific kind of man who mistakes proximity for claim, who interprets a girl's stillness as invitation. Liam was that man at 16. He remained that man at 32. The only difference was the jersey had better tailoring. The boarding school solution was elegant. A call to the headmaster, a man who owed the congressman 3 favors and had stopped counting. A carefully worded conversation with my father about Liam's grades, his trajectory, his need for structure. My father arrived at the conclusion himself. They always did, when the groundwork was laid. Liam left in October. Sophia stayed. But possessing her was an illusion. She didn't give me the time of day. She graduated, left for college, 18 years old, and certain that leaving was the same thing as escaping. She was wrong about that too. I tracked her through mutual connections at first, then through less mutual ones. College, medical school, the residency in Boston, emergency medicine, which surprised me and then didn't. She had always been drawn to controlled chaos. Situations where the margin for error was zero, where the person who kept their hands steady was the one who walked out. I set the glass down. The night on Franklin Road came back without invitation. The Hamptons party still in my blood. My phone on the passenger seat. The screen caught the corner of my eye and I looked down. 2 seconds, perhaps 3. When I looked up, the figure was already there, rising in the headlights with no warning. My mind supplied the only available explanation: a trash can. The size was wrong for a person. I did not stop. That was a decision. I have made worse ones with full sobriety and complete data. I kept driving. When I finally read the text and punched out a reply, I was already a mile clear of the road. The early morning brought my father's hand on my shoulder. Question about the car. I told him what I believed at the time. He looked at me for a long moment, building his case from available evidence, then made some calls. I went back to bed. I slept. Chapter 46. Noah. The slap woke me. Not a gentle shake. An open palm across my left cheek, hard enough to turn my head. My father stood over the bed with his jacket still on, which meant he had come straight from wherever he had been when the call reached him. His face was composed. That came first. Get up. I sat up. My head ached. The room was dark. The clock showed 1:47, and the events of Franklin Road arrived in no particular order. The text, the screen, the thud, the dark road, the drive home. He did not ask me to explain. Thank God your mother took Mia to visit her parents. He looked at me. Otherwise, she'd have turned you in herself. Downstairs. Now. The garage was lit by a single overhead bulb. The car sat where I had left it in its usual spot. In the dark, I had not registered the damage. In the light, I could see it clearly. The crumple along the passenger side front panel. The dark smear across the lower bumper that was not mud. My father walked the length of the car without touching it. He stopped at the front plate. Crouched. The flashlight moved to the corner where the metal was gone. A clean break, a chunk sheared off. The edge still bright where it had separated. He looked up at me. This plate. The corner. When did that happen? I looked at the jagged edge. Recent. Both of us knew it. Before, I said. Few weeks ago. Parking lot. He held the flashlight on it for a long moment. Said nothing. Then he stood and moved to the front panel. He turned to me. How fast were you going? I don't know. Were you on your phone? A beat too long. I glanced at it. He looked at me for 3 full seconds. Then he opened the cabinet beneath the tool bench and took out a bucket and 2 rags. He set them on the floor. Fill it. We worked without speaking. The water from the tap ran cold. The concrete floor was hard through my knees. My father scrubbed without looking at me. He did not look at me once. When the bumper was clean, he stood. Pulled off the yellow dish gloves. Dropped them in the bucket. He walked back inside. His voice came from the kitchen. Low, clipped, stripped of everything except function. The name of the yard. The arrangement. The figure. Then a higher figure when the first was refused. I stood at the garage door and listened to my father spend 20 years of maintained relationships in a single phone call. I filed the technique. The junkyard was 40 minutes east. We drove the damaged car in silence. The headlights cut through the dark. My father's hands were steady on the wheel. Mine were in my lap. The car smelled of bleach and the faint copper of something that would not come out. The man at the yard had a scar across one cheek and no interest in conversation. He counted the cash twice. My father waited. The crane took 12 minutes. The car went up in the dark. It spun once at the end of the cable. My father's jaw was set. His eyes tracked the crane, then the car, then the operator. Nothing. When it was done, he turned and walked toward the street. I followed. We stood under fluorescent lights at the gas station on the corner, waiting for a car service. He did not speak. When the car arrived, he held the door. I got in. He gave the driver our address. Then he looked out the window. At home, Grandma Paula waited in the hallway. Arms crossed, face composed, already ahead of both of us. She looked at my father. He gave a single nod. She turned and went back to her room. My father stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Burn your clothes. Fire pit at the back. Accelerant in the shed. I nodded. Get some sleep. A logistical instruction. Nothing more. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. He went upstairs. 10 minutes later, he reappeared at my door in different clothes, a box of matches in one hand. He did not explain. He walked past me toward the back of the house. I followed. The night was cold and very still. My father laid the clothes in first, his, then mine, then the rags, then the bucket. He soaked everything and stepped back and struck the match. The fire took immediately, a low whomp of ignition, then the steady work of it, fabric darkening, curling at the edges, the smell of synthetic material and something older underneath that neither of us examined. We watched until there was nothing left but ash and the faint chemical trace on the air. He went to bed. I slept for 11 hours. The next morning, a car sat in the driveway. Same model, same color. My father never mentioned it. Liam slept through all of it. 2 weeks later, my father called me into the study. He stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back. He looked out over the lawn and did not turn when I came in. I took the chair across from the desk and waited. The bathroom door opened. Kevin Sinclair stepped out. Coach K Youth Hockey, a fixture in Edgewater. He stood with his arms crossed, his face set. My father turned from the window. Kevin has something to say. Sinclair kept his eyes on my father. I was on Franklin Road the night of the accident. I stopped. A pause, deliberate. The old man was alive when I found him, barely, but alive enough. The room was very quiet. He told me whose car it was. My father's hands, still clasped, tightened once. I watched the knuckles. What do you want, Kevin? Patient. Too patient. Sinclair shifted his weight. Funding, the hockey program, the youth center. Youth center funding, a check made out to a non-profit that existed on paper and nowhere else. Sinclair's word for, I own you now. My father looked at him for a long moment. Then he unclasped his hands. You'll have it. Sinclair nodded, extended his hand. My father took it. When Sinclair left, my father sat behind the desk. He opened the top drawer, took out a pen, uncapped it. He did not look at me. You understand what just happened? Yes. This does not end here. Men like that never stop. He set the pen down. You've handed someone a chain, Noah. The only question is how long you let them hold it. He picked the pen back up. The conversation was over. I stood, walked to the door. In 16 years, I had returned to that sentence often. My father believed the chain belonged to Sinclair. He was wrong about that too. The chain was never Sinclair's. It was always mine. Chapter 47. Noah. The Airbnb fireplace was gas. I had to read the instructions on the back panel to light it. There was a certain indignity in that. A man who had executed a problem with surgical precision, squinting at a laminated card to ignite a pilot flame. But the flames came, and I fed the jacket into them. And that was the point. The orange panels darkened at the edges first. The wolf logo blistered and curled. The acrylic caught with a synthetic stench that coated the back of my throat, and I stood close and let it. Liam had put that jacket on me himself. 4 nights ago at the party, grinning, both hands on my shoulders, pressing it down like he was knighting me. Wear it with pride, big brother. He had no idea, he never does. I watched the flames and let myself go back. I had parked on the cross street by 7:40 p.m. From the driver's seat, I had a clean sight line to Coach K's front path. Kevin and I had been scheduled to meet that week. Campaign groundwork, the early conversations that happened before anything was official. When travel intervened, I asked Liam to go in my place. Apologize in person, I told him. A personal touch. Kevin will appreciate it more than a call. Liam had gone without a second question. He went to see Coach K the same way he went to everything. Open, unguarded, announcing himself with a smile. At 7:53 p.m., Liam walked out of the front door. I gave it 20 minutes. Liam's jacket, his visit, his rental car still logged 2 blocks away on a GPS record that nobody had requested yet. Every layer of the frame sat in place before I opened the car door. I walked in along the grass strip, collar up, hands in the jacket's pockets. My pulse held at 60. I had checked it on my watch before I got out of the car. I knocked. Coach K opened the door. He squinted into the dark. For one beat, his expression formed a word that wasn't my name. His eyes moved over the jacket, the orange panels, the wolf logo stretched across the chest. Then he adjusted. "Didn't expect you back so soon. Come in." I stepped inside. He shut the door. He moved toward the living room, still talking. About Liam dropping by, about the cap, about the two of them being hard to tell apart from a distance in that jacket. He was still talking when I pulled the Glock from my pocket. The room went quiet. Coach K turned. He saw it. The color dropped from his face like a window shade. I raised the gun. 15 years. He lifted both hands, his lips pressed together, then broke apart. "No, Noah, put that away. It doesn't have to." 15 years. Not louder, flat. Prisoners get released for good behavior. You doubled the rate. I was joking. His voice fractured on the second word. "The email. I was testing the water. You know how I get—" I took a step forward. Sweat broke along his hairline and ran in a single track down his temple. "The wife? She's bleeding me dry, Noah. You know how it is. A young woman, I had no leverage left." I let the silence do the work. He had no leverage. That was precisely correct. A young wife 20 years his junior, who had spent the birthday party standing close to Liam's hockey friends, laughing at things Coach K had not said, her body tilted away from his all evening. He had watched her do it and said nothing, because men like Coach K buy compliance and then confuse it for loyalty until the money runs dry. I had watched her that night too. I had watched her, and I had watched him watch her, and I had already known then that the extortion email was not ambition. It was desperation, a drowning man's grab for anything solid. The gun dropped slightly. His shoulders released. His exhale came out long and ragged. "Forget the money." His voice dropped to something almost conciliatory, as if we had just resolved a misunderstanding between gentlemen. "We're square. You have my word." The word of a blackmailer. I looked at him, the thick mustache, the meaty hands still raised, the sweat track drying on his jaw, and the calculation completed without ceremony. There was no version of the next 5 years in which Kevin Sinclair stayed silent. Not at the campaign announcement, not when the donors came, not as the scrutiny scaled. Every increment of my success would recalibrate his number. That was not a character flaw. That was his architecture. He saw the change in my face before I moved. His lips parted. "You won't get away with this." The smell arrived before the sound. Sharp, sour, spreading across the floor between us. I pulled the trigger. The recoil pushed me one step back. My ears rang in the closed room. Coach K grabbed at his chest, a reflex, nothing more, and went down. I stood still, counted 3 seconds. Then I moved. I wiped the door handle inside and out. The wall I had brushed passing through the hallway, every surface in sequence, entry, path, exit. The same order I ran a due diligence review. No doubling back. I checked the front door through the side light glass before I opened it. A man with a dog, 50 yards out. I went back through the kitchen, took the side window, and retraced my steps along the grass strip to the car. I stopped for gas and a Red Bull. Locked eyes with a man who looked at me like he knew me. I pulled the cap down. The drive north ran 5 hours. Before I reached the first bridge, I stripped the Glock. 7 bridges stood between Edgewater and the state line. Each took a piece. The barrel went into the Piscataqua. The frame followed farther north. By the time I reached Manchester, the gun was scattered across 3 river systems. The jacket and cap came off at the Connecticut rest stop. I tied them in a gas station bag and held it until I was back at the Airbnb by 3:20 a.m. I washed my hands twice with the bar soap. Cold water, not hot, because hot water opens the pores, and looked at my reflection for a long moment. I looked exactly like myself. In the Airbnb fireplace, the last panel of the jacket continued to burn. The wolf logo was gone. My father had stood at our backyard fire pit 16 years ago doing something very similar. I had watched him from the kitchen doorway, the measured way he fed his shirt into the coals, the small adjustment when the fabric resisted, the patience of a man who understood that some things require complete combustion. He had not looked up. He knew I was there. He fed the next piece in anyway. He never explained it. He did not need to. The fireplace clicked to stand by. I dried my hands, picked up my personal phone from the nightstand. Sophia had texted at 11, checking in, the way she did when the distance between us stretched past a day. I set it face down without answering. The Hilton was 12 minutes away. I drove back in the dark. The lobby was empty at that hour. A single clerk behind the desk, eyes on a screen, not interested in guests returning late. I took the elevator to the 4th floor, ran the key card, and pushed the door open. The business phone sat where I had left it. On the nightstand, screen dark, Tucker Capital printed across the case in the small sans serif the firm used on everything. I picked it up. 3 pings from the Manchester Tower overnight, logged in the carrier data like a man sleeping in his own room. I set it back down. Liam's jacket, Liam's visit, Liam's rental car, Liam's phone record showing a text from his brother to drop by, and Noah Tucker's business phone, resting in a hotel room 30 miles north, building an alibi 1 tower ping at a time. I got into bed. The frame was already closed. Chapter 48. Noah. The whiskey was poured and I hadn't touched it. A habit inherited from my father. Pour the glass, let it sit. The Macallan caught the desk lamp and threw amber light across the blotter. The study had gone quiet. Liam's room, empty. Sophia's borrowed guest room, shut. The party stripped, bagged, and hauled out. The house was mine now. In every sense that mattered. I set my elbows on the desk and looked at my father's portrait. The old fool got greedy. That was the complete autopsy of Kevin Sinclair's professional life and violent end. A man with genuine leverage, brought down not by his enemies, but by his own appetite. 16 years of steady payments. 16 years of keeping his mouth shut. Then he decided that stability wasn't enough. The note on Sophia's car. I pressed my fingers together. The person who murdered your grandfather is still watching. He believed that was subtle. I could picture the composition of it. That thick hand on a keyboard, certain he was conducting something sophisticated. Anonymous. Untraceable. Designed to frighten Sophia, to destabilize the engagement, to remind me that the chain existed and that he still held it. What he had not calculated, I had managed Sophia's information environment for years. Every variable that reached her because I permitted it. A note on her windshield was not a warning delivered to a frightened woman. It was a man stepping into a controlled room and rearranging the furniture. He thought scaring her would make me open my checkbook. It signed his death warrant. The call came the afternoon of my father's funeral. The study sat exactly as he had left it, desk squared, chair pushed back at the precise angle of a man who had only stepped out. The mourners had circulated all afternoon. I had received their handshakes and moved them along. I took the call at the window. Sinclair's voice arrived with the warmth of a man delivering good news to himself. "Tucker Jr., my condolences on your father's passing." "Thank you. A man is not a man until he has buried his father." A pause timed for effect. "I trust you're seeing to his affairs." One hand stayed in my pocket. 62 beats per minute. They had been at 62 all day. "One never prepares adequately for these eventualities," I said. "Very true." Another silence opened, the space a nervous man would fill. I left it empty. "As you know, there was an arrangement between your father and me. I hope we can continue in good faith." "I see no reason not to." A short laugh from Sinclair. Satisfied. The sound of a man who had been given what he came for. "Very glad to hear that." He paused again. "And Liam? He's made quite a name for himself." "He has. To think I'm the one who put a stick in his hands." His voice dropped into the register of nostalgia. "Liam and the Peyton kid. Bob Peyton. You remember him?" I said nothing. That boy was as good as Liam. A small, mournful exhale. Perhaps better. Such a shame how his career ended. I kept my eyes on the garden. "I'll send you the banking details," Sinclair said. "Again, my condolences, Mr. Tucker." The line went dead. I set the phone on the desk. Through the window, the garden held the flat light of late afternoon. The cottage was visible at the far edge, my father's guest house now, which had been Sophia's grandfather's home before it was convenient for it not to be. I looked at it for 2 seconds. Then I looked away. The payments began the following month. Quarterly, automatic, clean. For 16 years, Sinclair cashed everyone and built nothing. No youth center, no renovated rink, no program that existed beyond its letterhead. The money went into a trophy wife, a lake house in Sparta, a boat, a lifestyle no coach's salary could touch. He didn't even pretend well. He spent like a man who had been promised immunity. He had. He simply misidentified who was providing it. The note changed the accounting. He sent it because he wanted new terms. He believed frightening Sophia was leverage. He did not understand what Sophia was for, or what she cost to build, or how long I had been building her. He had been holding a chain attached to nothing, pulling it for 16 years, mistaking the slack for power. My father had told me the night of the accident. Men like that never stop. He was right. They don't stop. That was exactly the problem. I lifted the whiskey glass and set it back down untouched. Sinclair was in the morgue. Liam was in a cell. Sophia was in the guest room a floor above me, where I had placed her, crying the tears I had given her, in the sequence I had arranged. Every variable in its correct position. I picked up the glass and drank. Chapter 49. Noah. The curtain opened and there she was. White coat, hair back, clipboard carried at the angle she had used since medical school, a habit I recognized before she recognized me. She looked up before she reached the bed. The recognition hit her face and she arranged it into something neutral in under 2 seconds. She was fast, not fast enough. Noah. I lay still on the gurney and let the moment arrive. Sophia. She pulled on gloves. Both hands went to my neck without hesitation. Precise, efficient, no wasted motion. Her eyes stayed off mine while she worked. She had landed at Mass General. I already knew she would. You're going to be fine. Her voice was level. Soft tissue. We'll run imaging to confirm. The cervical collar pressed into my jaw. My shirt had been cut to the sternum. Paramedics at the scene. I kept my eyes on her face and my pulse at its working rate. I'm glad it was you. Flat. No pressure in it. She wrote something on the clipboard. Let's get the scan first. The letters came every few weeks that first year. Liam's handwriting, loose, slightly rushed. The penmanship of a boy praised for physical things and not much else. I intercepted everyone. Opened them over the kitchen trash. Read them standing up. He missed her. The power play was coming along. He missed her. The school food was bad. He missed her. I burned them in the fire pit behind the east garden. Paper catches fast. Each envelope took under a minute, start to finish. I stood with my hands in my pockets until the ash stopped moving, then went back inside. The whole operation produced nothing in me. No conflict, no weight. It was filing. By the second year, the letters stopped. The proposal required 6 weeks of drafting. The political run had moved from background calculation to active campaign the year my father's diagnosis became public. His party contacts consolidated quickly. The right dinners, the right introductions, the right questions asked of me over single malts by men who had already decided and wanted confirmation. A congressional seat requires a domestic image. A bachelor candidate at 36 carries a liability no amount of education or family name fully offsets. I needed a perfect wife. Sophia at 30 was precise. The right background, humble enough to read well in a district that distrusted inherited wealth, accomplished enough to command her own rooms. The history with the Tucker estate that could be packaged as a love story. The face, the stillness she carried in public, which photographs as grace. I had measured all of it against the district demographics and found no gaps. Legal Seafoods was her restaurant. She had told me things there. Her brother in the bathtub, her grandfather's hands, the foster home that preceded Edgewater. She had opened the interior of her history across a corner table with a candle between us, and I had received every word with the correct expression. The night I proposed, she wore navy, hair loose. The candlelight caught her face, and she was, by any measurable standard, beautiful. That information went where it belonged. I dropped to one knee, delivered the lines I had revised through 4 drafts, watched her eyes fill. She said yes before I finished the sentence. 2 weeks later, Sinclair's email arrived. Subject: Our agreement. Noah, congratulations on your engagement. I trust you'll keep up with our arrangement. With your upcoming political career, I'm sure you understand the importance of keeping certain matters discreet. Let's discuss the new terms soon. I read it twice, set the laptop on the desk. How did he know? The campaign had not been announced. No press, no filing. One dinner with 3 men in a back room at a steakhouse in Midtown, and a follow-up call I had taken from my car. That was the complete universe of people who knew. Her voice came through the wall from the next room, a call with her friend from medical school. Her laugh arrived easy and unhurried. I sat with the email for 3 minutes and ran the variables. Sinclair had cashed 16 years of payments without building a single thing he had promised. He had a trophy wife, a lake house in Sparta, a boat, a life assembled from money he hadn't earned. The arrangement had been stable because the amounts were fixed and the man was predictable. The moment he moved for new terms, he became something else. A man who asks for more once will ask again. A man who puts that request in a subject line called "Our Agreement" has already told you everything you need to know about his next move. But the question underneath the email was worse than the email itself. He had a source. Someone inside the room, or close enough to it. Someone who had heard the right conversation and carried it to Sinclair like a gift. That changed the accounting entirely. A blackmailer with static demands is a managed liability. A blackmailer with active intelligence is a different problem. A problem with one solution. I opened my calendar, picked up my phone, began. Chapter 50, Noah. Susan was still crying. The sound moved through the walls of the estate the way sound does in old houses. Not muffled, not distant, just absorbed into the plaster and wood and released at a lower register. She had been at it for 2 hours. Mia was with her, which was useful. It meant neither of them was in here. I poured 2 fingers of Macallan and sat behind my father's desk. The call to the attorneys was done. They would be here by 8 in the morning with their cases and their careful voices and their instructions about what Liam should and should not say to anyone before they arrived. The statement to the press could wait until morning. Everything that required daylight could wait until morning. Tonight was mine. I thought about Sophia, not with sentiment, with the specific satisfaction of a man reviewing a position that had closed exactly as modeled. She had been a sound investment from the beginning. What I had not fully priced in was how precisely useful she would be at the moment I needed her most. She was the one who found the fragment. That still landed with a weight I had no interest in naming. She had walked out to that road alone, crouched in the dirt, and pulled up the one piece of physical evidence on the planet that could place my car at that scene 16 years ago. Then she came home and described its exact location across the kitchen table. The route line, left side of the trunk. 3 characters still legible in the metal. She handed me a map and called it sharing. I had known what the fragment was the moment she described it. The night of the accident, my father had walked the car with a flashlight while I stood in the cold with my hands in my pockets. He moved slowly, methodically, the way he did everything that mattered. He crouched at the back panel, stood, moved to the front. Then he stopped. This plate. He didn't look up. The corner. When did that happen? I looked at the jagged edge where a chunk of the metal was gone. Clean break. Recent. Before, I said. Few weeks ago, parking lot. He held the flashlight on it for a long moment. Said nothing. Then he moved on. He knew. He chose to move on. That was the arrangement we had, stated in no language either of us ever used. The fragment had been sitting in that ground for 16 years. Rain, frost, the slow chemistry of soil and time working on the metal degrading the stamped digits into something that might read as nothing to anyone who didn't already know what they were looking for. It was probably useless. The elements had likely done the work for me years ago. Probably was not a word I operated on. I left at 3:14 in the morning. The road sat empty. Darkness pressed against the overgrown shoulder. Her description was exact. It always was. 11 minutes to find the fragment. 4 seconds to pocket it. I was back in bed before 4. The fragment was now at the bottom of the Merrimack River, 12 miles north, which had been receiving the congressman's less discussable disposals for 30 years. Some traditions were worth inheriting. Davis would keep pulling threads. I had requested her file the morning she first appeared on the estate's drive. A quiet favor from a contact at the department. The report told me enough. Tenacious, persistent. A Worcester detective who had worked her way through New York and landed in Edgewater. A woman still proving something to someone, which made her dangerous and predictable in equal measure. Without evidence, she had a theory and a bad feeling. Bad feelings don't hold up in arraignment. Liam was in a cell. Whatever the evidence picture looked like, it pointed at my brother, because I had built it to point at my brother, and I had built it carefully. The jacket, the visits, his own honest, guileless account of his movements, volunteered freely because Liam had never learned that honesty is a strategy, not a reflex. He would have made an excellent pawn in a different game. Susan's crying moved through the wall again, a long, ragged exhale, then Mia's voice, low and steadying, and then quiet. I picked up the phone. Not to call the attorneys again, not to manage the press. I scrolled to the contact, pressed dial, and listened to it ring. Mr. Stanley. An older man's voice, careful, measured. Yes? Stanley. It's Noah Tucker. A pause, longer than I expected. Noah. Not warm exactly. Correct. The voice of a man assembling the appropriate response before delivering it. I heard about your brother. I'm very sorry. Thank you. It's been a difficult evening. I kept my voice measured, easy, the tone that communicated normalcy, continuity, the understanding that tonight had been a stressful evening and was behind us both. I'm calling ahead because the next few days are going to be complicated, and I want to make sure I get ahead of it. A pause. Wednesday morning. Would that work? By then, the worst of the press should have cleared. And I have a donor dinner Thursday. I need to look sharp. Silence. 2 full seconds of it. Wednesday morning. A pause. Yes. I'll be there. Thank you, Stanley. The note of warmth, placed deliberately, an acknowledgement without naming what it acknowledged. I appreciate it. Of course. His voice was even, uninflected. I'll have everything ready. The line went quiet. I set the phone on the desk. The call had gone exactly as expected. Stanley was 72 and dying. Susan's housekeeper had passed the information to Susan, and Susan had passed it to me, as she passed everything, because I had positioned myself long ago as the preferred destination for other people's confidences. Terminal. A man in his position did not refuse the Tuckers. He came to the house because it remained one of the last connections to a life that had once given him purpose, and threadbare loyalty was still loyalty. He would open the shop early on Wednesday. He would have the chair warmed and the towels pressed. He would ask after the family without requiring much in the way of an answer. Harmless, ancient. The kind of man this town produced in every generation, quietly devoted to families like mine, grateful for the continuity of it. I refilled the glass. The house had gone quiet around Susan's grief. Outside, the grounds were dark. The gate at the end of the drive was closed. Tomorrow, the lawyers would arrive and the machinery would start. Statements, court dates, reporters at the gate. By evening, the family would have found the position it always found. Loyal to Liam, distant from his choices. By Wednesday, the worst of it would be past. The chair, the towels, a straight razor in steady hands. I raised the glass and drank.
Chapter 51. Davis. The tape had been running for 11 minutes when the lawyers arrived. Davis watched it again now, the third time since 6 this morning, on the monitor in her office with the door closed and the precinct noise reduced to a low hum outside. The timestamp in the corner read Sunday, 9:14 p.m., 22 hours after the arrest. She had spent most of those 22 hours fighting through Tucker attorneys just to get into that room. And what she got was 11 minutes before they took it away again. Liam Tucker sat across the table from Bishop with his forearms on the metal surface and his hands open, the posture of a man who had decided cooperation was the correct approach and had no idea it wasn't. He told them everything. Bob Payton, the visit, the envelope, the bridal store drop-off, then straight to Kevin Sinclair's house. The door opened from the inside. The drink Sinclair poured himself while Liam delivered Noah's message. The Arctic Wolves jacket. He'd been wearing it all day, hadn't thought to swap it out. It was just what he had on. I left him alive, said directly. No qualifier. The way people talked when they had nothing to hide and hadn't yet learned that was its own kind of exposure. At minute 11, the door behind Bishop opened. 2 men in charcoal suits. One set a briefcase on the table and said 4 words. This interview is over, and Liam's face changed. Not guilt, confusion. The tape cut. Davis pulled off her headphones, set them on the desk. The DA's office had called twice already that morning. They had the jacket, the GPS data placing the rental car 2 blocks from Sinclair's house, an eyewitness, and a timeline that fit the ME's window. The street had been packed that Saturday evening, cars lined up bumper to bumper, and Liam had taken the first space he found. They were using the phrase, compelling case, with the confidence of people who had already stopped looking. The problem was not that the evidence was thin, the problem was that it was perfect. Every piece fitted against the next, with a clean coherence that made Davis's jaw tighten each time she looked at it. Killers left friction. They second-guessed and doubled back and made the wrong choice under pressure. They didn't construct a trail this tidy. Liam Tucker had walked to a murder scene in a distinctive jacket, parked a rental car 2 blocks away, and gone home to sleep. Either he was the most careless killer she'd encountered in 14 years, or he was a man who had no idea what innocent behavior looked like from the outside. She opened the elimination file. Immediate family, standard procedure. Noah Tucker's alibi had come back clean at 7 a.m. Manchester, New Hampshire. A client retention matter. A competitor had been circling one of Tucker Consulting's accounts for weeks, and the meeting had been pulled together on short notice to close it down. Flight records. MacArthur Airport, Long Island, Friday morning. Landed Manchester-Boston Regional. Hotel check-in at the Hilton Garden Inn, early afternoon. His phone had pinged the Manchester cell tower at 4 p.m., 9 p.m., 2 a.m., and 6 a.m. 4 clean pings across the night. The number came back registered to Tucker Consulting LLC, a business line. Davis picked up the hotel record, turned to the second page. The meeting confirmed by 3 independent sources, the client, 2 attendees, and the hotel's event coordinator. The urgency of it was documented. A competitor had been circling the account for weeks. Noah Tucker had flown up to close it down. Davis set the record down. Bishop knocked and came in. Pretzels. The expression he wore when he was about to be reasonable at her. DA called again. He dropped into the chair across from her. Noon deadline on the full file. She didn't answer. She was looking at the hotel record again. Something about the check-in time and the first phone ping sat at a slight angle in her head. Not wrong, just slightly off register. The way a picture hung half an inch crooked bothered a person who noticed straight lines. She reached for the keycard activity log. "What are you looking for?" Bishop asked. "Room entry, after check-in." He leaned forward, looked at the sheet. Then he sat back. "Tasha, half the time I forget to swipe back into my own hotel room. I prop the door. I go down for ice. I follow someone in through the stairwell." He put a pretzel in his mouth. "I've also been known to fall asleep in the business center. Once, memorably, in a conference chair." He spread his hands. "It doesn't mean anything." Davis looked at the log for another 3 seconds. He wasn't wrong. It meant nothing she could take anywhere. A phone pinged in Manchester all night. A meeting was confirmed by 3 independent sources. She had Liam Tucker on tape admitting he was at the scene, with his car parked on the same street, and a neighbor who had watched him leave wearing a distinct jacket. She set the hotel record down. Fine. She closed the elimination file. Pull the full financial on Sinclair, 16 years of it. If someone was paying him, I want to know who. Bishop stopped mid-chew. Davis picked up her coffee, lukewarm. She drank it anyway. Because Liam Tucker had no motive. She set the cup down. So let's find out who did. Davis looked at the frozen frame on the monitor. Liam's hands open on the table. Guilty men don't talk like that. She tapped the file. But innocent men don't always know when to stop.
Chapter 52. Sophia. Wednesday morning brought silence. For 48 hours, the Tucker estate had functioned as a bunker. Defense attorneys occupied the ground floor study, their voices bleeding through the heavy oak doors, barked commands, drafted statements, the machinery of a family that knew how to absorb a crisis and keep moving. Mia had spent Monday screaming in the East Wing until a private physician arrived with a leather bag and a sedative. The household staff moved through the corridors with their heads down, walking the edges of carpets, avoiding eye contact. They brought silver trays of dry toast and chamomile tea to the guest room 3 times a day. I left the toast untouched. I poured the tea down the bathroom sink. For 2 days, I remained in the center of the guest bed, duvet pulled to my chin, producing wet, ragged breaths whenever the door handle turned. I stared at the wall. I performed the shattered, traumatized fiancée. The brass handle clicked. Noah stepped in, wearing a crisp white shirt, cuffs rolled twice up his forearms, projecting the specific curated exhaustion of a man carrying a dynasty on his back. He crossed the room and sat on the edge of the mattress. His thumb traced a slow circle on my cheek. The worst of it is over. His voice had the practiced cadence of someone who had said difficult things to frightened people before. The press vans moved back to the main road. The lawyers built a fortress around Liam. We survived this, Sophia. I promise you. I squeezed my eyes shut and leaned my face into his palm. He pressed his lips to my forehead. Then he stood and adjusted his watch strap. I need to step out. I postponed my shave with Mr. Stanley twice. The circus is contained. I need to look sharp. We have a press conference tomorrow night. Come back soon. My voice cracked on the second word. Always. The door shut. The latch caught. The tears stopped. I threw the duvet back and sat up. My bare feet hit the cold hardwood. I rolled my shoulders, straightened my spine. At the bathroom vanity, I picked up a cotton pad and wiped the smeared mascara from under my eyes. The face in the glass held no grief, no fragility. I turned the cold tap, rinsed the sink. let the water run. 16 years ago. The night of the hit and run. Bob Payton had mentioned the timestamp without knowing what he was handing me. The impact happened right after the evening game ended. He carried that timestamp in his bones. I knew exactly where Liam Tucker was when that game ended. He was in my room at my grandfather's cottage, his hands in my hair, the rain battering the shingle roof. We stayed until midnight. Liam did not drive a car that night. He did not leave my grandfather on the asphalt. The timeline held one gap, and it was absolute, which left the question of who did. The congressman had helped bury it. The payments, the cover-up, 16 years of Sinclair's silence. But Sinclair had not stayed quiet out of loyalty to a dead man. He had come back with new terms, a congressional campaign on the horizon, and fresh leverage aimed at whoever still had something to lose. Blackmailers don't chase ghosts. Coach K knew whose hands were on the wheel. One Tucker male remained. Noah killed my grandfather. I gripped the edges of the sink. The cold ceramic bit into my palms. My reflection stared back. Dark eyes, flat, steady. The parameters had changed. This was no longer about the family name or the money or the house my grandfather had lived in while I rotted in the foster system. Noah had driven the car. Noah had left him to bleed out on Old Mill Road. Noah had followed me to Boston, built a cage around me, murdered a blackmailer, and framed his own brother to clear the path. I reached for a towel, dried my hands, folded the cotton into a rectangle, and placed it on the marble counter. I didn't want his money. I didn't want his reputation in ruins. I wanted him erased. Chapter 53, Sophia. I have always known how to handle problems. The first thing I learned was that the window matters more than the problem itself. Every situation has one. A narrow span of time when the variables align, when the outcome is still adjustable, when a person with steady hands and the willingness to act can walk through a door that will not stay open. Most people spend that window deciding whether to move. I do not spend it deciding. William Sykes came through my ER bay at 9:47 p.m. on a Friday. I had not planned for it. I had hoped for it. The way you carry a low, persistent heat for 20 years and stop examining whether it counts as hope or simply as knowledge that you are owed something. I had not seen him since I was 12. I did not know where he was living or whether his wife was still in prison. Child neglect and abuse. Resulting in death carried a range of sentences, and I had not followed the case beyond the conviction. I had filed it and moved on. When the paramedics wheeled him through the bay doors and the tattoo on his abdomen confirmed what his face already told me, I did not freeze. I never freeze. The ST elevation on the monitor was textbook, the Widowmaker. Residents use that word because it kills fast, clean, and without warning, because the people it takes were fine an hour ago and gone before anyone finishes the sentence. His chart opened on my screen. Patterson, my nurse, was 3 weeks on the floor. One adjustment, a decimal placement in the nitroglycerin notation, ambiguity that reads correctly at a glance and fatally at a second. My hands did not shake. I closed the chart and walked back to the bay. He was alive when the cath lab took him. He was alive when I left the floor. I will say that under every review, every deposition, every careful conversation that awaits me in Boston, it is the truth. What the inquiry will find is a notation anomaly, a nurse 3 weeks on the floor, an attending who reviewed the chart and found it clean. They will find the correct thing because I have always done my job correctly, and a record of correctness is its own alibi. Sykes is dead. I feel nothing about this that requires examination. I have always known how to handle problems. The second thing I learned was that witnesses are not neutral. The claw-footed tub in the Sykes house had a rust stain around the drain. The rubber duck sat first, then the T-Rex, then Aquaman. Nothing in that bathroom ever changed. Twice that week, I told him to wait for me before he ran the bath. Sammy died on a Tuesday in March. He was 7 years and 9 months old. I was 11, 2 months from 12. I found him. That is the truth, and I have never said anything else. I pushed the bathroom door open and stood in the frame for the few seconds it took to understand what I was looking at, and then a few seconds more. The seconds that mattered. The seconds in which I understood that Sammy was past the point where anything I did would change his outcome. What I could change was mine. I knew what Mr. Sykes had done to both of us in that house. I knew what Mrs. Sykes had done when she walked in on him and me. Her husband had me on my knees, his fly open. She chose her version of the truth before she crossed the room. She hit me. She told me it was my fault. Then she closed the door, went back to the kitchen, and said nothing. I stood in the bathroom doorway for those extra seconds, and I made sure she would pay for that. I screamed. I dragged Sammy out of the tub. I performed CPR the way an almost 12-year-old girl would, with soaked sleeves, slipping hands, and no idea what she was doing. The noise brought the neighbors through the door before Mrs. Sykes reached the hallway. Every investigator who looked at my face, my hands, and the state of that bathroom saw exactly what I needed them to see. Mrs. Sykes went down on child neglect and abuse resulting in death. I walked out of that foster home with my grandfather's hand around mine 7 weeks later. I did not look back. Whether she was still in prison, I did not know. I had not checked. Some things you file under done. I turned 12 the month before I left. I have always known how to handle problems. The third thing I learned was precision. My grandfather had worked the Tucker estate for 30 years. He pressed the congressman's suits. He served the congressman's table. He moved through those rooms with the particular invisibility of a man whose survival depended on never being noticed. And when he died, the Tuckers gave his widow the standard notice: vacate the cottage within 60 days. She was the woman who had stood in a social worker's office when Sammy and I were 8 and 4 years old and told my grandfather that 2 children was too much disruption. She had said it clearly, without hesitation, while my grandfather held his hat in both hands and waited. He had the cottage. He had a room for us. He had wanted us from the first phone call. She said no. So Sammy went into the system. So did I. So Sammy died in a claw-footed tub in the Sykes house, while my grandfather was still fighting the paperwork she had made necessary. She'd been on my list since I was 8 years old. The eviction notice simply gave me the window. She had always resented my presence in the cottage. Actively, with the hostility of a woman who had never wanted me there and could not forgive that I had ended up there anyway. When the notice arrived, she announced she was taking me with her. She said it the way she said everything. As a conclusion, I was 16. Liam was in the next room. He had been in the next room, or the one after that, or somewhere on the grounds within shouting distance. Since the first afternoon my grandfather walked me through the cottage door. He was the first person on the estate who looked at me without calculating what I cost. He brought me to the study to feed the viper. He showed me the globe. He sat beside me on the dock when I couldn't sleep and never asked why. 4 years of that. 4 years of being seen. Leaving meant leaving him. That was the one outcome I would not accept. The cottage smelled of my grandfather's pipe tobacco, which she had already started airing out. She had 60 days. I gave her 2. The congressman kept an eyelash viper in the study. The handler came on Tuesdays. I had fed it twice. The evening before, while the house was still moving and my presence in the study drew no attention, I used a garden spade. I placed the head inside the left gardening boot and left the mudroom exactly as I found it. She reached for that boot the following morning. The coroner called it a 1 in a million event. He was not wrong about the probability. The congressman's lawyers called it a tragic accident. The Tucker family sent flowers. I stood at the graveside in a black dress and held my grandfather's watch in both hands and did not look at the coffin. 3 weeks later, the congressman offered me the guest room in the main house. I straightened up from the bathroom vanity. I set the cotton pad on the marble counter beside the folded towel. 3 problems, 3 solutions. A nearly 12-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 32-year-old, each one slightly more efficient than the last. Noah Tucker was a problem. Chapter 54, Sophia. The plan had existed before Noah did, not the specifics, not the engagement, not the estate, not the architecture of a Tucker family implosion. The plan in its earliest form was simpler than all of that. Find who killed my grandfather and make certain they lost everything. I carried it for 14 years, a weight I rarely examined because examining it meant admitting how much of my life had been organized around it. I put myself through medical school on holiday shifts in Martha's Vineyard, then built a career with the patience of someone who understood that resources mattered and that having none was its own kind of vulnerability. I wasn't waiting for an opportunity. I was preparing for one. Noah walked into my ER 2 years ago with whiplash and a white shirt and the unhurried confidence of a man who had never once been surprised by an outcome. I recognized him immediately. He did not recognize me at all. I hacked his laptop 4 months before he proposed. He had left it open on the kitchen counter on a Sunday morning, screen unlocked, while he went to take a call on the balcony. He was on the phone for 11 minutes. I had the drive imaged in 9. The financials took 3 weeks to parse. Tucker Consulting, LLC, ran 9 accounts across 4 institutions, and the disbursements required careful cross-referencing before the pattern surfaced. But it surfaced. 62 payments over 16 years, quarterly, then annual, then irregular. The cadence of a blackmailer who had grown comfortable. The recipient account traced back to a shell registered in Delaware, dissolved 4 years ago. The beneficial owner was Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair, the congressman, was dead. The payments had not stopped. The account drawing them was Noah's. For 2 years, my working assumption had been the congressman, David Tucker, a man who buried problems for a living and kept Coach K funded for 16 years because Coach K knew something worth keeping quiet. I built the entire plan around that assumption: marry in, access the accounts, find the documentation, and burn it all to the ground in public before walking away with enough to justify the years it had cost me. It was a good plan. It had one flaw. The congressman was dead and the payments were still running. Dead men do not manage blackmail schedules. Dead men do not receive calls about new terms. Dead men do not need to protect anything. I had seen that discrepancy in the laptop data and filed it under unresolved. I told myself it was estate management, an automated transfer no one had bothered to terminate. The explanation was thin, and I had accepted it anyway, because the alternative required dismantling 2 years of planning, and I was not ready to do that. I was ready now. The note had been under my windshield on a Saturday morning outside the bakery. I had read it as a warning, a witness, someone who had seen something 16 years ago and chosen this moment to surface. A witness, someone who had seen something 16 years ago and chosen this moment, this return to Edgewater, to surface. I told Noah about it within the hour. I told him about the license plate fragment that same day, the rusted piece of metal I had found at the shoulder on Old Mill Road, the last physical remnant of a 16-year-old impact. Davis had told me to retrieve it. I told Noah where to find it. He went that night and removed it before Davis could reach the site. The note was not a warning to me. Coach K had sent it to Noah, a demonstration. I know where the evidence still is. I know where your fiancé has been walking. Open your checkbook or watch what happens next. He had placed it under my windshield because he knew Noah would hear about it within the hour, and he knew Noah would understand the message even if I didn't. I had been the delivery system. Davis found nothing at the site. The fragment was gone. She had no physical evidence and no explanation for its absence. He had gone that night. He said nothing to me afterward. He never mentioned the fragment again. I had given Noah everything he needed to protect himself. He had used my own methodology against me, taking what I handed him, filing it, acting on it cleanly, leaving no trace. He had done to that evidence exactly what I would have done. I had been his instrument. That was the only time that was going to happen. Chapter 55, Sophia. The house was quiet, not the held breath quiet of the last 2 days. The attorney's voices bleeding through the oak, the staff walking the edges of the carpets, Mia's muffled collapse coming through the east wing walls at intervals. That quiet had texture, weight, the quality of a building under siege. This was different. This was empty. I sat on the edge of the guest bed. I did not spiral. I did not weep. I did not review the sequence again because the sequence was finished and reviewing it would change nothing. And I have never spent time on things that change nothing. My hands sat open in my lap, palms up. The engagement ring caught the flat morning light and threw a small, hard rectangle of it onto the coverlet. Clean nails, a callus on my right index finger from a pen grip no professor ever managed to correct. A small scar along my left thumb, not the viper, the garden spade. The summer I was 13, the cottage needed a drainage channel along the foundation, and I decided that no one else's neglect was a reason to leave the job undone. I have always been this person. I did not become her. She was simply there when I arrived. That is not something I say with pride. It is not something I say with grief. It is the specific airless loneliness of being the only one in every room who sees all the exits, who runs the variables, who performs the version of herself the situation requires, and then sits alone afterward and does not know what face to make when no one is watching. I have never known what face to make when no one is watching. Liam knew. That was the part I never managed to file away. He sat beside me on the dock when I couldn't sleep and never asked me to explain. He was simply there, present, not reading the exits, not running scenarios. Just a boy sitting in the dark beside a girl who needed the company and didn't know how to ask for it. 14 years. 14 years of letters that never came. Of silence I had interpreted as abandonment. Of building myself around the explanation that everyone leaves, and Liam Tucker was no different from anyone else. 14 years of an architecture I had constructed over a wound I had never properly named, because naming it required admitting it was a wound. He had not left. That was the thing I could not spend time on now. It sat at the edge of everything, enormous and unusable, and I moved my eyes away from it the way you move your eyes from something too bright. My grandfather had driven to town for bread. He'd gotten a flat on the way back. He had pulled to the shoulder the way he did everything, quietly, without fuss, handling the problem himself because that was who he was. He had been crouched over the tire in the dark when Noah Tucker's car came through. Noah had left him there. He drove back to the estate and slept in his bed and woke up the next morning and ate breakfast and said nothing to anyone. He watched the news coverage. He helped manage the aftermath. He spent 16 years building a life on top of a road in Edgewater, where a man lay down and did not get up. He walked into my I looked at my hands for another 3 seconds, set them on my knees, pressed once, and stood. There was a narrow mirror on the back of the wardrobe door. The woman in the glass looked tired. She looked like someone who had been in a guest room for 2 days performing grief. That was accurate. She also looked as if she had just made an irreversible decision. That was also accurate. I turned from the mirror. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and put it in my coat pocket. I picked up my bag. Noah had taken the BMW Mia's car keys hung on the hook in the kitchen downstairs. Mia, who was sedated in the East Wing, who would not need them today or notice they were gone. I paused at the vanity, smoothed my hair, pressed 2 fingers beneath each eye. I chose the expression, not the weeping fiancée, not the cold woman from the bathroom mirror, composed, fragile at the edges, a woman gathering herself. I held it for 3 seconds to confirm it was seated. I picked up my keys and walked to the door. The hallway was empty. The estate settled around me. The tick of the radiator, the pale winter light through the landing window, the silence of a house that believed the worst was behind it. I walked down the stairs, through the kitchen, and out the side door. The cold hit my face. I did not flinch. I had one stop to make. Chapter 56. Sophia. Mia's car smelled of dry shampoo and an air freshener clipped to the vent that had gone stale 2 weeks ago. I adjusted the seat, checked the mirrors, and pulled out of the drive without looking back at the house. The gas station was 4 miles east on Millbrook Road. 1 attendant booth, 2 pump islands, a security camera mounted above the forecourt facing the road. I had clocked it the first time I pulled in for gas and filed it without examining why. Some things you file before you understand their use. Danny worked the morning shift at Peach Bees. He had been behind the bar both times I went in. Peach Bees didn't open until 11, and it was 9:30. The gas station was his second job. He had told me that himself, leaning against his Civic with a paper cup in his hand. Easy the way unhurried people are easy. Not every man had an angle. That was useful. I parked in the lot adjacent to the forecourt and sat for 30 seconds. I checked the expression in the visor mirror. Not the composed fragility from the guest room. That was for the estate, for the staff, for Noah. What I needed here was warmer, tired around the edges, a woman with too much on her plate who needed one small thing to go right. I got out of the car. The forecourt was empty except for a truck idling with no one in it. The cold cut through my coat and I let it show in my shoulders, in the way I pulled the coat tighter without straightening my spine. Small tells, the right ones. The attendant booth had a hand-painted sign above the window. Ask about our loyalty card. Through the glass, the back of a head. Dark hair, the slight asymmetry of a mohawk grown out on one side. I pushed open the door. The booth smelled of coffee and motor oil and a space heater on its highest setting. Danny turned from the monitor. Recognition crossed his face. Not surprise. The easy recalibration of a man with a good memory. Hey. He set down his coffee. Tucker's fiancée. Sophia. I put out my hand. He shook it. Danny, you already knew that. I did. I let a half smile through. I need a favor. He leaned against the counter. Not guarded, just measuring. What kind? The night of the engagement party. You saw Noah here, the man from Peach Bees. The t-shirt incident. I kept my voice level, factual rather than urgent. You told me at the pump, New Hampshire plates. He nodded. I need to see the footage from that night. His eyes moved over my face. I held mine steady and let the tiredness in my shoulders do the work. That's not usually something I know. I didn't push. 3 full seconds of silence. Noah told the police he was in Manchester that night. The whole night. My voice stayed flat. The voice of a woman who had found something out and hadn't finished deciding what to do with it. I need to know what I'm looking at before I decide what to do. The space heater ticked. Outside, a car passed on Millbrook without slowing. Danny looked at the monitor. At me, back at the monitor. He pulled his chair out and sat down. Heard about Liam Tucker. He said it the way small-town people said things, not accusatory, just present. The way local news sat in a room whether you invited it or not. Hell of a thing. The gap lasted less than a second. I had scripted the expression, the favor, the plate. I had not scripted Liam's name coming out of someone else's mouth in the middle of it, and the oversight landed like a fist between two ribs. I kept my face where I had put it. It is. My voice was level, tired, a woman carrying something heavy and not inviting questions about the weight. Which is why I need to know what I'm looking at before this goes any further. Danny held my eyes. He had decided the shape of the situation without needing the details confirmed. I've got 48 hours of retention. His fingers moved through the interface with practiced ease. What time was it? You said 9:30. The footage loaded. He tilted the monitor toward me. The timestamp read 21:14. The forecourt in black and white. The pump island flat and bright under the overhead lights. A dark sedan pulled in on the right-hand side. The driver's door opened. Noah got out, set the pump to fill, and walked inside. That's where I saw him. Danny tapped the edge of the monitor. Came in for a Red Bull. I was behind the counter. He looked up. I looked up. A short pause. I don't think he placed me. But something snagged. You could see it. He pulled his cap down and walked out. The cap detail landed flat and clean, not dramatic. A reflex. A man whose instincts were better than his conscious mind, responding to a face he couldn't name but didn't want looking at him. He didn't say anything? Nothing. Danny shrugged. Didn't have to. On the monitor, the sedan sat at the pump. The camera angle caught the rear of the vehicle at a slight oblique. 4 characters read clean. The New Hampshire state outline at the top. The live free or die script at the bottom. Can you pause it? He paused it. I took out my phone and photographed the screen. Frame, plate, timestamp. Danny watched without comment. His hands stayed on his knees. I put my phone away. Thank you. I meant it simply, without performance. He had done something clean. I wasn't going to dress it up. He turned the monitor back. You doing okay? The question landed quietly, not asking for an answer, leaving a door open without walking through it. Getting there. I picked up my bag from the counter. He nodded and turned back to his screen. I walked out into the cold. The plate number sat in my phone and in my head. The timestamp was 9:14 p.m. Noah was supposed to be in Manchester. Davis would know what to do with the distance between those two facts. I got into Mia's car and sat. Noah had stopped for a Red Bull and locked eyes with a man who remembered faces for a living. That was the mistake. Chapter 57. Sophia. The CVS on Halter Street kept its prepaid phones behind the register. I paid cash. The clerk didn't look up. I was in and out in 4 minutes, the blister pack already open before I reached the car. The SIM activated on the 3rd try. I typed the text in the parking lot with the engine off and the heat already dying in the cold. Gas station. Millbrook Road, 4 miles east of the junction. Attendant named Danny. On shift, Saturday night. Male subject came in at 21:14, dark sedan, NH plates. I typed the plate number, all 4 characters. I read it twice, sent it to Davis's direct line, and dropped the phone onto the passenger seat. She would know what it meant. She was already looking for the shape of something. I had just given her the outline. The burner came apart in my hands. Back panel, SIM, battery. The SIM went into the storm drain at the end of the block, the battery into the trash can outside the hardware store, the shell into the river off the walking bridge, on a stretch with no cameras. I drove back to the estate. The house was empty. Not quiet, empty. It was the kind of empty you felt before you could explain it. No weight in the rooms, no displaced air, no particular stillness that meant someone was in it and not moving. Noah wasn't home. I stood in the hallway for a moment. The lamp in the parlor burned on its timer. The kitchen smelled of the morning's coffee, cold now, sitting in the pot where no one had finished it. I went upstairs. I sat on the edge of the bed with my coat still on, and my hands loose in my lap. The ceiling had a hairline crack running from the window to the light fixture. I had stared at it when I was 17. I stared at it now. Different reasons. Davis had the plate. She had Danny's name and the gas station location. She had a witness who remembered the cap being pulled down. She would pull the footage herself. She would run the plate. I kept both hands in my lap and stared at the crack in the ceiling and waited. He had been so careful. He had not factored Danny. He had not factored an argument at Peach Bee's over a t-shirt, or the overhead lights at the Pump Island, or the memory of a man who stood behind a counter at his second job and had nothing to do but look at faces. He had stopped for a Red Bull. I lay back on the bed without moving the pillows. The room sat around me, still and cold and familiar, the way childhood rooms stay familiar long after you've become someone else inside them. Outside, a plane moved high across the sky and was gone. My phone sat face down on the nightstand. Davis would not call me. There was no reason for her to call me. I had given her what she needed and removed myself from the chain entirely. The ceiling crack ran its same fixed line from window to fixture. I stared at it and waited for the sound of Noah's car in the drive. He didn't know yet. But he was already out of time.
Chapter 58, Davis. The text came in at 10:17 a.m. Davis was at her desk, the precinct running at full noise. Phones, hallway traffic, someone's radio 2 offices down. She had a coffee going cold and Liam Tucker's case file open in front of her. Her phone lit up. Unknown number, no carrier name, one use. Already dead before she finished reading it. Gas station, Millbrook Road, 4 miles east of the junction. Attendant named Danny. On shift Saturday night. Male subject came in at 2114. Dark sedan, NH plates. Then the plate number. 4 characters. Davis set the phone down. Her pulse had moved. She could feel it. One hard beat, then another. Then the stillness that came when her mind got ahead of her body and started running before she'd given it permission. Who? How? Why this number? Why now? She turned the phone over, read the text again. Whoever sent this had been there. At the station, or close enough to know Danny's name and what his cameras had recorded. She picked up her keys. The gas station ran one man on day shift. Mid-20s, a stillness to him. He didn't speak when she came through the door. She badged him. Danny? He nodded. Exterior camera, Saturday night, 2100 to 2200. He pulled it without argument and turned the monitor toward her. The forecourt, in black and white, Pump Island flat and bright under the overhead lights. At 2114, a dark sedan turned in off the road. The driver's door opened. The man got out, set the nozzle, and walked toward the entrance. At the door, the overhead light caught him full in the face. 3 seconds, maybe 4. His hand went to the brim of his cap and he dropped his head and walked in. Davis's jaw tightened. Noah Tucker. She stood at that counter and looked at his face on the monitor and did not move. The fluorescent above her buzzed at a frequency just below audible. The sedan sat at the pump. The camera angle caught the rear plate at an oblique. 4 characters, clean. She photographed the screen, thanked Danny and walked out. Back at her desk, she opened the elimination file. The plate took 11 minutes. The registration came back to a shell, LLC, Granite State Corporate Solutions. Incorporated in New Hampshire. Dissolved 14 months ago. The registered agent was a law firm in Concord, and the firm's client record, 3 layers down, carried the name Tucker Consulting. She set the printout next to the case file and looked at both. Noah Tucker's alibi was a Manchester hotel. Phone pings, a key card, a flight record. Every instrument positioned with the precision of a man who had done this before, or believed he had. His cell tower data placed him 233 miles north of here all weekend. Airtight. She had documented it, filed it, and been forced to move on. The phone had stayed in Manchester. The man had not. She pulled the New Hampshire DMV records, cross-referenced the plate against rental transactions for the 72 hours surrounding the murder. Granite State Corporate Solutions had taken a dark blue Accord from a private fleet service in Nashua on Thursday, returned Sunday morning. 563 miles on the odometer for Saturday alone. Manchester, New Hampshire, to Edgewater and back. 560 miles. She put her pen down. That wasn't a gap in an alibi. That was a round trip someone had planned, executed, and driven back from in a single night, with his phone sitting on a nightstand 280 miles away, pinging towers at 2 a.m. like a man who hadn't moved. This was not impulsive. She picked up Liam Tucker's file, turned to the rental car records, the blue Civic, Massachusetts plates, GPS, placing it 2 blocks from Sinclair's house at time of death. She had subpoenaed those records inside 48 hours. Standard procedure. 1 rental car, 1 suspect. She had not pulled a second rental. There had been no reason to. She set the file down. The jacket placed on a man who wore it in the open. The rental car with GPS running. The eyewitness who fit the timeline without a gap. Evidence that arrived too fast and cohered too cleanly. Every piece flush against the next. No friction. No doubling back. None of the mess that actual guilt produced. She had spent 4 days watching the Tucker machine work, the lawyers within hours, the DA accelerating without pressure, Noah moving through the estate with the ease of a man who had already calculated the outcome. Her thumb pressed into the edge of the printout. She had read him as a brother managing a crisis. Someone had sent her one text. No voice, no follow-up. A plate, a name, a timestamp. Enough to crack the alibi open and nothing more. No signature, no trail back. Someone who had been at that gas station and had not wanted to be identified. Liam Tucker had lied to protect someone the night Davis arrested him. Davis uncapped her pen and pulled the warrant request form from the tray beside her keyboard. She needed Noah Tucker's location data for Saturday night. All of it. Chapter 59, Davis. The warrant took 40 minutes. Judge Heller was in chambers by 9, and Davis had the affidavit typed and the supporting documentation paper-clipped in order before she walked through his door. She set it in front of him without commentary and let the numbers speak. He read it twice. He signed it. Back at her desk, she called the carrier directly. The warrant number went to their legal compliance line. The rep read it, put her on hold, and came back in 11 minutes. What's the account? Tucker Consulting LLC. Business line. All location data for the registered number for the 72 hours, beginning Friday at 0600. Another hold. Longer this time. Davis kept her eyes on the case file. The photograph of Kevin Sinclair's front door. The ME's time of death window. Saturday, between 8 p.m. and midnight. She had that range memorized the way you memorize the dimensions of a room you'd been locked in. The rep came back. I'm sending the pull to your warrant address now. Davis's laptop pinged 30 seconds later. She opened the file. The location data ran in a column, timestamp, latitude, longitude, tower ID. She started at Friday 6 a.m. and scrolled forward. Manchester, New Hampshire. Every ping, every hour. The Hilton Garden Inn coordinates landing clean on the downtown grid. His phone at the hotel bar at 7 p.m. His phone in a registered room on the 4th floor at 9 p.m., 11 p.m., 1 a.m. Saturday, 6 a.m. Still Manchester. 7 a.m. Still Manchester. At 1:31 p.m., the pings shifted. The connection to the Manchester Tower dropped and a new cell site picked up the signal. I-93 southbound just past the Massachusetts state line. From there, it tracked through Boston, picked up I-95, and followed the coast into New York. The phone had left Manchester at 1:31 p.m. on Saturday. Davis's hand stopped on the mouse. She scrolled forward. At 8:47 p.m., the signal hit an Edgewater tower, 3/10 of a mile from Kevin Sinclair's house on Marsh Road. She sat back. The phone pings she had pulled 4 days ago, the ones that had cleared him, came back registered to Tucker Consulting, LLC. A business line. She had accepted that. She had not pulled the account classification. She had not asked whether Tucker Consulting maintained more than one number. 2 phones. One had stayed in Manchester, pinging towers from a hotel room all night. The other had driven 466 miles and been 3/10 of a mile from a dead man's front door at 8:47 p.m. Davis stared at the latitude and longitude on her screen. 4 days of this case sat in her body. The DA's office called twice before lunch. Mercer's signature on a misfiled witness report. Tucker lawyers materializing within the hour. A machine running at full speed to close a case around a man whose interrogation tape showed confusion, not guilt. She had filed it, documented it, told herself she was being precise. She had been precise. She had also been managed. Davis crossed to the coat rack and took her jacket from the hook. A quick check of the holster. Keys from the desk. Bishop looked up. He read her face in 1 second. Noah Tucker. She pulled on the jacket. We need a warrant for his arrest. He was on his feet before she reached the door. Bishop sat in the passenger seat with the case file across his knees and said nothing. The road ran straight and flat through the salt marsh, the sky low and white above the water. 11 minutes. Davis kept her eyes on the road. They had arrested Liam Tucker 4 days ago at the ballroom of the Tucker estate, while his brother stood feet away and watched with an expression she had read as grief. Not grief. Relief. Davis didn't slow down.
Chapter 60. Sophia. The parlor was cold. Paula preferred it that way. She sat in the high-backed chair by the window with a wool blanket across her knees and her hands loose in her lap. The posture of a woman who had spent 8 decades making stillness look like authority. The morning light hit the side of her face and found nothing soft in it. I sat across from her on the settee with my coffee going cold on the table between us. Susan was in the kitchen. I had heard the tap running, the soft percussion of cabinet doors, the busyness of a woman who needed her hands occupied. Mia was upstairs. She'd shut her door an hour ago. We talked about the weather moving in off the water, the state of the East Garden, a family in town Paula had known for 60 years, whose youngest son had recently taken his company public. Paula delivered each observation in complete sentences and without inflection. She had not asked me how I was. I had not volunteered it. Outside, a gull crossed the window. The salt marsh beyond the gate sat gray and flat under the low sky. My phone buzzed on the cushion beside me. Davis. I stood. Excuse me. Paula's eyes followed me to the doorway. I stepped into the hall and pulled the door half closed behind me. Dr. Higgins, Noah Tucker. What car is he driving today? One hard contraction behind my ribs, then nothing. The BMW. Did he mention any travel plans this morning? No, he left around 9. Thank you. Davis ended the call. I stood in the hallway for a moment. Then I pushed the parlor door open and went back in. The room had not changed. The light had not changed. Paula's hands stayed loose in her lap. Her eyes were on the window, the marsh, the gray sky above it. She had heard enough. She already knew what this meant. The arrest was manageable. The Tucker machine kept lawyers on retainer who billed in 6-minute increments. Noah would be processed, arraigned, and released on bond before nightfall. He would stand on the precinct steps in a suit and use words like family, process, full cooperation. 18 months later, he would leave a minimum security facility in Connecticut and step back into the version of events everyone had agreed to believe. My grandfather died on a road outside this estate, with no one to call and no one who came. He would win. I picked up the keys from the table. Paula's eyes moved to my hand. Sophia. Her voice was quiet, not warm, not alarmed. Don't. I stood. Whatever you're planning. She stopped. Her jaw shifted once. Sit down. I picked up my bag from the floor beside the settee. He'll have counsel within the hour, she said. He will be home by tonight. This is not the end. I looked at her. She looked back. The cold eyes, the wool blanket across her knees, the hands that had signed documents and smoothed over decades of damage and kept the name intact through things that would have destroyed anyone without the money to make the truth manageable. She knew what Noah had done. She'd always known, and she had done nothing. She had lived in my grandfather's cottage without losing a night's sleep. I walked to the hallway. I took my coat from the hook by the door and pulled it on, working the buttons from the bottom up, one by one. Paula's voice came from the parlor doorway. She had not followed me. She had not needed to. Don't do something stupid. I opened the front door. The cold air came in off the marsh. The door shut behind me. Chapter 61. Sophia. The keys were in my hand. The gravel was under my feet. I shut the car door. Cold came off the salt marsh in a low, steady push against the glass. The estate drive sat empty in front of me. I did not move. The sky sat low and white above the marsh, the light flat and directionless. It gave no indication of the hour. The cottage stood to my left at the edge of the property line, its window dark. My grandfather drank his coffee at that window every morning. The blue mug with the chipped rim. That time belonged to him. He had said quiet things. He had packed the same lunch every day. Half a sandwich, an apple, a folded paper towel with something written on it. A different thing each time. A joke. The weather forecast. Once, the entire lineup of a baseball team I had never heard of. He had tucked it beside the apple and never mentioned it again. I had saved everyone. They were gone now, with everything else. With the cottage and the mug and the porch and 30 years of a man's quiet, unannounced care for a child no one else was paying attention to. Gone because a college kid had gotten behind the wheel and made a choice. Because he had run. Because he had spent 16 years making sure the road stayed empty behind him. Now he sat in a barber's chair on Main Street, a cape across his shoulders, waiting for his lawyers to drive up from the city. He would walk out. That was the part I could not hold. Not the crime, not the cover-up, the walking out. The way men like Noah moved through consequence, like water through a cupped hand, emerging on the other side with the narrative already adjusted and the name still intact. I reached for the stillness that usually came, the cold place behind the sternum where feeling became something manageable. It wasn't there. What was there instead was older, simpler. The blue mug, the paper towels, the rattling car on a cold night, and a man who never asked to be thanked? My eyes burned. I did not wipe them. I sat with both hands on the wheel until my vision cleared. Then I picked up my phone. The number I dialed was not in my contacts. I had it the way I had Davis's number. In my head, where it could not be found. It rang once. Yeah. I spoke for 2 or 3 minutes without interruption. Okay. The call ended. I set the phone face down on the passenger seat. Outside, the cottage window caught the light. I put the car in drive.
Chapter 62. Noah. The bell above the door chimed once. I stepped inside and let the door close behind me. The smell hit first. Disinfectant, bay rum, the mineral undercurrent of old leather and steel. The shop smelled the same as it had when I was 12 years old, and my father had brought me here for the first time. pulling open the door the same way, stepping inside with the same unhurried weight. Some places did not change. I had always appreciated that about them. Mr. Stanley stood at the counter with his back to the door, arranging instruments on a cloth. He turned and stopped. His eyes moved from me to the door and back. He had not expected company. Noah. He recovered quickly, set down the steel comb. I wasn't sure you'd be coming in, given everything. Where else would I be? I shook the rain from my coat. It's been a long few days. I could use this. Afternoon light came low through the front window, cutting across the floor in a pale band. The street outside was empty. Edgewater moved slowly at this hour on a Wednesday, slower still after 2 days of bad news and worse headlines. I draped my coat over the rack. Before we start, I want to say something. I kept my voice easy, unhurried, the tone of a man with nothing pressing on him. The other afternoon, at the house, I spoke to you poorly. That was beneath me, and you didn't deserve it. Mr. Stanley held my gaze for a moment. You were under strain. That's not an excuse. I pulled out the chair and settled into it. The leather gave under me, supple, worn, contoured by decades of men who had sat exactly here. You've been good to this family for a long time. I should have remembered that. Mr. Stanley said nothing. He shook out the cape with one clean snap and settled it across my shoulders, tucking it tight at the collar. How is Mr. Liam holding up? I met his eyes in the mirror. The old man's face was open, a genuine question, the concern of someone who had watched a boy grow up from the second chair. He has good lawyers. He used to sit right where you're sitting, swinging his legs because they didn't reach the floor yet. A pause. I hope this nonsense gets sorted in his favor. I'm sure it will. I studied my own face. The jaw my father had given me. The eyes that had never once in 36 years given anything away without authorization. My brother was in a holding cell. The blackmailer was in whatever condition the county medical examiner had left him. My engagement was intact. My donor dinner was Thursday. The congressional run had its press narrative, the loyal brother, the measured statement, the dignity maintained under pressure. I had managed all of it. Mr. Stanley worked the lather in a bowl and brought the brush to my face. The bristles were soft, the lather warm. He set the brush down and lifted the straight razor from the cloth. The phone rang. It came from the coat on the hook by the door. A short, sharp pulse. Mr. Stanley's hands did not stop. He drew the first stroke down the left side of my jaw, clean and controlled. The phone fell silent. It rang again. Mr. Stanley kept working. It stopped, then started again immediately. The same short, insistent pulse, filling the quiet of the shop. My eyes tracked to the coat in the mirror. 3 seconds. Answer it. Mr. Stanley said nothing. The razor moved along my jaw. Stanley. I dropped my voice to the register I used when I was not going to repeat myself. Answer the phone, or I will get up and put it through the window. Mr. Stanley set the razor down on the cloth. He walked to the coat. He reached into the pocket and lifted the phone to his ear. Yeah. He stood with his back to me, one hand at his side. His shoulders did not move. The voice on the other end was not audible from the chair. A long moment passed. Okay. He hung up. Stood for a moment with the phone in his hand. Then he put it back in the coat pocket. He turned and walked back to the chair. He picked up the razor. His hands were completely still.
Chapter 63, Davis. The last ping had put Noah Tucker's phone inside the Tucker estate at 11:45 a.m. Davis pulled through the gateposts at 1:15. Stone gateposts. A long, gravel drive. The house sat at the end of it like a verdict. She cut the engine and was out of the car before Bishop closed his door. The front door opened before she reached the steps. Susan Tucker stood in the frame. Silver hair, a soft cardigan, both hands pressed together at her sternum. Her eyes went to the warrant before they came back up. Davis held up her badge. Detective Davis. Edgewater PD. Is Noah Tucker on the property? No. Susan's brow drew together. He went out this afternoon. I thought he was upstairs. I hadn't... She stopped. What is this? When did he leave? I'm not sure. I didn't see him go. Her hands tightened against each other. What is happening? Is Dr. Higgins here? Something shifted in Susan's face. She left, maybe 20 minutes ago. A pause. She took Mia's car. I don't know where. Davis filed it and moved on. Do you know where Noah went? He had an appointment. Susan's hand came up to her collarbone. His barber. Stanley's. On Main Street. It's a tradition. His father always... Thank you, Mrs. Tucker. Davis was already moving. She covered the gravel at a run. Bishop fell into step beside her. His phone is still inside the house, he said. I know. She got the engine on. Bishop pulled his door shut and was already on his tablet. She reversed down the drive and turned north. He has a second line. Bishop's voice was flat, focused. Tucker Consulting LLC. Business account. Powered on at 1:02 p.m. Pinged a tower on Elm Street northbound. He looked up. Elm runs straight to Main. Where's the ping now? Stationary, Main Street corridor. 141 Main is Stanley's barbershop. She drove. No lights, no sirens. Just the engine and the wet road and the afternoon light cutting flat across the windshield. He hadn't planned to leave his personal phone behind. He'd simply walked out without it, the way a man does when he isn't watching himself anymore, when the pressure has lifted and the lawyers are handling it. A haircut and a donor dinner and the clean, uncomplicated confidence of someone who has already decided how the story ends. That was the thing about men like Noah Tucker. They stopped being careful the moment they stopped being afraid. Bishop looked up from the tablet. You want me to call it in? Get units staged? No. He looked at her. He's in a barber's chair, she said. He's not going anywhere. The street bent left past the dry cleaner and the florist. 141 Main was the next block. She couldn't see the storefront yet. Somewhere ahead of her, Sophia Higgins was in a car Davis hadn't called for and didn't have a plate on. She had 1 block.
Chapter 64, Sophia. Main Street wasn't busy at this hour. I turned in from the north end and drove slowly. The light sat flat across the pavement. The storefronts were going dark. A delivery truck idled outside the dry cleaner. Nothing else moved. 141 Main. Gold lettering on the glass. The barber's pole beside the door. Still. I pulled into the first gap I found, a florist's loading zone, half hidden behind a white van, and cut the engine. The white BMW sat at the curb directly in front of the shop. He was inside. I put both hands in my lap. I was not going anywhere.
Chapter 65. Noah. Mr. Stanley's hands were completely still, stiller than they had been before the call. I tracked them in the mirror, the right hand, the razor, the angle of the wrist. The stillness in them was not the stillness of an old man steadying himself for careful work. It was something else. Mr. Stanley's eyes came up to the mirror. I had spent 36 years reading the face beneath the face. I read Mr. Stanley's face now. Not grief, not anger, not the embarrassment of an old man caught above his station. Decision. My pulse moved, a single involuntary spike, hard against my sternum, and I brought it back down before it reached my jaw. Along the far wall, between the team photographs and the faded pennants, a single framed photo hung slightly off-center. A boy in a hockey uniform, maybe 10 or 11, one hand on his stick, grinning at whoever stood behind the camera. The number on his jersey was 11. I looked away. Mr. Stanley's hand tightened on my jaw. His voice was gruff but calm. Why didn't you stop to help? That night you ruined 3 lives. Your fiancé's, my grandson's, and yours. My instincts screamed at me to move. I froze. The razor did not.
Chapter 66. Davis. The door was unlocked. Davis pushed it open with 2 fingers and stopped in the frame. The smell hit before the sight. Blood and disinfectant. The particular heaviness of a closed room where blood has had time to settle into the floor. She had stood in rooms like this before. The smell was always the same. It didn't get easier. It wasn't supposed to. Bishop came up behind her. She heard him stop. The shop was small. 3 chairs, a basin, a row of framed photographs along the far wall. Noah Tucker lay on the floor beside the far wall, the barber's cape still across his shoulders, one hand at his throat. He had not made it far from the chair. His back was against the baseboard, his legs at an angle that suggested he had gone down sideways and not moved again. The blood had spread wide beneath him and gone dark. The floor was black with it in the low light. The mirror above the basin held the chair, the basin, the empty room, and at its edge, the top of his shoulder, the corner of the cape. Davis looked at the reflection for a moment before she looked at the room. She took 1 step inside, then another. Along the far wall, below the photographs, a framed picture lay face up on the floor, its glass split in a single diagonal crack. A boy in a hockey uniform. Number 11. Blood had fallen across the glass and dried there, partially obscuring his face. She did not touch it. In the far corner, in the waiting chair beside the coat rack, Mr. Stanley sat with his hands folded in his lap. He wore his barber's apron. His hands and forearms were dark with blood, not spattered, but soaked. The blood of a man who had reached for something and found it too late. His eyes were open and fixed on a point somewhere below the window. His shoulders curved inward. The whole shape of him was collapse, folded in on himself by something too large to process. He was shaking. The tremor ran through his hands and up through his forearms and into his shoulders. It did not stop. It had the quality of something that had been running for a while, past the point of control, past the point of being able to name it. Davis crossed to him. She pulled the waiting chair from the adjacent station and set it in front of him. She sat. "Mr. Stanley." He did not look up. "Mr. Stanley, I'm Detective Davis." His eyes moved. Slowly, the way eyes move when the signal between the brain and the body has been interrupted. They found her face. "Can you tell me what happened?" His mouth opened. Nothing came out. He closed it. His hands tightened against each other in his lap. A reflex, the grip of a man trying to hold on to something that wasn't there. "Take your time." Bishop moved behind her. She heard him on his radio, low and steady. The sequence of calls that would bring the unit in, the ME, the photographers. She kept her eyes on Mr. Stanley. The old man's voice came out in pieces. "He was in the chair. I had the razor." His eyes moved to his hands. He looked at them the way people look at things that have stopped belonging to them. "My hand." It shook. He pressed his lips together. "I have tremors. Some days are worse. Today..." He stopped. Davis waited. It was an accident. His voice dropped to almost nothing. I tried to... His hands came apart, open toward her, empty. There was so much blood. I didn't know what to do. I sat down. I couldn't move. Davis looked at his face, the lines of it, the open, shattered quality of his eyes. A man in his 80s, his hands covered in blood, shaking in a corner chair. The posture, the tremor, the broken voice, the hands. Every visible measure said traumatized elderly man whose hand had slipped. She looked back at the room. The razor lay on the cloth beside the basin, exactly where a barber would set it down between strokes. The lather bowl, the brush, the folded towel, everything in its place, everything where it should be. The ordinary furniture of an ordinary barbershop visit, except for the man on the floor. The blood. The photograph with the cracked glass and the boy's face half obscured beneath it. Davis stood. She walked to the basin. She looked at the razor without touching it. The blade was clean, wiped. Recently. The cloth beside it held a faint pink streak, the residue of a careful hand. She turned and looked at Mr. Stanley in his corner. The tremor in his shoulders had not stopped. His eyes were back on the point below the window. Everything in this room said, accident. Davis looked at the razor, at the cloth, at the pink streak on the white cotton. She looked at the photograph on the floor. She looked at Mr. Stanley's hands. Her pen did not move.
Chapter 67. Sophia. The first cruiser arrived at 4:52. I had been parked for 14 minutes. The white van still blocked the line of sight from the shop's front window. My hands rested in my lap. The engine was off. Through the windshield, the red and blue light bloomed and pulsed against the brick storefronts, sharp against the low gray sky at the end of the afternoon. Color, then nothing, then color again. I did not move. A second cruiser pulled in from the south end, then a third. The radio voices that traveled through open windows and cracked doors reached me in fragments. Male, urgent, controlled. An ambulance turned the corner, no sirens. That told me everything. I pressed 2 fingers to the inside of my wrist. Pulse. Elevated, not erratic. I held it there for 6 seconds. Then I removed my hand and placed it back in my lap. A crowd had gathered at the tape line. 10, maybe 12 people. The woman from the dry cleaner still in her apron. A man with a dog on a short lead who'd stopped mid-walk. 2 teenagers with their phones already raised. I gave it 4 more minutes. I counted them on the dashboard clock. A frantic fiancée who had just received a phone call from a detective would not park and wait. She would drive too fast and park badly and run. She would not be composed before she arrived. She would arrive composed by accident, the way people sometimes manage it in shock, and then she would unravel on the scene itself. I got out of the car. The crowd had thickened to maybe 15 by the time I reached the tape. I pushed into the back of it without slowing. A man in a down vest turned and started to object. My elbow found the gap before he finished the thought. At the tape, a uniformed officer stepped in front of me with one hand out, palm flat. "Ma'am, you need to stay back. My fiancé is in there." My voice hit the right frequency. Not a scream, not a demand. The register of someone holding herself together by a thread. Noah Tucker. Someone called me. A detective called me and told me to come. The officer's hand stayed up. "I need you to wait here while I..." "Please." I put both hands on the tape without lifting it. My knuckles went white. "Please, someone tell me what is happening." He looked at me. Behind him, a second officer had turned. Then a third. A woman in a blue patrol jacket broke from the cluster at the shop door and crossed toward us. She was mid-40s, close-cropped hair, the walk of someone senior enough to make decisions. "Higgins!" She stopped 2 feet from the tape. "Dr. Sophia Higgins?" Yes. The word came out fractured, exactly right. She lifted the tape herself. Her face had already arranged into the expression they teach in academy training, the one designed to communicate control without communicating information. Come with me. The door to the shop stood open. Yellow light spilled onto the sidewalk. I crossed the threshold and stopped. 3 seconds. The blood on the linoleum had spread in a wide, irregular arc below the chair. It had the settled look of blood that had stopped moving. The razor lay on the cloth beside the basin, not dropped, set. The chair faced the mirror at the angle it always did, and in it, at the angle bodies hold when the musculature releases all at once, was Noah. Mr. Stanley sat in the corner chair, both hands folded in his lap. His face was the face of a very old man who had done a very hard thing and had come out the other side of it. A patrol officer crouched in front of him. He did not look at me. A single photograph had fallen from the wall. The glass had cracked. A boy's face, half covered by the broken frame, looked up from the floor. My eyes swept the room once. The angle of the body, the position of the cloth, the pink streak on the white cotton. That was enough. Everything I had set in motion 6 hours ago sat complete before me. The board was empty. There were no more moves to make. The air gathered. I let it come. The sound came from somewhere I had kept sealed for years. The foster home hallways, the locked doors at night, Sammy's birthday, my grandfather's hand across the social worker's table, the tears I didn't shed at his grave in a coat too thin for October, Liam's letters, 14 years of them, kept from me. It was real. My knees went. 2 officers caught me before the floor did. Their hands closed around my arms. I let my full weight go into them, let my head drop forward, let the sound keep coming in great, ragged waves that had no bottom. One of them said something. I didn't hear it. The other turned me away from the floor, away from Noah toward the open door, the flashing lights, and the darkening sky outside. I let them turn me. Somewhere behind me, Davis's voice moved through the room, low and precise, asking questions I could not quite make out over the sound of my own grief. My hands, tucked against my chest, were completely still. Chapter 68, Sophia. The blanket smelled of chemical warmth and other people's emergencies. A patrol officer crouched in front of me with a notepad balanced on his knee. Young, soft-faced. He had not yet learned to keep his expression neutral in front of grief. His pen was already moving before he asked the first question. "Can you tell me about Mr. Tucker's state of mind today?" My chin went down. My shoulders came up around my ears. I pressed the blanket tighter with both fists. My voice broke where it needed to. He was holding everything together. His brother, the press, the lawyers calling at all hours. A breath. The specific pause of someone assembling themselves. He believed in Liam completely. He told me that morning, he said, "We are going to fix this." That was fresh tears. Oh God, I can't believe he's gone. A breath. I steadied. That was exactly who he was. The officer wrote, he had a press conference tonight. He wanted to look sharp for it. A short sound escaped my throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite grief. I looked down at my hands. He always said Mr. Stanley was the only person who did it right. I pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of my nose. My eyes went red at the edges, the capillary flush that comes reliably after extended crying. He called me from the car on the way over. He sounded fine. He sounded like himself. The pen kept moving. He loved this family. My voice dropped. He would have done anything for them. The officer looked up. His face held the open, uncertain quality of a man who did not know where to put what he was being given. "Thank you, Dr. Higgins." He clicked his pen. "I'm very sorry for your loss." I gave him a single nod. I looked back at the ground. The ambulance bay was quiet now. 2 paramedics stood at the vehicle's rear corner. voices low. A second cruiser had pulled in from the south and killed its lights. The strobing had slowed to a single rotation, painting the storefronts in long, lazy sweeps. Beneath the blanket, my hands rested open in my lap. Pulse, 58. The precinct lobby had the stillness of a building that has been claimed. 3 men in charcoal suits, briefcases. They had beaten us here. A 4th man stood at the duty desk with a business card between 2 fingers. I stopped inside the door. I let the exhaustion show in my posture, in the line of my shoulders, in the way I held the shock blanket closed at my chest. I looked at the 4 of them and let my face do the rest. The nearest attorney was on his feet in under a second. Dr. Higgins. His voice was low, practiced. I'm Richard Hale. The family retained us some time ago. A hand at my elbow. Not quite contact. We're going to take care of everything. You don't need to speak to anyone else tonight. I already gave a statement. That's fine. His tone did not change. That's fine. That's all they need. The door behind me opened. Susan came through it first. Mia had both hands on her mother's arm, and Susan moved the way people move when the medication has reached the right depth. Each step deliberate, the face soft and unmoored. She wore her good coat over her nightgown. Someone had thought to put shoes on her feet and forgotten everything else. Her eyes found me across the lobby. The sound she made was not a word. It was older than language. It traveled the 12 feet between us and landed in the center of my chest. I crossed to her. Her arms came around me and she leaned into the embrace. I held her. I pressed my face against her shoulder and felt her shaking. Mia's hand found my back. The 3 of us stood in the center of the precinct lobby while the attorneys watched. The duty officer studied his desk, and the overhead lights hummed their flat, indifferent note. I let Susan hold me for a long time. Her grief was real. Mine was not. Hale guided us to chairs along the far wall. Susan's weight settled against my shoulder the moment she sat. Noah was dead. The lawyers were here. The estate, the accounts, the empty chair at the head of the table, all of it now in the open air with no one to hold the center of it. Mia sat on Susan's other side. Her hand found her mother's knee. She did not look at me, and me, the grieving fiancée, the orphan the family had folded in, the woman who had loved Noah Tucker through the worst weeks of his life and stood beside him until the very end. Susan's hand tightened around mine. The attorneys had already begun. Low voices at the duty desk, the Tucker name doing what it had always done, absorbing damage, redistributing weight, producing order from the inside of catastrophe. Susan wept softly into my shoulder while the lawyers rebuilt the walls. I let her cry.
Chapter 69. Davis. The blood had gone black at the edges. Davis stood at the center of the room and looked at it. The arc of it, the spread, the way it had moved across the linoleum and found the low point near the baseboard. She had been in enough rooms like this to read the story without being told it. A man sitting upright. The cut. The time it took. The captain stood behind her near the door. M.E.'s going to rule it a misadventure. His voice carried the flatness of a man delivering information he had already decided was final. Tremor in the right hand. Documented. 3 physicians over the past 2 years. A pause. It's clean, Tasha. She did not turn around. The Tucker family wants it handled quietly. No press conference, no spectacle. A tragedy. He let the words sit. That's what it was. The razor lay on the cloth beside the basin. Davis looked at it. The cloth. The faint pink streak she had catalogued an hour ago. The residue of a careful wipe. The blade had been wiped. A careful, deliberate stroke. A hand in tremor did not do that. The DA's not touching it. The captain moved to her left, not quite beside her. An 82-year-old man with a documented tremor and 40 years of service to this community. There is no case here. I know. He looked at her. Whatever he expected, it wasn't that. I'll finish the scene documentation, she said. Then I'm done. He held her gaze for 2 seconds. Then he went back through the door and took his voice with him. She heard him on his phone before he reached the sidewalk. The voice he used was not the one he used with her. Bishop stood near the photograph on the floor. He had not touched it. He looked up when Davis crossed to him. She crouched. The glass had cracked in a single diagonal line and the blood had dried across the lower half, partially obscuring the boy's face. Number 11. Hockey uniform. The same photograph she had catalogued when she first arrived. Before the noise, before the captain, before the machine had begun its work. She looked at it for a long moment. Then she stood. Through the front glass, the ambulance sat at the curb, its rear doors open. Mr. Stanley occupied the near bench, both hands around a styrofoam cup. A paramedic stood at his left shoulder. A second crouched in front of him, speaking. Davis watched Mr. Stanley's hands. The cup was still. Not the careful stillness of a man gripping something to suppress a tremor. The cup sat in his palms, the way a cup sits, when the hands beneath it are completely steady. She watched for 30 seconds. The cup did not move. She turned away from the glass. Bishop fell into step beside her on the sidewalk without being asked. He read her the way he always had. Not her words, but the set of her shoulders, the pace, the specific silence that meant she had arrived somewhere she hadn't wanted to go. Clean razor, he said. Yes. Steady hands. Yes. He said nothing else. That was Bishop. He knew when the inventory was for her benefit, not his. They got in the car. Davis drove the 4 blocks to the precinct without speaking. The precinct door was glass. Through it, before she reached it, she saw them. The Tucker attorneys along the far wall. Susan Tucker in a good coat over her nightgown. Mia at her side. And Sophia. The shock blanket gone now, her posture upright in the plastic chair. Susan's weight against her shoulder. Her face was turned down. Her shoulders carried exactly the right degree of collapse. Davis pushed the door open. The lobby noise was low. Voices at the duty desk. A phone. The overhead lights. Flat and without mercy. Davis crossed toward the desk. At 10 feet, something made Sophia look up. The lobby did not change. The attorneys kept talking. Susan's shoulders kept shaking. Mia's hand stayed on her mother's knee. For 1 second, Sophia's eyes found Davis's across the room. The grief went out of them like a light switched off. What remained was flat and clear and absolute. No anger, no fear, no appeal. The expression of a person who had already watched the last piece fall. Then Susan shifted, and Sophia's face turned into her shoulder, and the sound that came from her was low and broken and entirely convincing. Davis stopped walking. Bishop pulled up beside her. She heard him register the stillness in her, heard him choose not to speak. She stood in the middle of the precinct lobby and looked at Sophia Higgins weeping into a dead man's mother's shoulder. She had the razor, she had the cloth, she had Mr. Stanley's steady hands on a styrofoam cup. None of it was a case. None of it was a case. All of it was the truth. Bishop's hand came to her elbow, not a pull, just a presence. She let him turn her. They walked back toward the door, past the duty desk, past the attorneys in their charcoal suits, and out into the cold. Davis did not look back. Some people were simply better at this. She had never stood in the same room with it before. Chapter 70. Davis. The Higgins file sat on the corner of her desk, closed. Davis looked at it for a moment, then picked it up. The cardboard had softened at the edges from 2 years of handling. The tab was her own handwriting. Higgins, H/Tucker, N. added when she transferred the case to active status, before anyone had told her to stand down. She set it in the box. Bob Payton's statement. The plate fragment. The boy on the bicycle who had carried a broken pelvis, a fractured collarbone, and internal bleeding for 16 years because nobody in Edgewater had given him a reason to believe the truth would matter. She had given him that reason. She had followed every thread this town allowed her to follow and watched, one by one, as each thread was cut. She set Liam's file on top. Then she sat back. The precinct was quiet at this hour. Bishop had gone home. The night shift worked at low volume, the hum of a building running on half its usual current. Through the window beside her desk, the parking lot sat empty under the overhead lights. She thought about Sussex County, about a 2-lane highway outside a quiet town in northern New Jersey, a dead woman by the side of a road, a case that went cold because the cost of keeping it warm was higher than anyone in that county was prepared to pay. She had been 5 years old. She had joined the force because of it, made detective because of it, transferred to Edgewater because she had recognized the shape of this case sitting at a desk in New York, and knew immediately what it meant. Different town, different names, the same quiet factoring in of a powerful family's comfort into every decision made by every person who needed to keep their job. She had been right to come here. She had been right about all of it. She had also lost. Davis pulled Liam's file back out of the box. She opened it to the map, the GPS radius for Coach K's house on Marsh Road. She had run this radius 4 times during the investigation. The evening of the murder, the 48 hours following the arrest, after the Tucker business phone data came back, after the warrant. 4 times she had looked at every location inside it that connected to Liam Tucker. The Holiday Inn sat at the eastern edge of the radius. She had noted it. She had moved past it. Liam's car had been parked less than a 20-minute drive from Sinclair's house. She had the jacket. She had the timeline. She had not needed the hotel. Davis looked at the map for a long moment. Then she opened the precinct database. The Holiday Inn camera system had been logged during the initial canvass. Standard procedure, 3-block radius from the scene. The footage had been pulled and reviewed for the parking lot and the entrance. Nobody had pulled the interior hallway cameras. Nobody had needed to. She requested the Friday night hallway feed for the 3rd and 4th floors. It took 11 minutes to load. She put on headphones. She set the playback to 9 p.m. and watched. The hallway was empty. A housekeeper's cart at the far end. A man in a suit who came out of 406, rode the elevator down, did not return. The timestamp moved. At 9:34, Liam Tucker appeared at the elevator doors. He wore the Arctic Wolves jacket. He walked to room 410 and went inside. Davis leaned forward. At 9:41, a figure appeared at the stairwell door at the far end of the hall. She knew the posture before she knew the face, the specific set of the shoulders, the way this woman moved when she believed she was not being watched, direct, unhurried, without the performance of grief or fragility. Sophia Higgins walked the length of the corridor and knocked twice on the door of room 410. She waited, then used a card key to enter. Davis watched the hallway. Empty. Housekeeper's cart. The timestamp moved. They did not come out. She sat back in her chair. Liam Tucker had not killed Kevin Sinclair. He had been in room 410 with his brother's fiancée. He had an alibi so complete, so unambiguous, that no jury in the state would have convicted him. And Sophia had known that. Had known it from the moment Davis put the cuffs on him in the Tucker ballroom. She had let him sit in a cell anyway. Davis closed the laptop. The rage that moved through her was cold, not hot. The cold kind was worse. The cold kind stayed. She reached into the bottom drawer of her desk and took out the second folder. No case number. No official tab. Her own handwriting on the cover. 2 words. Mercer. D. Inside. 2 photographs taken on her phone in her kitchen 2 years ago. The first. The responding officer log from the Higgins case file. Mercer. D. The second, the signature on the misfiled witness statement. The same hand, the same name. Davis had been building this quietly, between everything else, the way she did most things. The state attorney's address came from memory. 2 photographs attached. 4 sentences in the body of the email. Factual, chronological, stripped of opinion. 1 read through. Then send. What came next was anyone's guess. She would not be in Edgewater to see it. The captain would make sure of that. A transfer request, a performance review, something quiet, institutional, and impossible to appeal. But the file existed now, outside Edgewater, outside his reach. Both folders went into the box. The box went beside the desk. The monitor went dark. The parking lot beyond the window sat empty beneath the lights. She came to Edgewater for one reason: a 16-year-old case with a misfiled witness statement and a powerful family's name threaded through every decision anyone had made about it. She pulled that thread until the whole thing unraveled. Noah Tucker was dead. The captain's file sat in the state attorney general's inbox. Liam Tucker would walk out of a cell within the week once the Holiday Inn footage reached the right desk. No arrest. Something harder. The jacket came off the chair. Now she knew what that kind of case looked like from the inside. Every shape it could take. Every hand required to keep it buried. The light went off.
Chapter 71. Sophia. Bob Payton left his jacket on the chair in the entrance hall. Liam had gone to the kitchen for drinks, and Bob turned to me the way people turn when they have been waiting for a room to empty. His hands were in his lap. "Did you know he was my grandfather?" I looked at him. "Mr. Stanley?" Bob nodded. "On my mother's side." I shook my head. I only ever knew him as the congressman's barber. Bob held my eyes for a moment. Then he nodded, once, and looked down at his hands. Liam came back with 2 glasses. The conversation folded into other things. Bob stayed another 40 minutes, easy and warm, the way he always was. When he left, Liam walked him to his truck, and I stood in the hallway alone with Bob's empty glass and the thing I had not said. I had known, not at first, not when I grabbed my keys and left the estate. I sat in the car for 2 full minutes with the engine off, moving through the logic of what Davis had told me. Noah would be processed and arraigned and released. He would stand on the precinct steps and use the word family 3 times. He would win. The card was on the front table, left the way tradesmen leave cards. I'd put it in my purse. The photograph in Bob's living room had been at the edge of my mind since I stood at that shelf. The man beside young Bob at the bicycle. The jaw, the set of the shoulders, the face I almost placed and couldn't. It landed in Mia's car, in the silence, with the card between my fingers. I called him. He answered after several rings. I spoke for 3 minutes. I told him what happened to his grandson on that road 16 years ago. I told him what happened to my grandfather 20 minutes later, on the same road by the same car. I told him who was responsible for both. I gave him the information. What he chose to do with it was his own. The cottage path had not changed. Same flagstones, same salt-bleached wood on the gate. The hydrangeas along the south wall had grown past the window ledge since my grandfather's time, and someone had let them go, blue and brown and heavy with the end of the season. Paula opened the door before I knocked. She stood in the frame in her wool cardigan, both hands at her sides. Her eyes moved across my face with the speed and precision of a woman who had spent 80 years reading rooms. "Come in," she said. I came in. She did not offer tea. She moved to the chair by the window and sat. I took the settee across from her. The same settee, the same window. My grandfather's chair was gone, replaced by something newer, and the absence of it sat in the room like a word no one had said. Paula folded her hands in her lap. "You had something to do with it." Not a question. I looked at her for a moment. Then I set down the performance. All of it. The fractured voice, the careful posture, the grief arranged precisely at the surface. I let it go the way you set down something heavy you have been carrying for too long. Yes. Her jaw moved once. Noah was my grandson. Noah killed my grandfather. I kept my voice even. He was 20 years old and drunk, and he kept driving. Your son covered it up for 16 years. You knew. The fire in the grate ticked. Paula's hands stayed folded. She did not look away. I reached into my coat and set the folder on the table between us. Clean copies. Every payment, every communication, every document connecting the congressman's office to the cover-up. The originals are outside Edgewater, I said. Outside your reach and outside any attorney you could call before morning. Paula looked at the folder, then at me. If you ever speak against me, to the police, to Susan, to anyone, I will hand every page to the press. I held her gaze. Noah will be remembered as a drunk driver and a murderer. Your son will be remembered as the man who buried it. The Tucker name will be erased, not damaged, erased. The fire ticked. Something moved behind Paula's eyes, deep and cold and very old. Then it went still. She said nothing. I stood and picked up the folder. You'll stay in the cottage, I said. You'll watch Liam come home. You'll watch me spend the money and run the estate and carry the Tucker name forward. I moved to the door. And you will say nothing. I left her there. The path back to the main house was 40 yards. I walked it without hurrying. Nurse Patterson had received a remedial education mandate and a year of supervised practice. A perfect storm under just culture. That was the board's language. She had been lucky. That was a lesson if she was paying attention. The foster system was behind me. Sammy was behind me. The tub, the silence. The seconds I had stood in the doorway and understood what I was looking at and then understood what it could become. Cindy was in Boston, heavily pregnant, keeping a secret about her brother-in-law, the one she had pressed into my hands days ago over pizza, and a confession she probably wished she could take back. Her voice on the phone. The specific quality of trust that makes a person say the thing they should never say out loud. I had never told anyone. I never would. Through the kitchen window, Liam stood at the counter. The coffee was done. He poured 2 cups and turned toward the window and did not see me on the path. He had no idea. It wasn't a cruel thought. It was just the truth. Chapter 72, Sophia. The Atlantic was black below the cloud line. I had been watching it for 2 hours. The occasional break in the cover. Gray water a long way down, moving without reference to anything above it. Then cloud again. Then nothing. Liam slept in the seat beside me. I looked at him the way I looked at everything, completely, without announcement, taking the full inventory. The jaw, the hands, loose in his lap, the fingers curled the way hands curl when the body has finally let go of something it has been holding for too long. His chest moved in the long, unhurried rhythm of a man with nothing to hide or nothing he had not already hidden from himself. He had no idea. It was not a cruel thought. It was simply the most accurate one available. I turned back to the window. The thing about Liam was that I had never needed him not to know. I had needed the others, Noah, Davis, the captain, Paula, the board at Massachusetts General, to see exactly what I required them to see and nothing else. Liam was different. Liam had always been different. The 14 years of silence between us had not been strategy. They had been grief, real and unmanaged. He had kept the rabbit's foot for 16 years. I had built a life around a wrong assumption about who killed my grandfather. We were even, more or less. The cabin hummed. Somewhere near the front, a flight attendant moved through the dark with a small torch, checking the rows. The light swept the ceiling and moved on. Liam's hand shifted in his lap, then his head turned and he opened his eyes, not slowly, not with the gradual reassembly of a person waking, but all at once, the way he had always woken up, as if sleep were a room he stepped out of cleanly. He looked at the window, at the dark Atlantic, at me. We're finally going. I looked at his hands, the same hands that had set themselves on the surface of the mahogany globe in the congressman's study and sent it turning in a long, whispering arc. A 12-year-old boy in a room he was not supposed to be in, completely at ease, stopping the world with one finger. There. We'll go there one day. An archipelago, blue water all around it. I had nodded as if it were a plan. You still remember which spot? He asked. Yes. He held my gaze for a moment. Something in his face had the quality of a man arriving somewhere he had given up expecting to reach. Not disbelief, something older and quieter than that. His hand moved to mine on the armrest. His ring touched mine before his fingers did. He did not say anything else. I let him hold it. The tenderness was real. That was the part I had never been able to explain cleanly, even to myself. The tenderness was not performed. It had never been performance. Liam was the one variable in 32 years of careful architecture that had never been a variable at all. He was simply true. He had been true at 12, at 16, at 32, and he was true now, with his hand over mine at 35,000 feet above the ocean, going to the spot on the globe because he had said they would. He had said they would go. He had never stopped meaning it. That was the problem. A man who means what he says eventually says everything. Not now. Not yet. Possibly not for years. Possibly not ever, if the architecture held and the distances were right and the life we built on the other side of the Atlantic was full enough that the old questions lost their urgency. But Liam had sat with me in a car outside Bob Payton's house and put pieces together without telling me what he had assembled. He had looked at me across a precinct hallway and chosen silence, when silence was the one thing he could give me that mattered. He had done both with the steady calm of a man who understood more than he had said. I looked at our hands on the armrest, his over mine. The window beyond and the cloud cover, and somewhere below it, the black Atlantic moving without reference to anything above. I had Liam. I had time. I had walked out of Edgewater without a charge, without a case, without a single thread Davis could pull that led anywhere she could follow. I was scot-free. I turned back to the window. Mostly. The end.
This has been an Earreads production of Perfect Doctor, written by Ion Esimai, performed by Ava Vale and Ace Roberts. Copyright 2026 by Ion Esimai. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Earreads. Earreads is an imprint of CPARM LLC. If you like this story, check out Perfect Nurse by Ion Esimai. After a deep fake destroys her nursing career, Cora accepts a live-in position at a secluded estate. Her patient is bitter and determined to make Cora miserable. Her patient's husband is different. He's gentle, attentive, the first person who believes Cora's story without asking her to prove it. Perfect Nurse is available now at Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, and Google Play.